Chapter 601. No dreams in the world of adults. Future of life. It was known by the Celestials as the absolute time-freezing forbidden area. This kind of talent could be said to be heaven-defying, and it could not be resisted or resisted. Just like the bizarreness of the three realms, this was a special nature that even gods would fall for. Voila! Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The Samsara official sovereign was like a still white statue. He had a handsome and slender figure, wore a black robe, and his face was as beautiful as jade. He was frozen in mid-air in a still posture as if he had just punched out. So what if you're the Samsara official sovereign? Venerable sovereign. So what? I've absorbed almost all the strongest talents of this era. I have infinite attack and defense, and I can ignore any damage. No damage can be added to me, and I can't be destroyed. I'm already the legendary ultimate heavenly emperor of this world. Shua shua shua. Emperor Yun stood beside the ear of the still venerable sovereign like an undying god of war. His hands turned into endless phantoms, and the fine and dense spear tips fell into the same point, the weakest eardrum. Boom! 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 The surrounding space was constantly shaking, and crackling sounds could be heard. Dense photon currents ignited the air, and the radiation mixed with air currents turned into an attack that could destroy the earth. The space in his eardrums began to collapse, turning into a vortex that distorted his vision. Tear. The venerable sovereign's eardrums were slowly expanding and healing. His injuries are healing. Did he wake up? The skeleton heavenly emperor from the path of humanity's expression changed. How could it be so fast? Using the time monarch's life as the price to perform an offering and deprive him of his lifetime. It shouldn't be that fast. He hasn't awakened. This should be his passive healing speed. How is this possible? All the celestial emperors of the celestial realm, who had extremely strange and powerful talents, also felt their scalps go numb. It should be known that this absolute time stop had reduced his body's sense of time, recovery speed, and reaction speed to the point where it was almost static. Taking away the time at that moment was equivalent to reducing his self-recovery energy by 99%. Even so, he could still recover at such a terrifying speed. Then, under normal circumstances, what level would his recovery power reach? Perhaps the destroyed body would recover in an instant. A despairing thought flashed through their minds. He was undefeatable. Even if Emperor Yun had merged all the heavenly emperors, it had exceeded the combat power limit that they could imagine, and the other party still seemed to be standing on the other side of the ocean, as if he was not a life form from the same dimension. One strength can overcome 10 techniques. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and they felt their bodies turn cold. It was no wonder that such an existence could not be defeated in ancient times. It was simply unheard of. Everyone, don't panic. We've already opened up our chances of winning. He seized the 1 in 10,000 chance. Yes, we've almost reduced the venerable sovereign's recovery speed and stopped his time. So what if he's an ancient big shot? It has already broken through his weakest eardrum. Their expressions gradually calmed down. This was because no matter how strong one was, there was no way to resist in this still time domain. Attacking from the weakest point of the other party's eardrum and reducing the recovery rate to the limit. Isn't the so-called miracle about defeating the impossible? No matter how powerful an unparalleled existence is, they can still use a tiny lever like an ant to move the entire world. This was no longer a matter of courage, but a path of retreat. They had to brace themselves and fight. Rib. The frost spear struck the same spot in a frenzy. The eardrum finally expanded and turned into a hole, but it was still healing at a visible speed. If there really is a miracle. Emperor Yun's expression turned serious and he could not help but say. Now is the time. We have to enter the brain through the ear. This is the only way to win. His decision-making ability and battle talent were naturally astonishing. The moment they exchanged blows, he realized that his opponent was too terrifying. He could not break through his opponent's defense at all. Thus, he came up with a plan in an instant. He stopped his opponent. Initially, he wanted to pierce through his opponent's eyes and enter his brain. Who knew that he could not even break through his eyelids, let alone his eyes? He could only break through his weaker eardrums. Emperor Yun snorted coldly. King Xing. King Xing understood. He began to act quickly. He shrunk Emperor Yun's body at a crazy speed. However, he had already shrunk to the size of more than 60 heavenly emperors. In addition to Emperor Yun's size, it was almost beyond his control. Gulp! Endless blood flowed down from the Seengdi's mouth and nose, staining his 7 orifices. It was a very ferocious sight. With Emperor Yun's body size, I can no longer shrink to the extent of entering my eardrum because I have to shrink even smaller in my body. We're done for. He turned his head and looked at the celestial emperors around him. He suddenly wanted to speak calmly and tell them this despairing news. Now, it was useless to pierce her eardrums. Because he could no longer do it. However, he wiped the blood from his eyes and was about to tell the truth. King Seeng, hang in there. Please, you must use this power to save the world. We can't do without you in the immortal battle. The voices of the surrounding celestial emperors rang in his ears, constantly encouraging and shouting. These celestial emperors had been completely incited, and there was no way out. Save this world. The form monarch was covered in blood. He was a man of few words, and he didn't dare to tell the truth to attack these heavenly emperors. Fear, suppression, and shock. If he told them, how would they feel when they faced the ruler of the netherworld? Waiting for fate's judgment? This was simply too despairing. At this moment, he clearly understood that facing the reincarnation sovereign and the venerable sovereign was like looking at the death of reincarnation, the entrance to the netherworld, and the road to the netherworld. He himself meant. It was an irresistible fate. Facing death itself. As for the world they were shouting about, to him, this word was too unfamiliar and too stupid. In a daze, the king of fashion recalled a long time ago. It was a time when he was young, and a scene flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. In a classroom. Under the bright sunlight, a young man looked at the green grass outside. An old celestial stood at the top of the classroom and slowly wrote the word dream on the stone wall. Children, tell me what your dream is. The old man said. One by one, the students began to comment enthusiastically. Do you still need to say that? I want to become a celestial emperor. Ha ha ha, I want to save the world and rule the world. I want to become strong and protect the people I love. I also want to save the world. I want to become the strongest and receive the love of the people. I want to become the symbol of an era and protect the entire world. The old man smiled happily. Very good, children. This is a very good dream. We celestials have a future because of you. I believe that an era with you is full of sunshine and miracles. The old man suddenly called out to the unsociable youth who had been looking out of the window. Xing Sheng, what is your dream? Dream? Only kids talk about dreams, adults talk about reality, so I'll talk about the reality I want. I don't like to communicate, I don't like to get along with people, and I don't like to talk to people who are full of sunshine. I like to hide in a dark corner alone, smaller and smaller, so that no one can see me, and don't talk to me. He's really a dark guy. Always pretending to be an adult, very mature. His dead fish eyes are so scary. He's always so lazy and calls himself an energy-saving doctrine. He doesn't even play with us. He's too dark. I want to save such a loner. The teacher slowly pointed at the 2 words dream written on the high ground. A very interesting dream. No wonder your talent became an obsession, becoming smaller, becoming smaller. But I still hope that you can be more sunny. Life is full of anticipation for the future and glory. When he was a teenager, his memory of the classroom was blurry. As time passed, his young peers grew up and their edges were smoothed out. Save the world? Become a great man. Looking into the future. All their grand dreams had become unattainable, and they were torn into pieces by the cruel reality. He still remembered that many years later, at the scholars' gathering, time had worn down their faces. They were no longer young and excited. Time had filled the corners of their eyes with wrinkles. After a drunken night, a group of classmates cried. Our dreams haven't come true. Save the world? Become a heavenly emperor? The benchmark to rule the era? That's ridiculous. It would be an incredible miracle if the great Deva realm needs us to save it. Speaking of which, everyone's dream has not been realized. Xing Sheng, your dream is the only one that has been realized among our group of classmates. Everyone turned their heads to look at him. He was still curled up in the corner, like an invisible person. He was isolated and trying to shrink himself. Someone suddenly said. He said that it's not a dream, but reality. In that instant, there was dead silence. He looked at the people who encouraged them, just like back then. He had known since he was young that reality and dreams were two different things. Also, what useless things were he thinking about now? When people were about to die, they would always think of some strange things. We've already lost. He suddenly muttered. Even though he was a very realistic person, he did not dare to tell them the truth. He could only delay and try his best to make some movements to continue to shrink Emperor Yun's body size. Due to the crazy exertion of strength, large amounts of blood flowed down from monarch's face. The overload of strength had led him to death, and his body was broken. Maintaining the body size of more than 60 heavenly monarchs was his limit. With the addition of Emperor Yun, it was almost impossible for him to complete the burden even if he was a peak heavenly monarch. We've already lost. It was impossible for the venerable sovereigns to defeat him. He wanted to say this again, but he choked on his words and felt that he couldn't say it. He carried the weight of the entire world on his back. More than 60 heavenly emperors, Yun Zongjun and the Cloud Emperor, were all focused on him. You people should know that in the world of adults, there is no such thing as dreams. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. The King of Fashion's eyes were filled with a mocking smile. He was ready to speak. Sing Dig, hold on. You're just a little short. The surrounding voices were still lingering in his ears. He was silent for a while. Dreams and whatnot are too laughable. However, there's nothing to retreat from. I just don't want to die. He was still squeezing out the potential in every part of his body, shrinking and shrinking, as if he was crazily compressing his body, burning and breaking all matter, trampling them together again and walking towards death. He did not notice at all that an indescribable and enormous aura was slowly rising from his body. His mind was still full of wild thoughts. I just suddenly feel like going back and having another drink with them on a sunny afternoon. I want to hide in a corner and listen to them talk about their normal life. I just wanted to tell them. I only want to say one sentence. He clenched his fists and cried hysterically. I want to go back alive. To tell them. I've already fulfilled your dreams of saving the world when you were young. Boom. He was hysterical, as if the deepest part of his soul was roaring. His soul seemed to be flying. His talent broke through some kind of upper limit in an instant. His body emitted a 5-colored glaze radiance, and a sense of freedom and comfort surged from the depths of his heart. What am I doing? He widened his eyes. Emperor Yun's body suddenly shrank to the size of a soybean. It was exquisite and dense mass compression, causing the space around him to collapse faintly, as if he had turned into a high-quality white dwarf. Yes, I can. We won. It's already a success. Emperor Yun has become smaller. Ha ha ha, the path to immortality has been cut off. Today, we will continue. Countless celestial emperors were screaming and crying, and they were so excited that they were trembling. Yup, the model king threw away all the words he had wanted to say and turned to the crowd with confidence. Don't be afraid, everyone. There's no need to. To me, it's a very simple thing. I was 100% confident just now. We've already won the next round. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. You're a king of fashion, you've broken the limit. The great saint realm. Other than me and Yun Zongjun, the third one, Emperor Yun also laughed heartily in his heart. Kill. In the next second, he drilled into his eardrums at the critical moment, and his eardrums quickly recovered. It's finally in my brain, he was full of heroic bearing. He had also given up hope just now. He knew the ins and outs of a model king the best, and he could not do it at all. But he still tried because he couldn't tell everyone that he had lost and let them despair. At that time, he couldn't just wait there and had to do something. Furthermore, he could only hope that the king type would break through with a very small chance and create a miracle. He strode forward, his face solemn and cold, with a shocking battle intent. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he also sighed and whispered. Sing Dig, you should know that no one is born to be a king. A king is one who understands the horror of fear and despair, can overcome it, conquer it, and hide their fear to inspire the backbone of their companions. How could he not be afraid just now? However, he did not show it. As the king of all, he was not allowed to retreat. In the vast eras, many people would realize that the leaders of each era, the great emperors, would often have shocking charisma and become the backbone. But was their leader's charm innate? Was he born with it? No, they knew how to control and unite the hearts of the people around them, overcome fear, experience this, understand this, and have the possibility of reaching the peak. The so-called miracle is formed by small miracles. Breaking through the impossible, breaking the limit again and again. Emperor Yun strode into it and was surrounded by darkness. To them, it was as if victory was right in front of their eyes. He clearly understood that no matter how tough the surface was, there would always be a soft weakness. The core of the brain and the soft brain tissue could not be forged into steel bars. So what if they were like steel bars? As long as I can destroy even a little bit. To destroy that part. They were enough to paralyze the entire brain. This was the essence of flesh and blood life. This was also the essence of life. No matter how talented you were, how beautiful you were, or how strong the heavenly emperor was, you could not escape this fatal weakness. There were no exceptions. Our dream has been realized. At this moment, the reclusive King Seeing also began to roar. His face was like a child's dream. He started to believe in his dreams. Because he had really created a miracle. But the next second, the joy on their faces quickly froze. Where's your brain? Venerable Sovereign, Reincarnation Sovereign, why don't you see your brain? There's an unbelievably fine ocean of liquid in my brain, like buffer liquids. Is this monster still immortal? I can vaguely feel that there's something in the middle. Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth trembled. Not good. It's time. The Time Emperor has already. The heavenly emperor who controlled time couldn't hold on any longer and died of exhaustion. In the entire space of their brains, they only felt an unprecedented pressure descending from the void. The space actually shook and terrifying ripples were formed. Some kind of ultimate will was awakened, as if an ancient unknown beast was opening its eyes. A cold voice that seemed to hang high up in the sky for eternity sounded. Two eyes slowly turned over and looked at the shrunken Emperor Yun in the black ocean flowing in his brain. What are you guys still expecting? There are no dreams in the world of adults. Chapter 602. You're decorating other people's dreams. A lot seemed to have happened, but it was all in the blink of an eye. From the moment the eardrum was pierced to the moment it entered the brain, time had stopped for less than a minute. A minute was indeed enough to change the outcome of a battle. Even a second of being still was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. But the difference is too great. Emperor Yun's eyes drooped as he muttered these words. The fighting spirit in his eyes was still burning. It was just as he had said. He was also another Zhangji, just like how the Dao monarch of the mortal world, Zhangji, declared war on the path of the heaven-born in the Xiao kingdom. He roared in anger, but even though he knew that there was little hope, he still chose to declare war. He would rather be a tyrant who destroyed Xiao kingdom and be cursed by his descendants. Was he stupid? Was he overestimating himself? No, it was because he understood that someone had to start and explore the way. He knew that the secluded mountain prefecture lord was using him to test the waters, but he still chose to be used. Because the stage had already been set for him. This is it. Su Ji said slowly. Emperor Yun raised his head and looked at the pair of eyes that were looking into his brain. People always have to take the first step and let out an angry roar. Everything that happened today was to pave the way for future generations. He raised the spear high and looked beyond the pair of eyes in the sky. In the overlapping layers of viscous mysterious ocean, he pointed to a colorful crystal floating in the distance. You are not brainless. Your soul is just placed somewhere else. It is that crystal, right? What do you want? Su Ji chuckled. You're like a turtle in a jar. Now that your eardrums have healed, you're trapped in a cage, unable to even get out. Emperor Yun suddenly laughed and said, it's a cage and also the last chance in a desperate situation. You have to die before you can live. This is the inside of your body. How are you going to hit me? He took a step forward. Your world-shocking body can't descend here. Your tough punches and kicks are completely useless. On the other hand, my body has shrunk, and my body is no longer much weaker than yours. If you want to attack me now, you can only use your Dao skills and divine abilities to attack me. But that's not your strong suit. Emperor Yun raised his head and looked into the pair of eyes as if he was looking at the eternal sky, a cold ancient heavenly lord. Emperor Yun's eyes were cold as he continued. At the same time, I'm not only immune to punches and kicks, but I'm also immune to all kinds of spells, energy, and other talents. No matter what kind of attack it is, I can't die. His entire body emitted a glazed light, and his entire body was covered in a hazy silver. It was like a fog or a shadow, as if it was a projection of a high-dimensional world. All attacks were ignored by him. The qualitative change formed by the stacking of various talents was too terrifying. Su Ji's eyes went blank, and he laughed involuntarily. Who said? I'm famous for my body. Emperor Yun's face turned pale. Su Ji ignored his shocked expression and continued to say calmly, how could the Samsara official sovereign not cultivate deist techniques? Just using brute force to punch? The body was just one of the many divine abilities that had been used in battles over the years. In my mind, it's like walking right into a trap and being ruthlessly washed away by all kinds of deist arts. Kill! Emperor Yun shouted coldly. Under such circumstances, he had nothing to fear. He pointed his spear at the five-colored crystal magic core in the distance, and silver lightning streaked across. Hwala! In Su Ji's mind, under the gaze of the two huge eyes, a golden body of deist techniques appeared in his mind in an instant. It was formed by the condensation of endless deist techniques, light, radiation, and true qi. The golden body's expression was cold as it walked in the ocean of his brain. The terrifying qi spread and destroyed the world. All kinds of invisible divinized Tao techniques circulated. Die, he said. The golden body opened its mouth slowly and a ray of light shot over. Kakat. In the next second, Emperor Yun's body was covered in lightning. The terrifying lightning enveloped every inch of his body and disintegrated him into the most primitive energy particles, splitting him apart like a dense storm. Whoosh! In the next second, Emperor Yun slowly reappeared. The faces of the heavenly emperors in his body changed completely. This is too terrifying. The energy shock absorption has also absorbed 99% of the energy. The remaining energy has only fallen onto the pure energy body, but it's actually beginning to slowly disintegrate. They were all shocked. It was only at this moment that they realized that the terrifying physical body that they feared the most was just a one-sided story. The Dao techniques of venerable sovereigns were also extremely terrifying. They had not used them before because they were not worth it. It turns out that we've always been like ants. It was as if all of their pride and hope had been ruthlessly crushed. At this moment, they finally understood what was going on. They looked up and saw the cold eyes of the reincarnation sovereign and venerable sovereign. Looking directly at him meant looking directly at him. It was an irresistible fate. Facing death itself. No, we still have a chance. At the last moment, Emperor Yun slowly raised his head and said. When Emperor Yun saw the terrifying combat power of his original body, he was completely calm. He slowly clenched his fist and said, we are still immune to Dao techniques. We can fight. We still have many trump cards. He calmly looked at the pair of eyes in the sky. The time-stop space was just one of them. He raised his long spear high. Apocalyptic starburst. The world suddenly turned dark. Particles of energy condensed, revealing a color that did not belong to this world. The hot stars fell along with the meteors in the sky, shattering into countless small fragments. This celestial emperor with star talent had lost all his life and flesh. He burned everything and turned into brilliant fireworks. The sky was suddenly split open, and a path led directly to the monster core. Kill! Emperor Yun's cold voice was filled with killing intent as he strode forward. This spirit had infected all the heavenly emperors. They all pounced forward, using their lives as the price to combine their similar talents. Transdimensional fall. He stretched out his hand, and the talent of Emperor Feng completely exploded. Together with the other talents, it turned into an invincible attack. As if a supernova had descended, the space began to collapse, and an unknown black hole swept and absorbed the surrounding matter, light, shadow, and lightning. It was as if everything in the world was absorbed into it, leading to the unknown end. And NBSP, crack. The heavenly monarch that was controlling Emperor Feng was crushed, and the other three heavenly monarchs also died. Thunder shadow. Endless lightning cracked. The golden light pillars tore through the entire ocean in his brain, making crackling sounds as if the gods in the ancient creation myths had descended thousands of thunderbolts, shaking the heavens and earth. The sky was completely torn apart. Emperor Yun raised his spear and broke through his opponent's Dao techniques. He ignored his body's defense and took all the attacks head-on. Each of his heaven-defying abilities was not inferior to the time restriction. The heavenly emperors paid the price with their lives. Isn't this kind of attack enough? Emperor Yun's expression was cold and fierce. The terrifying flames around his body spread out in an earth-shattering manner. He broke through at a rapid speed and wanted to shatter the central demon core that was not far away. Then, let's try this move. He took out a rope and bowed to the sky. I don't ask to be born on the same day, but I ask to die on the same day. Kakat. The rope disappeared into the void and a faint connection was established. He took out a long spear and aimed it at his chest. He stabbed it hard, and a huge hole appeared on his body. At the same time, a hole also appeared in the venerable sovereign's spiritual body. Arg! He raised his head and roared. Wheel! Return! The mansion! June! Emperor Yun roared in anger and the clattering sounds did not stop. He waved the spear wildly and pierced his body. His body kept exploding and turned into surging silver electromagnetic waves, which exploded and condensed again. The Samsara official sovereign's golden body was also shattering and exploding. His boiling blood rushed to his brain. All the eras. All the talents. All the faith. All their lives. They are all gathered here. Emperor Yun's voice was deafening, this is my final and strongest trump card. Paper cutting. Kakat. In the void, a pair of black and white divine weapon scissors was formed and it slashed towards the powerful Dao technique Emperor. It brought with it a terrifying and chaotic impact. Wherever the scissors passed by, the physical particles would be reshaped and flattened, turning into huge 2D scrolls that laid on the ground. Boom! The venerable sovereign's Dharma form was hit. His entire body was flattened and turned into a huge two-dimensional drawing. It floated in the void like a thin piece of paper. Kakat. However, in the next second, the flesh and blood squirmed and bulged, and the rice paper gradually returned to its human form. He can even recover from this move. However, Emperor Yun had already taken the opportunity to break through by using all kinds of Dao techniques. He rushed straight to the demon core in the center. But I have already won. Kakat. He pushed away all the obstacles, grabbed the magic core, and squeezed it hard. Bang! The cracks were all over the place, and endless light burst out from the cracks. It was beautiful and colorful. Crush it, we've won, Emperor Yun roared, his eyes were extremely red. After sacrificing the talents of 62 heavenly emperors to self-destruct, we finally cut open all the paths. We have won. Dreams. It really came true. The rest of the Seeing Dim members were crying and cheering for Emperor Yun. They cried tears of joy. The era would remember this scene and engrave it in the eternal years. Within a cycle of tens of millions of years, history would record, on this day, the reincarnation sovereign, the ancient emperor who had cut across the entire immortal path, bowed his head. Hwala! A bright golden sun shone down, illuminating the path of the future. Tap 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 tap. A desolate breeze blew around them. On the dark earth, there were broken walls. A huge force had destroyed the entire cloud sky world. Su Ji walked through the broken land and found that the place had almost been shattered and could not be used for survival. It had turned into a heavily irradiated zone, which could be considered a naturally formed forbidden zone in the true sense. Life is but a dream. Who knows if they're not a creature in another person's dream? He suddenly used his little finger to dig in his ear and threw out a soybean, casually throwing it on the ground. I don't know when they'll realize it. From the moment I opened my eyes, from the moment they saw my eyes, they've been having a beautiful dream in my mind. The god of death was immortal. In the brain, one could create the world with one's eyes open and destroy the world with one's eyes closed. In the time between opening and closing one's eyes, it was the time to control life and death. You look at the scenery on the bridge. The person looking at the scenery is looking at you from upstairs. The moon decorates your window. You're decorating someone else's dream. In the world of adults, there are no dreams. Even if you have dreams, they are just dreams. Entering my brain is simply courting death. He laughed and felt helpless. Their bodies were fused into one, but there were too many gaps in their souls, and they were easily pulled into a dream in their brains. No matter how many groups there were, they could not compare to individuals of high quality. The civilization of the world ultimately focuses on cultivating Zerg heroes. He looked into the distance. Go back to hell and close your eyes again. Destroy that world of dreams and throw out all their souls. Chapter 603. Awakening from the dream and cruelty. In his mind, the dream continued. At this moment, the cloud sky world in his dream had already turned into ruins. However, this brutal war was finally won. Emperor Yun and the others defeated the Samsara Palace Lord and left his brain. The whole world cheered. Emperor Yun, Yun Zongjun, and Xing Di had returned with heroic figures. This was the final battle where their lives were at stake. But in the end, they created an incredible miracle. The immortal path was overturned, and their road ahead was indomitable. The entire cloud sky world was like cheese that was gnawed by mice. It turned black, and cracks and ravines filled the ground. Teams of celestials were moving back and forth, repairing this world that was riddled with holes, rebuilding and cleaning up the ominous signs of the land. Although we won this battle, the price we paid was too great. But it was all worth it. Yes, this is a stage that the ancient Forbidden Zone has set up for us. Although they are using us, it is also an opportunity. The Samsara official sovereign didn't bring Samsara with him. He traveled alone in plain clothes and was ambushed when he entered the mortal world. This was his weakest moment, but he was still so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, in the end, we gathered together with an extremely low probability and defeated fate, creating all kinds of miracles. Yup. The king of fashion has also created a miracle and broken through. Did we really win? Suddenly, I had a feeling of not knowing what to do, as if it was a dream. The celestial emperors of the old era have almost all fallen. All the familiar things are leaving us. Some people raised their heads, tears already streaming down their faces. Heavy rain fell from the sky, crying for the common people. Whoosh! It was raining heavily. Yun Zongjun, Xing Di, and the others were holding umbrellas and wearing black robes. They stood quietly in front of the tombs of the celestial emperors, crying in pain. The heavy rain was mixed with tears, and the wails of the celestial emperors were heard. But the world was still jubilant. 100 things had to be done, and everything was thriving again. However, the price to pay for this battle was too great. Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun only had a month left to live, but now they only had half a month left. The soul link had shortened everyone's lifespan to the same time as Emperor Yun and Emperor Xing, and Emperor Xing was about to die. However, as long as we win, all the chips we've bet on will be worth it. That was what they said. A new monument of heroes was erected on the ground. Countless family members cried and praised their courage for opening up the future for the distant future. In the last half a month of his life. In the end, Yun Zongjun had left. After experiencing this battle, he had completely come to terms with it and became free and easy. This man, who was once irascible and paranoid, who was also extremely timid in love and had a thorn in his heart, finally chose to find the thorn in his heart at the last moment. He found the reincarnation of the woman from the mortal tribe who had shouted at him as a hero when he had descended into the mortal world when he was young. Yun Zongjun was drunk, and he told her his true feelings. His face was red from drunkenness, and he said in a sobbing tone, "I defeated destiny, and I became a hero. Back then, I once mocked those foolish people, mocked those so-called heroes. It was obvious that they could not be defeated, but they still stood up and sent themselves to death. What a ridiculous belief and behavior. But today, I've also become the person I once hated the most." In the pouring rain, the woman who was as gentle as water was already looking at him from the Wuvai Sumi temple in the golden bamboo forest. Her face was covered in tears. "I like heroes, just like how I like you." The woman gave him the best answer. The lady walked into the hall with him. The two of them were a perfect match and the entire path of the Heaven-born offered their best wishes. He had gotten the happiness he wanted. King Xing also left. After this battle, they didn't choose to enjoy the cheers and love of the people. In the last half a month of his life, he left quietly. The so-called glory and praise of heroes, the songs of praise and poems for him, were never his home field. He was afraid of the excitement. He liked to be alone. He loved to curl up in a corner, looking at the mountains and rivers, feeling the passage of time. 3 days later, he returned to meet his former classmates. In a new gathering, he was still sitting in the corner of the room, listening to the conversations of his friends who had grown up with him. He was still curled up in the corner, shrinking and shrinking. He really liked this kind of atmosphere. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and murmured softly, his voice like a mosquito, "I helped you realize your childhood dreams. He saved the entire world." The surrounding people laughed radiantly and punched him in the chest. "You're really something." In the last half a month, Emperor Yun did not have any private affairs. He didn't leave his own time in the last moment of his life. He lived and rested as usual, choosing to sort out the scars of the war and rule the world again. He held all kinds of court meetings and was busy with all kinds of trivial matters that would be handed over after his death. Someone said, Emperor Yun had dedicated his entire life to his people. The last private matter in his life was for the development of the entire path of the heaven-born. This was the benchmark of the old era. However, they would eventually disappear in the vast torrent of history. They had won, but they had lost everything. The wheel of history is moving away. The Emperor Yun that we are familiar with, the great heavenly emperors of the ancient talent era, are all buried in the mortal world with victory. In the new era of Buddhism, talents have stepped into the real cultivation and are rising. Countless devas looked at the ruins, including the elderly, children, women, and young men. They suddenly recalled a saying from the Azura Deo. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turned to nothing. The green mountains were still there, and the sun was setting. Half a month later, the mortal world said. The sky was high and the clouds were light, it was vast and boundless. Under the setting sun, a grave stood tall with the words "Grave of the hero Zhangji" written on a stone tablet. He had built this grave for Zhang Xiao, Emperor Yun's lifelong opponent. The three of them stood on this land again and welcomed the last moments of their lives. I still remember that time in the Xiao kingdom, you roared and declared war on the Devas. It seemed unbelievable. In reality, I'm using my life to open up a path for the entire world, taking the first step. Emperor Yun looked at the grave and poured a cup of wine into the soil in front of it. Today, I'm just like you. I've let out the roar of an era. The only difference is that you failed. You thought that you had already succeeded, but in fact, you fell into my trap. And now, I had won with this roar, but... is that really the case? Xing Di and Yun Zongjun, who were standing at the side, had a drastic change in their expressions when they heard this. Don't tell me that our current victory is fake? The reincarnation sovereign faked his death and escaped. Was he still alive somewhere in secret? Was he preparing to recuperate and make a comeback? Emperor Yun stood in front of the gravestone and suddenly raised his head. He said calmly, "Our lives are coming to an end. Many times, was life a dream? It's really hard to comment on." He paused. "Regardless of whether it's true or not, we're all heading towards death, the end of our lives. This is indeed a beautiful dream of the rest of my life before I die. Even if this victory was like a dream, we still lived through the last years of our lives." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky and a pair of eyes appeared. They were like the sun and moon, and they carried the coldness of countless years. "I respect the heroes of each era. You deserve it." In the real world. In the mortal world, there was the Wu Vai Sumi Temple, the sacred land of Buddhism in the mortal world, a pure land. Su Yingluo clutched her Buddha beads and suddenly opened her eyes. She ignored the dazed Buddhist disciples around her and was filled with shock. Emperor Yun. He's been defeated. It's too terrifying. It's unimaginably powerful. Is he really just a heavenly emperor? In her eyes, everything seemed to be destroyed as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The ultimate creature formed by Emperor Yun was obviously immune to all kinds of Daoist techniques, punches, and kicks. It was clearly an undying and indestructible life form. He was beaten by fists and feet to the point where he had no strength to fight back. He had finally stopped time and entered the other party's brain, but it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. He couldn't see what was happening inside at all. In short, it was as if it had been forcefully destroyed in an instant. The soybean that he had pulled out from his ear flicked to the ground. It was the condensed corpse of Emperor Yun and the others. The entire process was so simple and crude that it made one's hair stand on end. In the depths of a forbidden zone, the New Age Bodhi fruit tree was also completely silent. He had explored his opponent's true appearance and seen through the existence's true body, but he had never expected it to be so powerful. As if the great Dao was the simplest, he had completely killed his opponent with his fists and feet without any complicated moves. Could he really defeat such an existence? He couldn't help but be puzzled. But in the end, they are the remnants of the celestial from the old era, relying only on their talent. People like Emperor Yun were eliminated and were born at the wrong time. They can't catch up with the most brilliant era. Even if they can't succeed now, they can use their lives to make a last contribution. To him, this was a huge victory. He had investigated the true appearance of the reincarnation sovereign in the mortal world and discovered part of his abilities. He had also captured Meng Po, who had fallen into the mortal world for reincarnation and tempering. At the same time, he had severed the foundation of the path of the Heaven-born. Now that the path of the Heaven-born was in chaos and in ruins, they no longer had the ability to encircle and annihilate the forbidden darkness zone. The war between the two sides. To him, it was a huge profit, an unprecedented victory. It's enough to explore a part of its ability and pave the way for the future. A faint voice rang out from the deep mountains. The new era will rise completely in the end. Isn't the so-called miracle only possible after many failed explorations and the roads paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood? However, all the people who had witnessed the battle in the dark were completely silent. They were completely shocked by this battle. Year 548 of Tianren, the 7th day of the 6th month. Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun were asleep, the secluded mountain prefecture lord plotted against them, the Devas surrounded the Samsara prefecture lord, and the venerable sovereign suppressed the world with a single punch. His combat power was unprecedented and shook the 6 paths and 3 realms. He was the first person in history to do so. Chapter 604. Encounter in the Netherworld. Today was an unprecedented day for the entire world of 6 paths of reincarnation. The path of the Heaven-born had undergone a huge change. The reincarnation of the netherworld and the hidden body of the venerable sovereigns had been completely exposed by an ancient existence. The netherworld, which only existed in ancient folk stories, had also completely surfaced. At this moment, it could no longer be hidden. People discovered that the ancient myths and legends of reincarnation were real. The reincarnation sovereign is the venerable sovereign of the entire world. An existence like this, a living being that lives in the cycle of reincarnation, cannot be defeated, cannot be matched. There is no need for the people of the world to fight back and anger such an ancient existence. Less than half a month had passed since this day. The path of animals, path of heaven-born and path of the mortal world had many followers. They believed in reincarnation and numerous Yama temples were erected. Some people started to offer incense. Guanman's reincarnation could no longer be concealed. It had been exposed in the tea house by the existence of the Forbidden Zone, and the entire path of the Heaven-born knew about it. At this time, Shang Guanman was still wearing a veil, her figure was beautiful, but she still didn't know her past life, and her heart was full of confusion. Venerable Sovereign, the Samsara official sovereign, had come to the path of the Heaven-born to see him secretly. Was he the one who caused the ambush? Everything started because of him? I'm clearly so ugly, so ugly. But at this moment, she knew that she could not be the saint of the path of the Heaven-born and no one would follow her. Thus, she chose to commit suicide and enter hell. If she was really a yin god in the netherworld, she would understand everything after she reincarnated. Kakat. A bolt of lightning streaked across. A narrow path suddenly appeared in the dark world. As they walked, light appeared. The light grew brighter and brighter, and finally, they saw a long road with bright flowers blooming on both sides. It was like an ocean of dreams. This road was filled with dead pedestrians. Upon closer inspection, they were actually heavenly emperors. They were densely queuing up. The number of experts on the road to the underworld was unprecedented. The ox-headed and horse-faced men maintained the security of the Yellow Springs Road on both sides. They looked ferocious and ugly, exuding a shocking pressure, giving people a cold and cruel feeling. That's Emperor Yun. Yun Zongjun. Shang Guanman is here too. The heavenly monarchs looked at the powerful beings behind them and couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had really lost. Everyone had fallen into the hands of that existence. From the moment they entered their brains, it was all kinds of unknown suicide. Perhaps it was already self-directed and self-acted, but they were still full of hot-blooded and struggling. Now that he thought about it, he was like a ridiculous monkey when he was roaring. I didn't expect to meet you in such a way. Mengpo, you've actually joined our path of the heaven-born. I even thought highly of you and thought that you would be a good junior. You're as talented as I am and have a strong ruling ability. Emperor Yun looked at Shangguan Man in silence. At this moment, any killing was meaningless. Shangguan Man was also puzzled. I don't know either. I'm actually a yin god from the netherworld, reincarnated from the path of the heaven-born. I'm clearly so ugly. It is indeed quite ugly. Yun Zongjun sneered at the side. Shangguan Man was puzzled. He touched his face and found that he had entered the Yellow Springs Road after his death. He had become wrinkled, old, and hunchbacked. Arg! I've become more beautiful. Shangguan Man covered his face and cried out in alarm. His sinister and ferocious ghost face was full of joy. The people around them were completely stunned. Could this be the art of judgment in the netherworld? Beauty with ugliness. Emperor Yun was also pondering in secret. He was greatly surprised. I see. In a world where life and death are opposing each other, and in a world where beauty and ugliness are opposing each other, only then can the netherworld view ugliness as beauty. Gradually, as people entered from both sides, Emperor Yun and the others finally arrived at a huge palace with the words Fengdu Yinzi written on it. Beside it was a mirror with the words Mirror of Sins written on it. At a high place, a ferocious-looking yin spirit in a judge's robe sat on a high place. He held a book of life and death and a judge's pen. Who is it? He asked. Emperor Yun. The middle-aged man spoke softly and looked at the judge above. From the moment I attacked, I knew the consequences. If I go against the underworld, I will have the book of life and death written off and seize power. This is a heinous crime and I will be sent to hell. In the Samsara Palace. Su Ji sat in his chair and closed his eyes slightly, waiting quietly. The secluded mountain prefecture lord is too ruthless. Su Ji slowly opened his eyes and felt a little helpless. As expected of the brain convergence tree that I've created. His original intention was to develop according to the traditional way, where Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun would fall into a deep sleep at the end of their lifespans, and the three great holy sons would race against each other, ushering in a new era. All kinds of talents emerged in large numbers, and the golden age of Buddhism descended. The gods of the netherworld also took the opportunity to develop the cultivation of Buddhism. As a force, as ghosts and gods in the netherworld, they controlled the power of the order of reincarnation. He had trained the small leaders first, and it would only be his turn after these small bosses were defeated. Who knew that he would look for loopholes and directly go to his own body? He's really a genius. Such a monstrous figure. The reality never goes according to the script. Su Ji sighed with emotion. There was no doubt that people with wisdom and talent were absolutely peerless talents. Would they follow the script? They calculated everything, looked for many possibilities, and changed things against the heavens. Each and every one of them was a hero of the ages. A peerless, ruthless man. Perhaps in the future, when the true great era arrived, the heroes of the era would rise up one after another and indeed have the ability to defeat him. He wouldn't be able to stop them from becoming immortals. After all, they had almost been defeated by the comprehensive combat power of the old era. Furthermore, the secluded mountain prefecture lord had indeed plotted against him and managed to escape unscathed. It seems that I have created a terrifying opponent for myself. Su Ji gave him a half-smile. He did not intend to use his own power to locate him with the nest sub-brain. If he used this method to defeat his opponent, then what was the point of creating him? Since he was a Samsara official sovereign, he would have to rely on the power he had to find him. After all, it would take a long time, and it would be interesting to fight with wits and courage. Ta ta ta. At this time, Shangguan Man slowly walked in and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I've caused you to be in danger. Your true body has been found out by others. Please punish me. As Mengpo, she had just retrieved her memories and understood her experience in the mortal world. Because of her reincarnation in this life, Her Majesty had gone down to investigate and attracted the scheme of the ancient Forbidden Zone. This time, she was the one to blame for being in such a dangerous situation. She had neglected too many things and attracted attention. If she had hidden part of her talent, it wouldn't have been so obvious, and she wouldn't have been noticed. To think that she still wanted to rule over the path of the heaven-born. This time, she had been reincarnated for more than 10 years, and her identity had been discovered. She had even been schemed against and ambushed, implicating His Majesty, and could only commit suicide to return. To her, this was simply a huge humiliation. Everyone needs to gain experience. Su Ji was sitting high up in the Hades robe. He said indifferently, a person's repeated trials are all about growing from failure. I can pay for it. Just pay attention next time. Shangguan Man was silent for a moment. Please punish me, Your Majesty. I no longer have the ability to take on the position of Meng Po. Su Ji shook his head. Remember the punishment for now and punish them in the future. It's only natural for you to be schemed against by that terrifying existence. When you grow up in the future, you'll just have to defeat him, and without you, it will be a great loss for the netherworld. Shangguan Man did not say anything more. After a moment, she said, then how should we deal with those losers of the mortal world who are on the road to the netherworld? Su Ji laughed and said, Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun were sent to the Avasai infernal hell as the leaders and suffered the pain of reincarnation. The leaders of the rebellions in this era would naturally be like Zhu Wuxian and the others. They would be locked up in the 18 levels of hell on arcade machines for others to play with and control their bodies. I'll find someone to develop their moves. Shangguan Man said. On the other hand, Su Ji was very calm. After all, some real people had to be put into the hell of arcade machines to communicate with Zhu Wuxian and the others and suffer together. Hell would become a real hell sooner or later. He could go against himself. However, failure came with a price. Furthermore, they were allowed to reincarnate. Their talents were too eye-catching, and they would be brought back sooner or later. If they were not allowed to continue reincarnating, hell was also a place for them to train and temper themselves. As for the other celestial emperors who participated, according to their crimes, they have all entered the beast path in their recent lives. Su Ji said slowly. He was not afraid that these talents would be brought back to the path of the heaven-born. As they had lost their memories of their previous lives, they were no longer part of the path of the heaven-born. At the same time, they had the power of repulsion and could only live in the path of beasts. Naturally, they were also part of the path of beasts. A large number of powerful and talented celestial emperors had reincarnated into the path of beasts. The entire world's structure was about to change. Yes. Shangguan Man turned around and left. Su Ji was silent for a moment and stretched lazily. After tidying up the arrangements for this turmoil in the netherworld, he slowly went out to take a look at the internet. Those netizens were very lively now. Chapter 605. This is a ruthless person. The online forums were in an uproar. It was a real pool of boiling water. The ancient forbidden zone exists. Capture the Samsara official sovereign alive. As soon as this sentence came out, the post was full of people because they had to grab hold of the current popularity. Screenshots. Screenshots. Pictures and text descriptions were displayed one by one. There was no other reason, but the development of this situation had exceeded their expectations. As they pieced together the screenshots, the scene in the restaurant made everyone completely silent. In the image, the Treeman couple sat in the restaurant, stunned. Their expressions were written on their faces. What kind of monsters were these two? The two existences sat in front of the table, chatting and hiding their killing intent. In the beginning, everyone was listening with great interest, until... Reincarnation Sovereign, am I the first person to catch you in this era? As soon as he said this, everyone felt like they were about to split apart. A thunderbolt struck their minds, and their bodies quivered violently as they felt their hair stand on end. This sentence was simply too pretentious. They immediately realized that the conversation they had just had was just a test. He had really caught the other party's weakness, and he had firmly grasped the other party's landing point. This kind of scheming, this kind of forbearance. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. When all the netizens saw this, their interest was completely aroused. This melon is too delicious. What the hell? A stroke of God. This layout is so cool. What kind of battle between immortals is this? He caught the opponent's true body in the vast sea of people. This is the game between fierce people, the hot-blooded between men's eat melon. The reincarnation sovereign. He had been hiding his identity in the netherworld and I couldn't see his face. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Everyone was in a heated discussion, their faces full of confusion. This was too beautiful. This was a true ancient powerhouse with demon-like wisdom. Soon, screenshots were sent out, and everyone was completely excited. They prepared the fruits and continued to watch with great interest. This was probably a big movie with a plot. Next, they saw the secluded mountain prefecture lord's unique personality. He was a logicist, a miracle scientist, and his ability to shoot his mouth off. He had managed to fool all the heavenly emperors in the tea house. He immediately analyzed. Only a living person can keep a secret. The reincarnation sovereign isn't omnipotent. Miracles are low-probability events. His explanation covered a wide range of topics, and many people did not quite understand it. They felt that it was useless to say all this. It seemed to be completely unrelated, but some smart people would ponder over his words and repeat them many times before they could understand the deeper meaning of his guidance. This was a psychological suggestion effect. It seemed that the three analyses were completely unrelated, but in fact, it was constantly reducing the fear of these heavenly emperors, hinting that their enemies were not invincible, and inducing them to struggle and hesitate in their hearts, and finally resist. What kind of godly person was this? Everyone's heart was filled with admiration and curiosity. This act is too successful. He won't be beaten to death. A veteran anti-fan netizen exclaimed, "This powerhouse from the ancient Forbidden Zone is more realistic." What kind of movies or novels would have an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years acting like a stupid Chuyunibia who did not know how to analyze the pros and cons, provoking, courting death, and getting slapped in the face in an instant? There was no such thing. That's why I'm always flaming him in the comments section. Everyone, learn from this. This is the correct way to show off. I'm completely convinced. It's a forbidden zone in ancient times. There really are ancient ruthless people. Everyone, listen to my analysis first. This is the true act tough king, a true powerhouse. I personally think it can be summed up as the law of the strong acting tough, the strong act tough towards the stronger, and the weak act tough towards the weaker. Everyone was speechless. They chewed on it carefully and immediately exclaimed that it made sense. Was there any meaning in those tall, rich, and handsome men driving luxury cars to pretend to be poor people? Any other person would have this ability. Was there any meaning to those fantasy main characters who had obtained a cheat and pretended to be strong all day long? It was something that anyone could do. There was no difficulty at all in the strong pretending to be weak. He only knew how to bully those weaker than him. What was there to brag about? But the situation was different. The strong pretending to be stronger was a difficult technique and an extremely terrifying challenge. For example, the secluded mountain prefecture lord was the real king of showing off. He was obviously very weak and had not recovered yet. He was only at level 5, but he dared to show off in front of the strongest venerable sovereign in the world, the supreme existence who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. This wasn't something an ordinary person could pretend. Why don't you try someone else? This was what it meant to be capable, this was what it meant to pretend to be elegant. Pretending to be skilled. He was acting coquettish. After listening to that analysis, it's simply awesome. Act tough, master, please accept me as your disciple. Master. I want to get a Peppa Pig tattoo too. I want to ride my electric donkey and show off in front of the Rolls-Royce. I also want to be strong and pretend to be stronger. In an instant, the screen was flooded with comments. These sand sculptures are full of strange theories. Some of the serious players were speechless. Acting cool was such a vulgar word that was not elegant at all. This was clearly the secluded mountain prefecture lord, who had planned everything out. However, it had to be said that this move was simply too amazing. Everyone, stop spamming the screen. Let's continue watching. That's right. Let him pretend for a while longer. Unfortunately, he's going to be beaten to death very soon. Everyone felt that it was a pity. This was a ruthless and ambitious man in ancient times. His schemes were amazing, but the gap between them was still too big. He had come out to catch the real body of the reincarnation sovereign and put on a big show, shocking the entire tea house. He had also strengthened his own power and even announced to the public that the netherworld was not omnipotent. All these actions were already very terrifying. But that was all. Who knew that in the next second, as more screenshots were sent out, the secluded mountain prefecture lord became calmer and calmer. He then said something that shocked the heavens and earth. I plan to kill you. An incredible miracle has been created. Today is the day when the world reincarnates and the emperor who controls the 6 paths of reincarnation falls. Everyone was dumbfounded. Another sentence that was full of style could be introduced into the top 10 golden sentences of the year, but it also made them explode in an instant. Her mind was blank. Kill the reincarnation sovereign. Giant wall. Will you die if you don't pretend? Wow. Was Master about to rush out of the universe? I didn't hear it wrong, right? All of a sudden, all the netizens were shocked. Everyone looked at the caption in the screenshot and couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of concept was this? It was already very powerful to act like an ant in front of an elephant. But now, he was smiling and saying, I want to kill you? Even the racer of Mount Harana, who had been driving like a madman, was rendered speechless. He thought that he was the leader of the industry, but to think that there would always be a higher mountain. However, following that, screenshots were sent out. The secluded mountain prefecture lord continued to talk about miracles and bewitched everyone. Then, he revealed a new card. Zhang Taiyuan. Outside the tea house, someone exclaimed. The source of God that sealed the 2 devas had also been destroyed. Seeing this, everyone finally understood that he had exposed the Samsara Palace Lord's true identity in the tea house not only to persuade them to attack, but also to draw their attention away. He had secretly forced the 2 celestial emperors to a dead end. The racer of Mount Harana, that's too strong. They're all connected. They're talking and fighting. This kind of scheme gave me goosebumps. I'm willing to call him the strongest. Shocked. And NBSP, okay. Even the first generation speeder was so scared that he peed his pants. Everyone was completely convinced. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was too strong. The ancient taboo of a generation who was so pretentious had done nothing but move his mouth. He had really created a miracle and made a move on the Samsara official sovereign. Voila! In everyone's eyes, the Samsara official sovereign in the screenshot had already stood up and was being besieged by the devas. He smiled indifferently. I no longer know how strong I am. The netizens were silent for a moment before they realized that a war was about to break out. He came to the mortal world alone without the reincarnation divine weapon. He's in trouble. I feel cold. After all, no matter how strong he is, he's just a heavenly emperor. Cool my ass. You all think that the secluded mountain prefecture lord is very powerful. Have you forgotten that he was defeated by the old generation? Only by hiding in the ancient forbidden zone can one survive. You're a bunch of pigs. Obviously, the reincarnation emperor, who is still calm, is the real super monster. Everyone reacted immediately. The Samsara official sovereign had defeated the secluded mountain official sovereign in the ancient era. His intelligence and talent were the most terrifying. Could it be that the reincarnation sovereign, who had always been calm, was the real act tough king? Brothers, I can already feel the overbearing aura of the venerable sovereigns from afar. The racer of Mount Harana cursed in his heart. Was the second act tough king about to make his move? Chapter 606. Miracle Crusher. Immediately, everyone's gazes became nervous. They were waiting to see how this existence would develop when he was surrounded and killed. Very quickly, the picture of the battle was released. The Samsara official sovereign had actually used an absorption technique. All the attacks from Emperor Yun and the others were ineffective and were reflected back. They're dead. I've also seen this kind of group attack resistance spell at the Great Joy Emperor's place. As expected, the Samsara official sovereign couldn't be bothered to care about it. It's because no matter how he schemed, it's just a matter of a slap. I crushed all the conspiracies with a single punch. I don't know how strong I am anymore. Now that I think about it, this is the true act tough king. All of a sudden, everyone was on the side of the Samsara official sovereign. Sure enough, the following screenshots were instantly destroyed, and there were no bones left. However, just when everyone thought that Emperor Yun and the others were dead, a new scene appeared. It turned out that Emperor Yun and the others had faked their deaths to escape and were secretly planning their tactics. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. Menmei was speechless. The alchemy monarch was speechless. Again? What kind of battle between immortals was this? CKU, you can even do this. It turned out that Emperor Yun did not want to fight at all. He just wanted to test the waters by joining forces with more than 60 heavenly emperors. Then, he would use his space teleportation talent to fake his death and escape when the venerable sovereign retaliated. Was he toying with them like monkeys? The racer of Mount Harana took in a deep breath and felt that it was time for him to calm down. This Emperor Yun's combat talent is too terrifying. The moment he was forced to wake up after being tricked, he came up with such a plan in the face of such a complicated and unfamiliar situation. Everyone was completely silent. None of these big shots were easy to deal with. Samsara official sovereign, it's too difficult for me. Why does everyone want to attack me? Using the weak to defeat the strong, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 jinn. Following that, they saw that during this period of suspended animation, countless terrifying talents merged together and Emperor Yun became an undying super monster with infinite defense and attack. He was terrifying to the extreme. Everyone's scalps were numb. All kinds of innate immunity stacked together. However, something terrifying happened. Even if they were all concentrated into one, they still could not defeat the Samsara Palace Lord. Boom! 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 Their fists collided in a frenzy, and all kinds of 5-colored light flashed across the entire land. It was as if 2 only gods in the world were engaged in a battle of the peak. Mom, there's a cheater here. This is the Heavenly Emperor? You're telling me this is the Celestial Emperor? Am I seeing things? If Emperor Yun was cheating, he could lock his health points, defend and attack infinitely. Then what is the Reincarnation Sovereign? Everyone was stunned and shocked. His heart was filled with excitement. It was too exciting. He had never seen such an enjoyable battle of wits and battle. All kinds of trump cards were used. Each of these big shots wanted to win against the strong as the weak. Even if they were extremely weak, they didn't despair. They wanted to create a miracle of fate. They were so bold that they wanted to defeat the Reincarnation Emperor. He's so handsome. In front of the computer, someone was so excited that he was shouting and pulling a group of dormitory students along. I now agree with the pride of these people. He's really too strong and too determined. Everyone watched it, and it was even more satisfying than all kinds of hot-blooded blockbusters. This kind of special effects, this kind of move, they all beat those movies, okay? Especially at the end, when Emperor Yun raised his spear high. At all costs. His life, dignity, pride, and everything else that he could give up. To defeat him. Defeat that unbelievable being. At this moment, it was like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. That burning and unyielding figure seemed to be forever engraved in the murals. It was too shocking. Many people quivered and instantly turned into fans. Following that, the 2 sides continued to battle at the peak of their strength. Emperor Yun used his talent to stop the time of the venerable sovereign's body and bombarded his ears madly. Finally, a small hole was blasted in his eardrum and he intended to enter it directly. However, the king form could no longer shrink. An extremely heroic scene appeared. Please, you must use this power to save the world. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. Dreams and whatnot are too laughable. However, there's nothing to retreat from. I just don't want to die. Ugh! The form Emperor in Emperor Yun's body let out a hysterical cry, as if it was roaring from the deepest part of its soul. When these words rang out, countless netizens' minds buzzed. They couldn't help but feel a strong resonance that came from their bones. Only children talk about dreams. Adults talk about reality. This sentence was too shocking, as if it was talking about their own lives. As they grew up, their edges were gradually smoothed out, and they were convinced by reality. They no longer believed in so-called dreams and miracles. They suddenly felt like crying. Really, weren't most of them the king of fashion? After entering society, he no longer believed in miracles. Dreams were something that only existed when he was a teenager and a teacher was teaching. However, in the end, he still created a miracle and found his original heart. Woo! You must win. He will definitely win. Emperor Yun and Emperor Xing will definitely win. At this moment, the hot blood of countless netizens in front of their computers boiled. They couldn't help but clench their fists and roar. Finally, as if everyone was roaring, a miracle happened. They finally broke through their limits and turned into the size of a soybean, drilling into the brain. Everyone was ecstatic. At this moment, their eyes were in a daze. They clenched their teacups and were in a daze for a moment. It was as if they had recalled their childhood dreams and believed in the miracles of this world. Work hard, work hard. As long as I work hard, I will be able to kill my way out of millions of people. The others said that I'm overestimating myself. A small county is good, but I've dreamed of becoming a star since I was a child. I've been drifting in Hungdian for 7 years, but I'm still holding on to this ridiculous dream. Believe that I'll be the second Baoqiang to make a name for myself. In front of the computer, many Beijing drifters who were chasing after their dreams silently shed tears. They planned to continue to hold on to their dreams and believed that there would be a miracle when they made it big one day. However, something terrifying happened. The world suddenly fell silent. A venerable sovereign slowly stood in the sky and said in a low voice, "What are you guys still expecting? There are no dreams in the world of adults." Whoosh! The wind suddenly became deathly still. It was quiet as death. The pitch-black earth began to turn silent. Everyone in front of their computers went silent the moment they roared. They gritted their teeth and their eyes were filled with horror. They just sat in front of their chairs in a daze. Pa-ta! He didn't know what was happening in his brain. The venerable sovereign slowly took out his fingertip and dug out a soybean from his ear, as if he had thrown away all the hope of the whole world. Then, he turned around and left. Who? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. He felt as if his entire body was frozen, as if he was soaking in the Arctic Ocean, and he could not breathe. Everything had ended so suddenly. The end of his dream was so calm that there was not even the slightest ripple. For a venerable sovereign, it seemed to be a natural scene. It was as simple as going to the supermarket to buy 2 caddies of vegetables on the first day of the new year, finding 2 rotten vegetable stems among them, throwing them on the ground, and then casually walking home. What are you guys still expecting? There are no dreams in the world of adults. At this moment, everyone felt as if someone was strangling their throats, and they could not say a single word. It was as if he had just witnessed a miracle and hope. He had just straightened his body like a man when he was cruelly castrated by reality, cutting off all his hopes and dreams. What was the most profound thing in this world? Although he was unwilling to admit it, the most tragic ending was the regret of failure, and it was always the most silent. After a long time, the racer of Mount Harana had mixed feelings as well. It seems like destroying them is just a small matter. I have to say, this is the true act tough king. Perhaps, we also call it. The miracle crusher symbolizes death and reincarnation, the end of dreams. Chapter 607. The new rules of the netherworld. Everyone was shocked into silence. The racer of Mount Harana was still typing. If you observe him closely, you will find that he has been calm from the beginning to the end. He sat in the tea house and watched the others create all kinds of miracles one after another. He talked about his dreams and determination, and then he counterattacked with all kinds of amazing skills, winning against the strong one. He's watching everyone's hard work and passion. Yes, he did not speak much and only watched quietly. He was not as talkative as the secluded mountain prefecture lord. I don't even know how strong I am anymore, what are you still expecting? There were no dreams in the world of adults. Just these 2 sentences. Everyone got goosebumps. These few short sentences revealed a strong personal emotion, as if a cold and eternal existence that had cut through the ages had cut off everyone's hope with a raise of his hand, bringing a sense of destiny of death, sinking into the quagmire and unable to fight back. Miracle Crusher, specialized in the study of certain mystics, philosophers, probability scholars. The racer of Mount Harana continued. He's too strong, he's too strong. He was indescribably strong. So what if he was able to find the real body in the mortal world with amazing reasoning? In his eyes, perhaps it was just an act, and he didn't need to pay much attention to it. He had seen too many miraculous counterattacks and brilliant strategies in the long history. What he wanted to do, without exception, was to gently slap it to death, then turn around and return home, leaving the path of humanity and returning to the netherworld. It was obvious that everyone was shocked by this. There were no immortals in the world, this was the true peerless hero of the ancient times. A single person had cut across the entire immortal path and blocked the path of each era. After thinking about it carefully, he was the strongest act tough king in history. Terrifying. Even across the ages, I can still feel the terrifying aura of an overlord. It's coming through endless time and space. That's my master. It's just 2 to 3 short lines, but they're all classics. The world calls him Miracle Crusher, and I would rather read his name as the Pretentious Terminator. Master, please accept me as your disciple. They finally understood that they had done all they could to their limits. At the same time, they didn't follow the usual routine and directly attacked the final boss, forcing him to reveal his true form. But what was the use? All kinds of amazing strategies? Miracle of counterattack? Looking at it coldly, it was about to end directly. There were many discussions on the internet. What did this mean? A big shot analyzed. It was equivalent to a new version update. This group of ancient existences from the old era had fallen heroically after a fierce struggle. If the previous version was called Emperor Yun's Reign, perhaps after this plot, the new information film could be called The Golden Age of Buddhism. The catastrophe is over, and the remnants of the old era are all dead. They are destined to be too old to board the great ship of the new era. At the same time, it is equivalent to paving the way for the new era and for the new era to prosper. Indeed. I highly suspect that the secluded mountain prefecture lord has such a plan as well. After all, with the departure of Emperor Yun and the rest, the absolute rule of the path of the Heavenborn would disappear. This would give others a chance to rise, such as the Forbidden Zone. Another example would be our beast path. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed so. If Emperor Yun and the others were still alive, the path of the Heavenborn would have 60 to 70 heavenly emperors. The first one would be to target the revival of the ancient Forbidden Zone and suppress the old rulers. However, they had defeated the most terrifying opponent, the Heavenborn, without any effort. The secluded mountain prefecture lord was definitely one of the overlords of the ancient Forbidden Zone. He had planned for everything. That's true. Even though the secluded mountain prefecture lord has gotten the better end of the deal, we're just following behind and enjoying the benefits. I reckon that many powerful beings will be reincarnated into the beast path. This is an opportunity for our Azura path. In the next era, the path of Azura will be at its peak. Our players will surpass their number of celestial emperors in the future. 70? What a joke, we have hundreds, thousands of them. The Dao of Azura is at its peak and cannot be stopped. Cough, cough, cough. It's indeed an update for the new version. The timing was just right. The second batch of open beta players had a total of 10,000 players. They had just finished the final match and were ready to enter. This is a new great era with many things to do. Ha ha ha, the golden age of Buddhism has arrived. A new batch of players has also logged in. Cloud sky is dead, and yellow sky will rise. Cough, cough, cough. The new version has been launched, but we've also met the ultimate boss. What should we do? It's too fierce. Everyone was discussing. It was obvious that the player's era of Great Voyage had completely arrived. In the future of the Beast Path and the Mortal Path, there would no longer be any terrifying heavenly human giant above them. At that moment, the entire forum was in an uproar. As a game that was open to the public, many players were still very enthusiastic about it. There were many things to discuss, and all of them were being debated endlessly. It was very lively. At this moment, Cat Jump stood up and explained the situation in Hell. Brothers, the emperors who were killed have all entered the netherworld and are lining up. It's very full. Just now, Meng Po suddenly came to me and asked me to design the skills and moves of Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun. Everyone was speechless. It was too tragic. Even after death, they had to be accounted for. Their crimes were extremely heinous, especially the two leaders, Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun. They were sent to hell. They were going to be locked up in the hot hell of the arcade game, to be played with and controlled by others, just like Zhu Wuxian. So miserable? However, he still had to design the moves. Emperor Yun's big move was the kind of kneeling. Yun Zongjun's ultimate move is obviously the body of cloud and mist, which can avoid and be immune to attacks. Some of them had been so touched and sorrowful just a moment ago, but now they were in high spirits. It was simply heartless to set up shackles for them. Oh right. Big brother, do you have any tricks to bring us to hell? We also want to farm, it's great to be with the final boss. When Cat Jump heard the question, she was not too sure herself. She said, In the new version, I think they will recruit a group of temporary workers to help manage Fengdu as ghost soldiers. Meng Po was also tricked by this move and felt a little regretful. It depends on what she does. She has the intention to recruit more people. I guess when new players come in, some of them will receive hidden quests. Then I'll choose the Netherworld camp. Temporary worker? The kind that managed a city? That's not bad. The new version was launched, and everyone was talking about new ideas and the battle just now. They kept analyzing the conclusion of the battle, and the more they analyzed, the more they felt that it was amazing. It was the optimal solution at that time. It was indeed a miracle to be able to achieve that level, but this level of miracle was not enough to win. Their analysis was also for the sake of becoming more powerful in the future. After all, this game had to be bald. Knowledge was power. Someone even posted, Dobeo's OEM factory is about to start working. I can already foresee a new wave of character figurines, statues, pillows, posters, and doujinshi coming out. Samsara official sovereign, Emperor Yun, secluded mountain official sovereign. 3 popular figures. Woo. All my migrant workers comics, movies, figurines, and peripheral products are unsalvageable. Please save the children. Why are you still following movies, anime, and TV series? Isn't this kind of plot good? Aren't the legendary characters in there handsome? In the midst of the commotion, many people even expressed, they wanted to enter the netherworld to chase the stars. Personally, playing with those few arcade machines, playing with the bodies of Yun Zongjun and Emperor Yun, controlling them, was much better than playing with his idol's figurines. This is probably the only place where I can have the chance to play with my idol, Doghead. Then, in the Netherworld, he could ask for an autograph from the Samsara Palace Lord. The Netherworld faction was still very tempting. Of course, there were also people who wanted to go deep into the restricted area and find the secluded mountain prefecture lord to be their teacher. They wanted to learn from him and become a philosopher or a clairvoyant. All in all, the new closed beta was thriving. The new era had arrived. Su Ji turned off the internet and did not continue to read the comments on the screen. He was happy to be free. One by one, the top mighty people died in the netherworld, causing it to be crowded. However, Meng Po was very serious about sorting out the crowded reincarnation in the netherworld. She did not need to do anything at all. Although I was caught in the air. However, my inner world is already operating in an orderly manner and on its own. He looked at the netherworld and then glanced at the arcade game Hell. It was a soul space. On the pitch-black land, Emperor Yun and Yun Zongjun were trying to get close to Zhu Wuxian, Su Huanzhen, Qi Tiandi, and the others. There were more than 100 existences that were trying to communicate. As the wisdom of the Inferno's incense was not lower than that of ordinary people, they were not discovered by Emperor Yun and the others. However, it was obvious that some of their ancient memories had been sealed for too long and had been forgotten. No matter how Emperor Yun and the others asked, they could not remember. Su Ji's gaze was calm as he retracted his attention from the arcade game Hell on the other side. The endless hell has also been formed. It will suffer endlessly, and suffer for all eternity. However, from another perspective, isn't it a new world as well? A world that doesn't need to be reincarnated. This place would become a world of its own sooner or later, with its own order. He calculated the time. He had set up a trap in the dark forbidden zone, created all kinds of ancient existences, and was inadvertently messed up. Now, he had been delayed for more than a day. In a few more hours, the ancient lava land should be almost done. Shi Xing's time would come to the world line civilization's defeat of the meteorite. It was about to become a reality. Tomorrow, Zack would probably appear and defeat Salah from the future. He would transform into his ultimate form, fly into the universe, and shatter meteorites to end the world. It was not just Shi Xing. Other planets, although they had not been deduced, were lucky enough to sit on the super-fast train and were also developing their civilizations. However, it was not as powerful as Shi Xing. However, they were still planets with different civilizations, gravity, ecological environment, and metal soil composition. Logically speaking, Carolyn should have planned to come over very soon and invite Azura over as a guest. Both worlds would have a friendly meeting, discuss the scientific outlook of development, and announce that the territory of both sides was sacred and inviolable. Should he bring some players and have a meet-up between the two worlds to travel there? I'm afraid they'll do something to embarrass themselves. Su Ji suddenly felt a little conflicted. However, the timing was quite appropriate. A catastrophe had just ended here, Buddhism had just begun to prosper, and a new batch of players was about to enter. A new temporary dungeon? Was it similar to the storyline of the ancient temple dungeon on Mercury? He thought about it for a while and decided not to think about it anymore. No matter what, there was still half a day's time. He had to wait until this world's light source radiation system and innate chi system were completely developed. Chapter 608. An Evil Planet. Su Ji temporarily left his clone in the netherworld. It was already dark outside. However, it was good to have a butler. He never had to worry about food and hygiene. His focus was completely on taking care of the orchard outside and the basement. For Su Ji, such a rural life in the farmland was very poetic. He leisurely ate his dinner in the living room, then sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and began to sort out the experience he had gained from the battle. After all, he didn't fight much, and he had to absorb experience. Now that he had personally tried it out, he realized that his battle prowess at the upper tier was truly quite exaggerated. Although Medusa could not be compared to him, and he would be killed in an instant, it seemed that there was no one else who could be a match for him in the Heavenly Emperor realm. There was no other reason other than his passive skill. His body was too hard. It was so hard that he couldn't even move it. However, my clone has cultivated martial arts, and that's the final form. My main body doesn't have the energy to cultivate this, so it's not that heavy. Su Ji felt that if his original body were to cultivate this thing, his weight would completely change above that of the true body of Nuwa and the true body of Pangu. He was afraid that he would really be 480,000 kilograms. He was a human tank. But in reality? No, martial arts might seem to have no threshold or bloodline, but it required too much energy. All kinds of supplements could be absorbed to accumulate energy. After all, where did weight come from? It didn't come out of thin air. He ate a lot of food and energy, so he needed more energy than other systems. That was why he didn't dare to cultivate this thing. When he practiced martial arts, the only thing he wanted to do was to nourish himself. The poor were educated, but the rich were skilled. However, it was obvious that after cultivating this third system, he was indeed extremely strong. It was too difficult for me. Su Ji felt that it was still a problem with his energy. It had limited the progress of his entire cultivation, and it was the only thing he was stuck in at the moment. After all, he had deduced the realm systems one by one, and the foundation he had accumulated was enough for him to break through to become a level 8 god. However, this matter could not be rushed. Although he had just cut a wave of leeks, the harvest was not small. We have to increase our farming efforts. Su Ji's mind was filled with new ideas. But the farming area on Mercury is obviously not as wide as the one in that small universe. It seems more convenient there. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He looked at the starry sky outside the window, went back to his room, and fell asleep quietly. He only felt fatigue sweep over him like a tide, and soon his consciousness was submerged in sleep. An average celestial emperor of this level would not need to sleep for a long time. However, Su Ji was not only used to it, but he also slept for half a day because of his bloodline. The pain of an immortal was so simple and boring. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Su Ji got up, lifted the blanket, and stretched lazily. He felt very comfortable all over. All the furniture in the house had been reinforced. He was fine usually, but he could not control his power when he was asleep. One breath could destroy the house and the bed would be crushed by him. After all, this weight was no joke. Su Ji's brows suddenly twitched, as if he had been summoned by some living creature. It's Carolyn. Su Ji immediately realized that it was a means of communication that he had left behind. It was probably from the other side of the universe, right? After all, she hadn't gone to see it for the past few days. She was in charge of ascending to the planet every day. Even if she was an extremely powerful high-level god, it was still very hard for her to spit out 100 acres of land every time. Even if they were the hard-working little bees that created planets. He was probably exhausted to death. It's my fault. I didn't go to visit her and bring her some food every day. I've been busy creating lives in the Forbidden Zone for the past 2 days and even got ambushed. I forgot that she's been working herself to death here. Su Ji felt ashamed. He should at least have brought some food with him and cheered him on by the side. He directly entered the small universe world and took a look at the development situation here. If she really wants to have an exchange with the world of the 6 realms of samsara and bring some players here to develop the ecosystem. Su Ji more or less had a bad feeling about this, but he still had to see how it would turn out. After all, the Buddhist civilization there was flourishing, and it was indeed about to develop. The void civilization of the small universe world also needed to develop. Voila! Su Ji appeared in a flash. At the center of the world was a huge yellow planet that was emitting a hazy halo. Around it were small planets of various colors that were like a cluster of stars. They were moving in a specific orbit in the air, rotating in all directions. Whoosh! A porcelain god with long hair and a body as white as snow stood quietly in the sky above a planet. What happened? Su Ji walked over slowly. Caroline pointed at a stone star in the distance. They shattered the meteorite and ushered in a new era. Su Ji followed his gaze and saw Zack, the Great Elder, and Cyborg number 18. The world line that he had deduced earlier was happening in reality. The concept of full God, the planet that created the entire universe, standing on the world line of the past and the future, was already familiar to them. Even though they could no longer predict the future of the era after breaking through to the Celestial Emperor realm, they didn't know that the concept of full God had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. Creating a planet, standing on the world line between the past and the future, the creator was a god. From the perspective of deception, the great power of creation was somewhat similar to the original version. That's Cyber-Tan. She then looked at the other side, a sci-fi planet full of high-rise buildings. Fire seeds with self-awareness, which are similar to Dragon Balls. A special mechanical civilization that is embedded in the mechanical armor inside the body. Su Ji followed her gaze. The two civilizations were both flourishing. A group of heavenly emperor-level powerhouses had appeared. As for the other civilizations, they didn't have much time to predict the future for them. They were still in their primitive times and belonged to the type of natural overgrown weeds. She smiled and said while standing in the starry sky, at this time, there are a total of 17 planets with various races and civilizations living on them. However, if you think about it, it's similar to the ancient lava domain back then. Each domain is the stone wall domain, the searing fire domain. It's like an expanded ancient lava domain, and those separate domains are like small planets. Su Ji also subconsciously reacted. That was indeed the case. He had a deep understanding of it and replied, it's just enlarging it step by step. In essence, it's the same. If it's a small village, what's divided is the people in the houses in the village. If it's a country, it's divided into towns and miniature universes. Naturally, it's planets. Carolyn also laughed. This was the nature of the world. The small circles formed large circles. Living beings lived in a circle, just like a rank 7 heavenly emperor who broke through to rank 8 god. It was as if he had jumped out of the river of fate and transcended the mortal world. In reality, he had just entered another big circle, another cage, being watched by beings of a higher dimension. The truth of the world was that simple. She said, I called you over not only because it's almost time, but also because I thought that I might be able to have a friendly exchange with the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's also because of the appearance of an evil planet. Were the two worlds really going to have friendly exchanges and visits? Su Ji took a deep breath. He didn't expect her to think about this all the time, but it was only natural. Everyone had the same basic system, and they were all radiation sources and innate chi. Communication would benefit each other. He still couldn't bear to reject a model worker. Also, you discovered a planet that's very strange? Su Ji said in surprise, it should be a planet that grows naturally, right? How strange is that? He was curious on the spot. This was because both Shixing and Cyberton's mechanical planet were man-made by them. It was not that they could not be certain, but there were traces of their man-made actions, and they were forced to follow their path. But it also lost the unknown. Nature was great. It gave birth to all the incredible miracles of life in the world and had more possibilities. Some species that were born from nature had some special characteristics that they could not imagine. Or rather, it was a completely new unknown path. It's very strange, she pointed at a medium-sized red iron planet. Their life form system is unbelievably strange. They have no physical body and form creatures with a special radiation frequency. Perhaps you can call them digital. Chapter 609. The essence of life is just a pixel, 2 in 1. Digital? A digital camera? This was Su Zhi's first reaction when it came to digital products. Then, he inexplicably thought of the red and white game consoles from the 1980s and 1990s, the Little Tyrant, the King of Fighters, Poochie, black and white color pixel blocks, and then Mosaic. Digital planet? How strange was it? Su Zhi felt that as a partner of the planet, he had just returned to his inner world, the world of 6 paths of reincarnation, and perfected the worldview of a few ancient forbidden zones, and this place had already brought him a new surprise? As for the topic of friendly negotiations and interviews that he had brought over with those guys, he instantly ignored it. After all, he had just come back to his senses from being an online gamer of that world. Digital? Su Zhi asked. Digital, perhaps you can call it that. Carolyn was indeed a crazy life scientist who was passionate about the modification of life structure and genetic engineering. As you know, when I first created the cells of the entire race, it was the crystallization of the biological civilization of the Isidores. This is a special high-energy cell with a special foundation. It's very simple, like a clay football, without cell walls, cell nuclei, DNA, and other complex structures. It's just a delicate and precise soccer ball structure, and it has endless possibilities. This was no exception. After all, the original idea was that one was all, and all was one. The cells of this entire race were originally the race of crazy scientists known as the Protoss. They believed that the ultimate structure of genetic programming was the most perfect basic life programming form in theory. And why were there infinite possibilities? It was precisely because its structure was extremely simple that it formed one, equipped with all possibilities, and possessed an infinite future. The power they spoke of was not based on the current level of technology of the Isotardians. They believed that in the distant tens of thousands of years, when their own technological civilization had developed to an incomparably profound level, this entire race structure would still have infinite possibilities. The simpler it was, the more possibilities there were. It was in line with some sort of unspoken logic. Digital. Is it related to the cells of the entire race? Su Zhi reacted. Yes, I am. Caroline smiled and said, as you know, the cells of the entire race no longer have a genetic programming spiral structure. Su Zhi understood this. Nowadays, most life had a DNA position that stored the information of the life code. However, the cells of the entire clan had been simplified to the point that there was no hereditary genes, so Su Zhi had no idea how to carry on the family line. Carolyn explained, what's the fundamental role of a life's genetic bank? We once carried out the genetic engineering program for the people of Isodar. The wise men of the entire civilization worked together to analyze the spiral structure of tens of billions of genetic sequences and discovered the function of the genetic structure library. The main reason was that the physiological structure of a life was too complicated. To be able to differentiate into bone cells, hair cells, blood cells, and all sorts of other complex structures, the amount of data stored within would naturally be huge. For example, if a person was injured, only bones would be left in that area. On the bone cells, completely different flesh and blood cells and skin tissue would have to regrow. How would that happen? It was necessary for the bone cells to store the genes of the flesh cells in order to generate flesh cells that were different from one's own structure and repair the body. Therefore, almost every cell had a gene bank that reproduced other cells such as hair, bones, and blood. As long as there was one cell, it could theoretically rebuild a person, which was why there was such a complicated database. And what were the whole clan's cells? There was no differentiation of other cells, only the purest type of clay cells. That's why there's no need for such a complex genetic database, and that's why there's no need to be afraid of being infected by the Grand Unified Virus without a genetic library. This is the strongest virus immunity we Isodeans have invented. Su Zhi was speechless. He immediately reacted. You guys have been thinking about the Grand Unification Virus all this time? You can't forget about this deadly zombie virus that destroyed your civilization. The Grand Unity virus is targeting the genes of this life to carry out some kind of antidote, and the infection targets the genes. Now, they have even come up with a direct cure. I don't have genetic DNA, I'm one. Let's see how you can infect me. He was too ruthless. It was only at this moment that Suji understood the entire race of the Izadale's life structure. It was a product of massive technology and a strong sense of resentment. Back then, when the Pillar God virus couldn't infect the entire planet, I knew it was the virus nemesis. The reason she was able to infect number 18 was because she was not a pure-blooded cyborg with the DNA cells of other creatures. Suji thought about it and said, the entire race does indeed have infinite possibilities. It's possible that the future will really be the life structure of the only true God who created the world. After all, what was the ancient Chinese saying? Chaos was one, and one gave birth to all things. Pure clay life cells. It seemed simple, but the technical content required to achieve this step was too huge. Right now, the entire race could indeed create all kinds of things. Clay cells could create all kinds of life, although they were essentially just clay creatures with an appearance. As for black hair, it was just a string of clay with meaty coloring. Suji sighed with emotion. So, this digital life now is related to the cells of the entire race? There's some connection. With a calm expression, Carolyn extended her hand slightly, and a translucent screen appeared in front of her. On this screen is this evil planet's 200 years of civilization evolution. Voila! In the image, a planet rose into the sky. It was the moment of the first ascension. It was a medium-sized planet. The snow-white ceramic planet was as beautiful as a piece of art. It had a total surface area of 100 acres, and the internal structure of the planet was composed of precise true energy meridians. Its function was also very simple. It was suspended in the air, emitting gravitational waves, and absorbing the living beings on the planet. Voila! Soon, a white porcelain god standing in the starry sky gently stretched out his hand, and a large amount of soil and glaciers covered the white porcelain planet. He threw some life and plants that had been prepared long ago and were suitable for the gravity and ecological environment of the planet, and began the initial reproduction. The protagonist of this planet had a simple structure similar to that of a paramecium. It was half the height of a human, wrinkly, and did not seem to have high intelligence. When it reached adulthood, it only had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child. The trees were all kinds of short shrubs, and there were more than 10 types. As vacuum plants, without the protection of the atmosphere in the cold and lonely vacuum universe, they had already evolved to the point where they could absorb ice from the planet to replenish water. In addition to the paramecium, there were also some simple structured animals that completely belonged to wild beasts, such as beetles and small animals. They were the lowest level of wild beast life. At that time, the early stage of the planet's intelligent life was completed. Carolyn said, I don't have too much hope for this planet. Although intelligent life has already been developed, their intelligence is really not high. They are only 6 or 7 years old like ordinary children. I believe that even after 1,000 years, it is still just a simple primitive civilization planet. At most, they can only build houses and wield wooden clubs to resist the invasion of other alien races. Indeed, his IQ is too low. Suji replied. This was very normal. During the initial deduction, most of the computing power was put on the whole race. The other species were wild. Although most of them had different levels of intelligent life, the number of species with medium and high intelligence was still very small. Most of them were low-intelligence life forms. They were placed on planets to make up the numbers and become the protagonists of the era, but they did not have much hope. After all, in the entire universe, the lowest level of life planets naturally had the most. And the ones who put in the heart's blood were the main characters of the 2 eras, Stone Star and Cyber Tan. What happened after that? Suji asked. He lowered his head and looked at the primitive planet of Paramecium. It was a very primitive and savage forest, and there was nothing strange about it. However, generally speaking, there would definitely be no species evolution on this planet in 200 years. These Paramecium were definitely still Paramecium, the lowest life form. It wasn't the time flow of the creation era. Could it be that low-level species like them would actively evolve? Self-evolution was an ability that only highly intelligent species had. When they embarked on the path of cultivation, they would take the initiative to improve their life level. After that, something special happened. It's also beyond my calculation ability. As expected, the miracles of nature can't be guessed by calculation. They have infinite possibilities. A strange expression appeared on Carolyn's face as she once again controlled the semi-transparent screen to play. This is the history of their development for the next 200 years. Take a look for yourself. Su Ji turned his head to look. On the large screen, the development of the entire planet was clearly recorded. It was like a fast-forward movie. With the passage of time, paramecium and various plants formed the ecosystem of this world. These insects had a short lifespan of only 5 to 6 years, but their reproduction speed was comparable to that of ants. 40 years had passed by more than 10 generations, but it was only enough for some slight population differentiation to occur. The paramecium had evolved from pure emerald green to emerald and dark green. The time for normal evolution is too short. After more than 100 years, the division of the population and the adaptation to the environment will only lead to a change of skin at most. When Su Ji saw this, he felt that the days were going on just like that. But Su Ji suddenly saw the note of fate. He could clearly see a grass-leafed insect pushing away the thick soil and entering the core, directly touching the main body of the entire clan's cell planet. After that, when the paramecium reached its breeding period, it could not find a mate and would lie on the ground, facing the entire planet in its spring. When Su Ji saw this scene, he felt that it was quite normal and did not have any special emotions. It was like he had seen two indescribable puppies on the road. After all, he had seen a lot of such creatures in nature. Many animals were like this. It was a very normal life reaction. For example, poodles that had entered a certain period could also face the air. Have you seen Animal World? Even dolphins would look for all kinds of kayaks or other small boats during this period. However, the next second, he crashed on the spot. This was because he saw many paramecium worms that could not find a mate for survival reasons. They began to face the entire planet like this. What Su Ji saw next was that this strange behavior had become a habit of this race for more than 10 years, until one day, the entire planet suddenly became pregnant. A planet. She was actually pregnant. It gave birth to a wailing porcelain paramecium. Ulu, ulu. The short and wretched father of the grass-leafed insect cried out. The insect pheromones sent out a signal, and he cried tears of joy. He was too weak to find a mate and could not have offspring. This was a gift from the earth. He firmly believed that this child was extraordinary, that he was the descendant of the entire planet in him, a great and sacred life. He walked out of the underground and held the baby high. Crow. Lu. Hwala. A ray of golden sunlight shone down, as if it had forever imprinted the origin of ancient myths into history. When Su Ji saw this section of the planet's biological evolution history, his mind was like a thunderclap, and he felt as if his entire being was splitting apart. Yes. A short period of time isn't enough for a creature to evolve greatly, but the scuffle between creatures is also a way to evolve a new species. Carolyn's expression was also grave as she stared at the small ceramic grass-leafed bug. She calmly said, "This race doesn't know that their era has begun a brand new era. And the history murals won't remember the glory of this era. Even I have to admit that this is a miracle of life. It's very difficult to replicate because there's a life isolation between species. After that, I've tried this many times, but I've never succeeded. I've also experimented with species from other planets, but I've discovered that I can't produce offspring with my entire race. This case seems to be the only one. In the end, I could only attribute it to the fact that the genes of these paramecium worms were very special. They produced some kind of strange chemical reaction with the entire clan and fused with them. They were actually able to produce normal offspring that could survive with the entire clan. In addition, the probability of success is unimaginably low. I've tried again, but I've never succeeded. The miracle of life." Su Ji also sighed with emotion. The genetic difference between the two species was not absolute. Tigers and lions had an extremely low chance of giving birth to liger beasts, but most of them were deformed children. It's amazing. He had mastered the ability to evolve, but he could not understand the secrets of evolution at all. The evolution of life was always full of incredible miracles and future. Perhaps in the future, he would reach level 10 or 11. Only by becoming a true god of creation would one be able to understand the essence of life. Boom! Su Ji could clearly see that with the birth of the first special ceramic paramecium, it gained a huge advantage due to its massive weight and began to breed continuously. It continued to be intimate with the earth and used a strange fire totem to perform a sacrifice, making the process extremely grand. The era of offering sacrifices to the clans was born. As they passed on generation after generation, their genes were close to the genes of the entire race's cells. Their strength increased, their weight increased by more than 70 times, and their structure became extremely simple. Their cells turned into simple leather balls. Like the cells of the entire race, they gradually lost their own genetic sequence structure. What would happen when a species lost its own genetic structure? Su Ji saw it. These ceramic grass-leafed worms had lost their original tentacles, skin, and cell structure. They gradually turned into a pool of mud, and each of their clansmen did not have the same appearance and structure. His appearance was all kinds of mud. It was as if a little boy had casually used clay mud to create a bunch of strange creatures, and there were no similarities between the entire race. Wooloo! They roared. These primitive creatures thought that Mother Earth had punished them. Although it made them stronger, they lost their sense of self and became deformed. They began to hold all kinds of strange tribal rituals in a frenzy. Without DNA genes, this species has lost its inherent form of life. Su Ji's expression became strange. There are all kinds of descendants, but no one wants to. He has all kinds of looks. Then, something even weirder happened. The disease of the god of the earth Sin was still in Manian, and the structure of their round cells had become more and more simplified. The cells were reducing at a crazy rate, and the size of the cells was also expanding at the same time, to the point that they were almost visible to the naked eye. It was also becoming more and more deformed. Like lumps of randomly made clay monsters, their gene strands were completely shattered. When Su Ji saw this, he was shocked. Is he going back to his roots? A creature that has lost the stability of its genetic chain will degenerate from a multicellular organism to a single-celled organism. But Su Ji's worries were unnecessary. They continued to degenerate, becoming a creature made up of hundreds of thousands of cells, and then they were completely fixed. Only a few 100,000 cells. When Su Ji saw this scene, he felt that the scene was extremely shocking. Those who didn't see it wouldn't be able to understand this visual feeling. If you told an ordinary person that a large creature with only a few 100,000 cells was too scary, it would be difficult for them to understand. They would only reply with an "oh" because they could not imagine it. He didn't understand the concept of 100,000 cells. Then, you told him that a normal Isodar person's cells were about 100 trillion cells. There was a comparison, and 100,000 was just a fraction of a fraction, but it was still unimaginable. But when he saw it for himself, he was shocked. It was like a bunch of pixelated creatures, pixel animals, and large pixel particles could be clearly seen. Su Ji was getting goosebumps. What kind of strange-looking creature was this? Caroline was also silent for a moment, before she said with a myriad of emotions, "Do you now understand how strange it is? Just when I thought I was powerful enough, the miracle of life brought by nature made me realize how insignificant and ridiculous I was as an individual in the vast universe." She looked at the low-pixel animal. In a sense, life is nothing more than a composition of particles. According to the picture resolution of our modern isodal people, the resolution of our human beings is a high-definition animal calculated by trillions of pixels, and our mosaic can only be seen under a microscope, but now. She stared at the pixel life in front of her. And this monster in front of us seems to be 1080p in our eyes. From a higher dimension, it's like looking at a two-dimensional creature. Other than the fact that life was a circle, she also stated another fact. The essence of the world was originally a pixel made up of particles. The evolution of life is always full of mystery and the unknown. Carolyn continued to broadcast the entire planet's footage of this mysterious creature. Clearly, this wasn't the end of its degeneration. These pixel creatures soon began to fight among themselves. At the same time, with several generations of evolution, they quickly got rid of the spherical cells. As the spherical cells were too soft and did not have a strong ability to build, they were quickly abandoned by themselves. In just 50 years, from spherical-shaped primeval cells to large-sized cells, they began to form squares and octagons. Thanks to the cell block structure, which was as hard as bone cells, they could finally stand up. He was no longer a pile of mud. In Su Ji's eyes, it was as if the world had changed. He saw pixelated animals fighting each other, and even trees were made up of pixel blocks. Looking at the pixel planet, it was as if he had seen Minecraft, a bunch of square animals starting a heroic forest war. Chapter 610. The Pixel War. Boom. Two groups of pixel animals were fighting each other in the primitive jungle. One group was made up of octahedron pixel blocks, while the other group was made up of cubes. The first pixel war. Cube vs octahedron. The battle between the two pixel cube-like creatures stopped because of the huge defeat of the cube-like creature. Animals made of square cells were more compact, but it also led to them being too stiff. They were far less agile than the movements of octagon-shaped cell structures. The cube-shaped creature retreated in defeat. This is a rough pixel creature made up of large cells. This is a truly strange civilization. It's different from the past. After all, they're all civilizations of flesh and blood and humanoid life forms. They're too uniform. This kind of structure is very special. The creatures without DNA might develop into different civilizations. Su Ji sighed with emotion when he saw this. He continued reading. Years passed, and even more terrifying things happened. The entire planet's evolutionary history was simply magnificent. Half a year later, the square pixel animals were defeated by the octagon pixel animals. They could only leave the core of Mother Earth and lose the ability to reproduce. In desperation, for the survival of their race, they could only try to attack other plants and other beetles. Crow. Lu. The square tribe cheered. Under the bright sunlight, the offspring of a pixel animal and a vacuum plant was born. It was a pixel seed, and the entire tribe was planted on the ground like a holy fruit. 3 years had passed. A pixel tree grew. The trunk of this tree was not the traditional circular shape. It was square-shaped and rooted in the ground. It was dark and shiny. Even the leaves were regular green squares, formed by smaller green squares. Through the special leaves, the sun could still shine down in mottled spots, making it beautiful. At the same time, these pixel trees had absorbed the entire tribe's radiation clay cell talent. They were even more adapted to living in a vacuum and had more and more leaves. An old elder of the pixel tribe was very excited. At this time, the tribe had learned how to record their own civilization. He picked up a stone slab and silently carved the glory of this moment. Crow. Lu. Under the fine sunlight, countless primitive savage animals surrounded the pixel plant and cheered. The living beings of the later generations flipped through this dusty slate and saw the oldest tribal myths and history engraved on it. They recorded this scene as the eternity of this planet. Su Ji's expression changed slightly, and he said in a strange tone, "They can even produce offspring from trees." Smiling, Carolyn replied, "That's why I said that it's strange, a very strange race. However, this is only natural, and even inevitable." She explained, "What's their most prominent characteristic? As a living being of flesh and blood, without the most fundamental foundation of life, the DNA genetic chain, it resulted in them being composed of simple blocks. They seemed low-level and crude, turning into the most primitive creatures that were close to unicellular organisms, but in reality, it's because there are no genetic sequences and no genetic isolation." Su Ji was silent. Genetic isolation, also known as reproductive isolation. In the natural world, anyone who had studied high school biology would know that any life form would be isolated in this aspect. This was due to the difference in the genetic DNA strands. But what if they lost their genetic sequence? This special species could combine with any life form to produce a more unique life form. Is it another kind of infection? Su Ji looked at the originally small vacuum plant. Its original characteristics were the same, and its appearance was similar, but it had changed to a pixel style. This was a cell structure that was different from the entire race. Although it did not have DNA, it still had the material of flesh and blood cells. It could also allow the original species to retain its original characteristics to the greatest extent. I don't think it's an infection or assimilation. It's definitely different from the pillar god virus. It's not bad and doesn't have the ability to destroy natural disasters. Caroline smiled and said, "I have observed them carefully. They are not extinct life species. They are just descendants of other creatures, and they have become a new kind of cell structure." Su Ji nodded. "In theory, yes. But this planet has been occupied by them. Even if they don't destroy the original ecological plants, the space will be compressed and they will soon go extinct." The coming era was obvious. The pixel tribe began to combine with other creatures like beetles, trees, and animals, giving birth to all kinds of new people and expanding their population in preparation for war. On the other side, the octahedron pixel tribe was not to be outdone. They began to try to assimilate animals and plants, but they found that their octahedron crystal body structure was not suitable for assimilation. As a result, they began to retreat during the war because of the lack of population. This time, it was the octahedron tribe's turn to be defeated. 10 years had passed. The whole world, the pixel planet in front of him, even the trees were square pixels. It could be seen that their expansion was terrifying. As for the octahedron pixel tribe, they were being madly suppressed and were on the verge of extinction. In the end, they found their own way out and found that they could assimilate many dead things. For example, various ores and crystals. As a result, they began to turn into beautiful and extremely hard crystalline pixel animals that quickly launched a counterattack. Su Ji was speechless. It was one thing to have children with living things, but this side was even crueler. They could even give birth to dead things and stones? This isn't about giving birth. Some of our clansmen are actively devouring some of the metal structures, making their structures closer to the hardness of gemstones. Carolyn's expression remained calm as she said, "Don't forget that I was originally a clay and ceramic cell life form. Towards crystals, they are of the same type and have a strong compatibility. It's good that it's not birth." Su Ji's expression returned to normal. It was still acceptable for him to eat stones and metals to increase the hardness of the structure. Soon, the third pixel war began on the planet. This time, both sides had made progress. It was the Flesh Cube tribe versus the Ore Octahedron tribe. The war lasted for more than 20 years, with both sides winning and losing. At the same time, there were no real living animals in the world, and they had all become pixel cell structures. Their appearances had also become regular. It was no longer the slimy, round cells that could only lie on the ground like mud. Instead, the cubic cells were now inlaid, able to stand, and their appearance had become more regular. As it was a mosaic creature made up of countless square cells, it was even a little cartoonish. Furthermore, as the era structure increased, their bodies were no longer like paramecium, and they no longer walked on 4 limbs like beasts. Some of them even gradually separated from their 4 limbs and turned into pixel tribesmen who walked upright. Without the fixed form of genetic inheritance, they could still change on their own. Su Ji was speechless. Was this one being all? Was this the one that gave birth to all living things? Was this the one that had infinite possibilities? Su Ji looked at the planet and had a deep understanding of the term life of all things and mother of all things. This is their current situation. Carolyn's expression was grave as she said, "This is extremely strange. I am unable to guess what kind of changes will happen in the future." Su Ji's expression also became strange. Can you imagine the pixel games in the 1980s and 1990s? It was a creature made of a pile of rough graphics. They formed a planet. It's very interesting. That's right. After combining with the cells of the entire race, it has actually become a planet with an unprecedented DNA-less genetic chain creature. Voila! As the two of them chatted and laughed, they left the history of the planet's development that they had been observing for 200 years and slowly descended on the planet. The trees were not in the shape of a pillar, but rather, they were tall and square trees. Animals were also made up of various cubes, but their colors were not singular. Instead, they had eyes and mouths. This showed how terrifying the entire race's cells were. A single cell could replace all the differentiated cells. The 2 delicate porcelain figures walked on this digital planet. Their exquisiteness was like 2 different types of life. 2 exquisite and elegant gods in high definition stood in the world of rough mosaic quality. Right now, they are no longer the original paramecium. They are considered a new kind of life, and their intelligence is also developing at a crazy pace. Especially his weight. It's very heavy. Although it doesn't matter to us, we still need to be careful. Caroline smiled and said, "The 2 tribes are still fighting, especially the square pixel tribe. They are addicted to looking for new species and expanding their population. If they see us, they'll probably want to kill us and turn our descendants into pixels too." Su Ji was speechless. He was so ruthless that he even wanted to kill a new creature? Expand a race branch? Su Ji was silent for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and looked at the square trees around him. He was not in a hurry to study the ecology. Instead, he said, "This tribe is full of savages, violence, and slaughter. They are like wild beasts that only know how to reproduce and fight. They have no civilization. We should also create some disasters to oppress them and encourage them to develop. Carolyn replied, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Right now, the two large tribes are approaching each other and are at peace. This is because they no longer have any conflicts. The octahedron tribe is still worshipping Mother Earth and reproducing. As for the square-shaped tribe, they can reproduce like normal creatures. One lives in the core, while the other lives on the surface. Carolyn nodded her head. She was also extremely interested in the development of this civilization. A life form with crude flesh and blood without an NDA was a completely different life form. She said regretfully, it's just that the grand unification virus is a genetic evolution virus. It's not effective on them. Otherwise, we could have used it again. Su Ji was not surprised. Didn't you say that you wanted to invite the Azura Deo from another world over for a friendly negotiation and an exchange of civilizations? Carolyn nodded her head. The communication and discussion of Deo between the two worlds were all part of the same system. In her opinion, it was necessary. After all, both worlds were ruled by the ancient gods. It was only natural for them to have friendly exchanges and mutual improvement. Then the two things in front of us, just combine them into one. Su Ji smiled and said, if we let these Azura Deists survive in this world and communicate with each other, war will definitely break out between the two sides. Caroline was shocked. She frowned and quickly said, after all, he's guest. We should treat him in friendly manner and be polite. You should know that these square pixel tribes are very barbaric, primitive, and violent. When they see different creatures, they will tie them to the tribe and try to give birth to new lives. Su Ji shook his head, his expression extremely calm. It's fine. They're already used to this. Chapter 611. Visit in progress. Carolyn was still unable to react. In her eyes, these were two different things. To invite the Azura Deo of the Six Paths of Reincarnation world as a guest, the exchange of civilizations between the two worlds would naturally be held on the most prosperous Stone Star and Cyber Tan, the sci-fi planet. This was the only way to show the strongest strength and respect of their side. On the other hand, the digital pixel planet in front of them was still in the era of indigenous civilization even though 200 years had passed. It was very crude, and this was not the way to treat guests. Moreover, with the savagery of the natives, they would definitely capture the Azura Deo. The consequences would be unimaginable. They're still guests after all. If we let them help our world develop its civilization and work for us, wouldn't that? Said Carolyn after thinking for a moment. Su Ji laughed. Many gods were like this. Over the long years, the concept of life and death had also become thin. They would not pay attention to the vast number of living creatures, but they would still pay attention to the existence of the same level, just like how people respected others. Would humans respect insects and microorganisms other than their own kind? A normal person would not look at how many ants or bacteria had died in an ant nest. These were two different dimensions of life. There was no such thing as human rights. She respected the other world ruled by her, a super ancient god. Don't worry. Su Ji's expression calmed down and he explained, Azura warriors are a very hot-blooded race that is full of fighting spirit and likes to challenge difficulties. Carolyn couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Is there really such an upright race? You'll find out after a while. Su Ji sighed with emotion and said with a smile, they are keen to solve problems for anyone. No matter how painful it is, they will work hard without complaint and will never give up. As long as they are given some insignificant rewards as a reward. In fact, there are many times when there's no need to pay. You don't need any reward. Carolyn was puzzled. How could there be such a creature in this world? Su Ji continued, they're very carefree, and in the process of helping you, they'll take the initiative to collect the reward themselves. They'll pluck the feathers from the goose when it's gone, and not a single blade of grass will grow. You even have to be wary of them plundering everywhere to avoid excessive losses. I see. To sum it up, you're a very hot-blooded, upright, and stingy thief who likes to challenge difficult things? Carolyn was deep in thought. She felt that there was something wrong with the situation and that it was contradictory. Su Ji listened to her description of the general situation and also felt that something was wrong. Isn't this Chairava, the one who can't work? However, perhaps she has already seen through the nature of those guys by accident. She is indeed a genius scientist. It is indeed powerful. Su Ji thought about it in his heart. In the end, he felt that this was a great idea at the moment. Killing two birds with one stone, it could also be considered as solving the big problem in his heart. The two of them flashed and were also covered in mosaic. They directly transformed into their own kind of creatures and walked on this land, observing their primitive tribe from afar. After a few days of observation, although they were brutal, their killing was not bloody, because their limbs were all marked. This is a planet that abides by harmony and friendship. Su Ji sighed with emotion. He walked around the surface and found that the square tribe's civilization had already developed into a regular ecosystem. It was an ecosystem where flowers, trees, animals, and plants were all assimilated and reproduced on their own. The surface was where they lived. As for the octahedron tribe, they lived in seclusion underground. They followed the most primitive style and reproduced with Mother Earth in order to continue their own population. At the same time, they were more and more assimilated by the ore, turning into creatures with octahedron crystalline gemstone pixels. They would not invade each other. They had already occupied their own territories and entered the peaceful area. It's been 213 years, and it's developed to this extent. Even Su Ji found the planet's unique ecological tribal environment to be unbelievable. This might be the myriad heavens and worlds that he wanted. Every world had all sorts of mysterious and unknown life forms and structures. If they were all flesh and blood, it would be too boring and monotonous. At the thought of this, Su Ji said to Caroline, "They should be able to come in soon. Didn't you say that we should develop a diverse civilization? The characteristics of their species can indeed evolve, and perhaps it will bring us a surprise." Surprise, it was indeed a surprise. Su Ji was in the living room with his chin on his hand and a serious look on his face. He snapped out of his daze and looked at the bright and beautiful morning sun outside. In the morning, he got up and went to Caroline's place to check on her. It had only been a while, and it was only 9:30. Perhaps it is time for the second batch of players to hold some special instance dungeon activities. "Here's your breakfast," the ceramic butler girl came out with the dishes and handed over the food for the day. "Yes." Su Ji took his breakfast and, taking advantage of the early morning's free time, leisurely browsed through the forum. In the online forums, just after 9:30, a large number of new players began to log in. There were 10,000 players in this batch. They were thrown into various parts of the animal path. According to their combat ranking, they were divided into animals, insects, and plants, and they were transformed into various ecological animals. Pokemon, here I come. Super evolved form. I've already figured out my own evolutionary path. The Steel Garuru. The novice village is undoubtedly the path of animals. When I become rich in the future, I will enter the netherworld and play an arcade game, playing with Emperor Yun's body. I'll let him understand how powerful I am. Feel the fear. Big move, forced knee hit by an arrow? I want to enter the path of humanity and go to the ancient Forbidden Zone to find the big boss. I want to learn from him and learn how to act tough. The strong will always act tough. Wow! My large saber is unable to endure the thirst. Su Ji was very relaxed in the countryside, but it was only 9:30 am, and the entire forum was already boiling with excitement. It could be said that he was extremely high. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Almost every day, there would be a big development in the plot, which was extremely exciting. Especially yesterday, when Emperor Yun and the others were defeated, the plot scene, the battle of wits and courage, and the wisdom that was shocking. And today was the beginning of a new era. This new batch of players had entered the game. Yesterday, Emperor Yun and the others, the remnants of the old era, had already died. How could they not be excited when Buddhism was flourishing? Ding! Ding! Suddenly, an announcement appeared before everyone's eyes. This update will turn on screen recording mode. You can record and broadcast it to the public when the time flow is different and you can't do a live broadcast. Recorded broadcast. Everyone burst into tears on the spot. Is he finally out? Of course, he liked taking screenshots, but it was too cumbersome to keep taking screenshots of certain things and then connect them into moving videos. Now that this function was available, it was simply a great benefit. This hardcore task force is becoming more and more humane. It can be recorded and broadcasted, which also means that there's more content. Is it because they know that our batch of players will definitely improve in the future and will often enter the other two paths? Is that why they are especially open to us? I'm so high. There were different opinions. At this moment, everyone felt that this was the best era. Before this, they had only witnessed the vast wheel of history in the live stream of images and images, heroes writing epics, civilizations writing songs of praise. And today, the legendary history that belonged to him had finally arrived. On the other side, in the path of the heaven-born, Yuan King Hua was still the celestial emperor breeding pig. He was in charge of producing hungry ghost path warriors to replenish the combat power that the path of the heaven-born had lost recently. However, as his mate, Bai Ziajun, with the help of Yuan King Hua and his Calabash sons, took advantage of the Cloud Sky Realm's extinction and sneaked out. I'm free. This tree man stood on a mountain in the animal path and roared with tears streaming down his face. The scene was still fresh in his mind. Mom, you must remember to come back. The 7 children's eyes were glistening with tears. They looked like jade sculptures and were very cute. I'm your dad. Bai Ziajun touched their heads. But he left in the end. He could still clearly remember the group of lovely children and the reluctant farewell of the children's mother, Yuan King Hua. He couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. I'll be free from now on. He grabbed the sarara that he had brought out from the ancient Buddhist temple. As the number 1 Buddhist inheritor, he was naturally very confident. Especially now that he was already at the 5th step. Although he was not a celestial emperor, he was already very powerful among players of the same realm. The new open beta has begun. He thought about it and sneaked around the animal path. He planned to meet up with the players to study the physical Buddha and defeat the other branches. However, the next second, from the shadows of the forest came the sound of footsteps. A horse's head slowly walked out from the darkness. The reincarnation sovereign has set up a new stage to recruit all the Azura Deo in the world. I wonder if you are interested? His voice was gloomy and hoarse, as unpleasant as the scraping of metal. Bai Ziajun was slightly stunned. He asked respectfully, can I go to the netherworld? His heart was burning with passion. Hidden mission. A ray of light at the end of the tunnel. Soon, many new and old players were randomly invited. A piece of news on the internet was also completely stirred up. As expected, the second information piece has opened. The prosperous age of Buddhism and Daoism, the farming flow of the netherworld has officially begun. Didn't I tell you? The main storyline of the battle style is to fight against the inferno. The main storyline of the farming flow is to help the netherworld farm. I'm a newbie. Hidden mission. Nice. According to the numbers, they found that most of the players who received the hidden mission were new players. This group of little cuties kept showing off on the internet and were very happy. But it was inevitable. Now, there were only 100 or so players left from the old batch. Out of the 10,000 new players, most of them were new players. Jumping Cat started explaining. Don't be anxious, everyone. This is just a pre-selected quota. Did you see that they only came to inform you to train hard and wait for the assessment? I heard from Mengpo that the requirements for the assessment have been released. I have to reach rank 3 cultivation within a month and practice both Buddhism and Taoism. Only then can I be selected. Only the top 300 will be selected. I heard that the reincarnation sovereign is in charge of the recruitment this time. We'll return. The mansion. June. Everyone was immediately excited and their hearts were burning. Who was the reincarnation sovereign? The dream crusher, the terminator of posturing, and the remnants of the old era that they had seen with their own eyes yesterday had all been destroyed. Who could resist such a terrifying force? It was good to have a spy in hell. He could reveal some hidden information to them at any time. This was the importance of increasing the NPC's favorability. Look at the cat jumping. You thought he was working for free, but the favorability of the NPC increased. This was a chain mission. With such a high requirement for talent, it must be a super hidden mission. Could it be that they're selecting their trusted aides? It can't be taking in a disciple, right? All of a sudden, everyone was excited and extremely excited. Of course, there were also some big shots who directly guessed. It's very likely to be related to the previous Samsara official sovereign, who was doing something. Didn't he disappear with the reincarnation? This world isn't a threat to him, so he might be planning something in the outer realms. The outer realm, another world. Yes. The stage that is set up may be a high-dimensional world or space-time that we can't see at all. Everyone had goosebumps. It was really difficult to see through the Samsara official sovereign because he was too mysterious and powerful. So ruthless. You're only a mere celestial emperor, and you're already busy with other worlds. This world of 6 paths of reincarnation is a broken world, just like the ancient temple of hell. It has only monopolized it in the recent era. In the more distant era, there might be some hidden opportunities or secrets, so it is working on this. How fast was the flow of time inside? Su Ji had his breakfast and leisurely made it all the way to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The top 300 people had been gathered in the morning. They were especially hard-working, and their aptitudes were definitely not bad. Then, let's begin. Su Ji elegantly took a napkin, wiped his mouth, and put down the fruit. In the netherworld, Meng Po looked at the players and told them the truth. This time, the official sovereign and another world realm expert will be having a discussion and will be visiting each other. You will be part of the visiting group. Another world? An interview? Exchange? At that moment, all the players' expressions changed. The significance of this was too great. Another world or whatever, it was simply exaggerated to the extreme. It should be known that the other worlds had yet to have any world civilization exchange. They had thought that they would not get their turn in the 3 realms, the lava land, or the ancient wood planet. But who knew? Right now, they were going overseas as a civilization representative for a friendly visit? I didn't hear wrong, did I? This is the rhythm of making a fortune. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. I want to see foreign countries. A pretty little girl from an alien civilization. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red. Soon, under Meng Po's lead, they passed through another world. A vast planet and universe appeared in front of them. Planet? Universe world? These 300 players felt a surge of excitement, and they could not help but swallow. This was a universal civilization. They were all dumbfounded. At this moment, a white porcelain creature dressed in a priest angel's robe and holding a scepter said elegantly, "Everyone, welcome to our world. I am the first priest under all gods." Chapter 612. Complete Autism. Full Spirit? A god official? They quickly muttered to each other as they looked at the mysterious alien who was covered in white grease and wearing a gorgeous priest robe. They secretly gave him a look. The priest's under me. His entire god seems to be the supreme ruler of this planet in the universe. This is too scary. He's going to rule the planet and the universe? We're going to get rich. Ha 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 ha. It's probably those guys who couldn't get in. I can already imagine the despair, helplessness, and pity in their eyes when they missed this opportunity. The players laughed and even felt a little smug. On the day of the first beta, strange encounters, special missions, class change dungeons, and hidden classes were the treatment of the protagonists. The first high priest, on the other hand, was very calm. Seeing that they were so arrogant, he thought that this was the characteristic of this race. They were very bold and often did exaggerated actions like having epilepsy. He even showed a trace of pity. There were all kinds of civilizations and races in the vast universe, and there were also many with incomplete genes. However, such races often went extinct after a short period of time. What a weak and ignorant life! He really didn't understand why 2 full gods would want to communicate with such a weak and narrow miniature world, and even treat it as an equal. In his opinion, it was completely unnecessary. Only he himself knew that the full god who created planets, walked between the past and the future, transcended dimensions, had a great power comparable to the law of causality. However, he still maintained his professional and gentle smile. Facing Meng Po, he introduced it in the language of the 6 realms of reincarnation, "This is our world. Standing here in the vast universe, you can see everything clearly. What a terrifying world!" Shangguan Man was also silent, only now did he know that he was a frog in a well. She had come from the streets, unlike the first priest, who was born sacred and had not experienced anything. She was more observant and could see that the first priest looked down on them, but it was natural, just like how the city people looked down on the country people from a simple village. The players also stood in the endless void world and looked out. It was as if he was looking at a beautiful oil painting of the starry sky. There were many floating planets with countless lives and all kinds of ecological environments. None of them were dead stars. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Every planet here is huge, comparable to a world. This small universe is 10,000 times larger than all the worlds we have seen combined. At this moment, all of them opened their mouths wide in excitement and confusion. It was as if Granny Lou had entered the Grand View Garden. What was big? This was called big. It was like the admiration of inland people who had only seen lakes since they were young and had seen the sea. At this moment, most people would fall into silence and collapse from their inferiority. The first divine priest looked at the natives, waiting for their reaction. However, they laughed out loud. This is too good. This trip was so satisfying that we exploded. This is the advantage of following the Samsara official sovereign. He has already established diplomatic relations with other worlds. Everyone was floating in the air. What did it mean by a small step for mankind, a big step for Earth? This was it. When Apollo landed on the moon, it thought that it had transcended the era, but now, it was nothing compared to him. They had just entered the game, so they didn't play any games. They took a big step into the space civilization and interacted with each planet. This was too ruthless. The game planning team blew up, and they took screenshots like crazy, as if they were a tourist. Pat 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 pat. As he recorded the video, he could already imagine the envy and jealousy of others. Even Bai Xiajun felt that his suffering had come to an end. The sadness of his family being separated had dissipated a lot. This was the arrival of a fortuitous encounter. The first high priest fell silent. Could it be that they've lost their minds? They've been too shocked, so why are they all so excited? Shouldn't she be in despair and feel inferior? Don't be rude, Meng Po looked at these people and warned them in a dark voice. Yes. They quickly made a respectful gesture, knowing that Meng Po was the leader of this world-famous exchange and was communicating with the first divine priest under her command. The rulers of both worlds had not arrived. But of course, they weren't worthy of being received by such a person. At this moment, the first high priest was leading them forward, passing by planets. These players were also extremely excited. They frantically recorded and took screenshots, taking as many pictures as they could of the planets along the way. Although they were not very detailed, they felt that it was getting more and more terrifying. That planet looks like a science fiction planet. It's full of tall buildings and mechanical skyscrapers. There even seem to be space armors and spaceships. I can't see clearly, it's too far. However, this planet alone is as big as a world. What are they doing on that planet over there? Oh my god, a huge golden energy dragon flew out of the ground? They were high up in the clouds, and countless people were praying below? What are you doing, making a wish to the dragon god? I really want to go down and take a look. What kind of mysterious civilization is that? It's so interesting. It was too cool. They kept passing by and looking at the planets, feeling extremely excited. There were too many possibilities in this vast world. This was the real sandbox world, and it was as huge as it could be. There are all kinds of civilizations on these planets. Just going to one of them makes us feel like we can play until we're old. At this time, the Grand Priest at the side was completely lost. He introduced directly, these planets are all created by our God the whole God. All the planets are the children of the whole God, including us Grand Priests, who are responsible for repairing the planets. Everyone was dumbfounded. The planets were all created by God. Planets can be repaired? How to fix it? He could repair a bicycle whenever he wanted? He didn't expect that the first divine official had the power to repair a planet. This was too terrifying. They were instantly unable to understand. This was far beyond their scope of knowledge. At first, they thought that these netizens were all keyboard gods, so what was there to be proud of? Why are you acting in front of us? We are all very knowledgeable. We have seen 8 to 10 kinds of top civilization systems, and we have also seen the destruction and birth of civilizations countless times. We have even seen extraordinary concept worlds such as parallel universes and world lines. However, right now, creating a planet. The first high priest was pleased to see their expressions. He was finally frightened by their expressions. However, their expressions of shock only lasted for a few seconds. He was happy and excited again. This is too terrifying. A full god, Could it be considered a kind of creator of a planet? A huge planet life form is constantly spitting out small planets. Is there really such a huge life form? Everyone's face turned red. The first divine official was speechless. He felt uncomfortable. What kind of weird creatures were these? Why did they only know how to laugh? A silly smile? You don't understand their language, so you don't know what they're laughing about. He suddenly didn't want to receive these guys anymore. He was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that this place was really strange and sinister. His hair stood on end. At the same time, the screenshots and videos they had were continuously sent out. The major research institutes and the players were all shocked. A planet-level civilization. This is an even bigger world. Have we finally come into contact with this level? A low-leveled civilization that far surpasses us Earthlings, quickly record it. Hurry up and record. This is the most precious data. According to the current images, it seems that this universe also uses a vacuum system. Could it be that the ancient Huaxia people had already stepped onto the ancient path of stars before the world shattered and the Six Paths reincarnation was only a small fragment while the world before us was the main world that shattered? In the research institute, all the big shots were analyzing and organizing their thoughts. After all, the development of the ancient Hell Temple was too far away, but it was a beautiful and prosperous ancient era. It was very likely that this universe planet was also a fragment of the world from back then. After all, although the systems of the two universal civilizations were different in general, they seemed to be similar. At this time, as they continued to fly, they finally arrived at their target planet and slowly stopped there. At this moment, all the players were completely silent. They could clearly see that this was a pixel-like square-shaped planet. Square trees, grass, and animals were all made of blocks. It was like the famous game, Russia. Have we transmigrated into a retro game with pixel graphics? It's not in the same dimension as us. At the same time, they also thought of this kind of sandbox game, Minecraft, and a certain controversial game, in the mini-world. This is your home, and also your trial. The first divine priest left them on the ground and left with Mengpo, not willing to pay any more attention to them. Let's go to a planet and see our civilization. He said to Mengpo, and the two of them flew away. A group of people stood on the ground. They looked at each other and shut themselves up. Survival in the wilderness? This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the gravity of this planet was too terrifying. It simply pressed them down, and they felt as if they were carrying a few 100 pounds of weight on their backs. He even limped when he walked. Does anyone know what the hell this is? It's like a harmonious and friendly world that's filled with mosaic. Someone muttered as he looked at the strange scene around him. They were like high-resolution fine animals that had entered a low-resolution, rough world. He had been downgraded. I don't know. The only thing I know is, if you want to be rich, cut the tree first. Some said that he tried to pick up a tall, square tree with lush square leaves. Cacat. He had painstakingly chopped off a piece of branch, but it was as heavy as a steel ingot and almost broke his hand. Not only is the gravity strong, but the creatures in this world are also frighteningly heavy. This is a high-quality and high-energy world. Bai Xiajun could no longer remain calm. According to this ratio, even if I am a level 5 creature, I might not be able to defeat some powerful beasts. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. What planet is this? It's too scary. It's terrifyingly heavy. This is my world. Ha ha ha, you're really a farming player. It's so good. It's terrifying to think about it. Pixel creatures in the real world? Darwin smiled and said, is it finally Newton's turn? All the netizens were silent. This was a godlike turn of events. It was unbelievable. All the major research institutes were completely silent. They looked at each other in shock and fear. Go investigate. Go and investigate. The person in charge slammed the table hard. The online company for this game actually used a pixel graphics game to describe a real planet world. Before this, everyone had simply treated it as a popular sandbox game, but now. Then, some people were silent. I suspect that they are aliens hiding on Earth. The person in charge said solemnly. He was a cautious person. How could there be such a thing in this world? Would the things in the game conform to the laws of evolution in reality, and the exact same biological planet structure would appear? Why couldn't the alien species look good? Why was it so similar? It was necessary to investigate and prevent the problem before it happened. However, he still paused for a moment and said, "By the way, I'd like to ask about their future updates and changes." Chapter 613. Workstation actually leads directly to the path of the 9th rank. All the major underground research institutes secretly went to check the water meter of a certain pixel SanDisk game and invited them out for tea. However, they still had to live their lives here. On the internet, many people were excited as they looked at the pixelated world. Even the trees were made of straight black squares, covered with square leaves. "What is my world?" someone asked. After all, there were still many people who had not played it before. "Oh, it's a pixel-based sandbox game that's popular all over the world. There are many loyal fans both in China and abroad, and most players who like farming and leisure games have played it before. In Taiwan, it's translated as be a god of creation. Most games start by cutting down trees, then using 4 pieces of wood to make a workstation. The workstation can be used to synthesize various formulas, wooden swords, wooden drafts, wooden shovels, develop various technologies, and so on to enter the Wood Age, then Stone Age, and finally the Iron Age." Someone explained and posted a few screenshots. Many people saw the screenshot and were instantly shocked. It was exactly the same. However, that was a game. It was cute and had a pixel art style, but when placed on such a strange digital planet, it gave him goosebumps. "Oh my god, this is too exciting." At this moment, the internet was abuzz. The bunch of players who had been left on this planet had already started to get busy. On this planet, other than the soil not being square and having a very fine high-resolution pixel resolution, even the trees and animals are square. Even some small beetles and flowers are visible multicolored pixels. They are heavy and hard, almost as dense as iron. The players gradually realized that something was wrong. Will there be any villages or tribes? Will there be monsters with all kinds of pixels? How can there not be any? There must be some. We saw some large wild beasts in the sky and some traces of tribal civilization. The surrounding people began to discuss, and then the players looked at Bai Ziajun. After all, he was considered a veteran player and was very powerful. The others were mostly new players. He was a parent of 7 children, so he was naturally much calmer. "Everyone, don't panic. What was the first condition for a game pioneer? Calm down." Bai Ziajun took a deep breath. "The newbies here are all at the 3rd level. 300 of them are elites among 10,000 people. According to my estimation, the average strength of the natives on this planet is at least at the 3rd to 4th level. There are even some that are heavier and larger, and they are at the 5th step. That's strong?" Everyone was no longer calm. However, this was indeed the case. The high density of creatures and the high gravity that made it difficult for them to walk meant that there were high-energy creatures. This was not a simple extraordinary planet. Moreover, this planet was born with radiation and true qi, which was very surprising. "Then what should we do?" someone asked Bai Ziajun. Bai Ziajun took a deep breath and looked around. At this moment, he clearly knew that his era had arrived. Back then, he was one of the first people to pay attention to this game. He even helped the alchemy monarch to gather a group of medical students outside and made various speculations about the creation of genetic medicine, allowing him to live a second life and return as a teenager. How could he not be proud? He was still proud. However, later on, the cute girls, system terminators, balloon fish, and other players who followed the game later than him successfully entered the sandbox and opened up new eras. They even broke through the celestial emperor and gods and achieved great achievements. How could he be satisfied with that? It was just that his talent was not on evolved species, and he did not have the ability to write evolutionary papers, so he could not cross the threshold. However, he believed that he had his own talent and intelligence, and he was also a pharmaceutical expert who studied pharmaceutics. As he thought of this, he looked at the others and said, "Brothers, my decision now is to first build a base." As everyone knows, this is a farming game. Everyone nodded in agreement. Farming was the right thing to do when one had nothing to do and no opinions of their own. Building a base, building a fortress, and protecting themselves were the best things to do, especially in such a dangerous environment. Then, if we want to be rich, we have to cut down the trees first, Bai Xiajun continued. Brothers, let's cut down the trees and build wooden houses. Everyone's faces darkened. If you want to be rich, cut the tree first? What are you doing? Everyone said that you're very smart and that you're able to survive under the hands of a deva and be humiliated under your crotch. You must have some ability and high intelligence. In the end, after all that encouragement, you're really playing it like it's a game in reality? Then, after playing with the tree, do I need to build a workstation? You guys are too young. Bai Xiajun's face was solemn. You all thought it was simple, but you don't know that I have gone through 7 or 8 deductions and careful consideration. You guys don't understand the deeper meaning behind the production team's actions. Everyone was shocked. Could this big shot be? Bai Xiaojun smiled and said confidently, first of all, we have to analyze it from the root. On the other side is the main storyline of the combat faction, which is obviously in the anti-resistance faction. On our side, it is obviously the main storyline of the farming faction, which is in the faction of the Samsara Sovereign, which is the main storyline of the lifestyle players. What is he doing here with 300 lifestyle players? This is Minecraft. Wasn't it obvious enough? This is the main plot of the life and leisure style of the game. It's obviously construction, farming, weaving, and learning life skills. Everyone was deep in thought. But he also felt that something was wrong. Bai Xiajun continued. Then why cut the tree first? Let's not talk about the game. Our best choice is to build a house with wood. Why? Some people's first reaction would definitely be to dig a hole in the ground. It's obviously a death flag for the cave dwellers. The soil is easy to dig, but does it really have any protection? The newbie players around him shuddered. Yes, due to traditional thinking, their first reaction was to build a shelter with soil. Soil and gravel were much stronger than wood, but in front of them. On this planet, the monsters were extremely heavy, and the soil was simply a pile of mud. I understand. So that's how it is. As expected of a big shot. The trees are indeed our only choice. In an instant, someone hurriedly went to cut the tree. Quiet down. Bai Xiajun continued, let's continue to analyze. The best choice here is to cut the tree first, and the best choice in this game is also to cut the tree first. Could it be a coincidence that the two overlapped? Everyone's expression changed. Yes, the first thing he did after coming to this mysterious pixel planet was to cut down trees. Was it not a coincidence? It was. This game from Earth, what was it meant to be written? A long time ago, a mysterious force was creating this game. There was a planet in the dark, similar to an alien creature. This is a real space environment that can exist in reality. They taught us what to do. Is this pixel art game that's so popular around the world to make us wary and give us a heads up in advance? It was terrifying. They were getting goosebumps. As for the game planning team of Spore Evolution, the planet instance that appeared as a tribute to this game? Some people believed it, while others didn't. Many people already felt that this was probably not a game world. Everything in it was logical. This kind of pixel-style creature was an extraordinary planet. It was an alien universe creature that had really appeared in reality. But no one said anything. Bai Xiajun also deliberately avoided this topic and continued, obviously, we are not here without a main plot. The game has already told us that this planet is tribute to certain pixel game. So, our process is to cut the trees, build the house, build the workstation. Wait, you just said that you want to build a workstation according to the normal game flow? Everyone was in an uproar. This word was too surreal. What was a workstation? Synthesis and modification. It was the core of the whole pixel game and had a recipe. It could break down trees into wood blocks and then turn them into wooden axes, wooden knives, or even workbenches. It could also turn the leaves it picked into seeds and plant them on the ground. What would it be like in reality? This was equivalent to the decomposition and synthesis of physical particles. The extraordinary side was called the quantum tau phenomenon, while the technology side was an incredible super advanced quantum technology. Workstation, is it really possible to achieve such a surreal rule? Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, they really began to think that it was just a pixel game. The images only overlapped by chance, not some kind of hidden hint. It was impossible to follow the rules of the game and measure the rules of the entire planet. Kakakakat. Trees fell one after another, and the players cut down the trees like crazy. They found that even a third-rank expert who could cast all kinds of simple spells found it extremely difficult to cut down trees. Cutting down one tree would tire them half to death. It was too hard and heavy. Even a player could only cut down one tree with all his might before running out of strength. Luckily, with the 300 players each cutting down a tree, there were 300 trees in total. If they were tied together, they could make a simple wooden house that could barely pass the night. That night, Bai Ziajun looked at the understanding crowd and continued, "After we cut the tree, can't we build a workstation? Is it really impossible to achieve?" "Of course it can't." "That's right, the workstation is a rule of the game. How can it appear here?" someone said. Bai Ziajun smiled meaningfully. "You must know that you have used the rules of reality to measure the transcendent world. It is impossible. I've decided on the next step of the main storyline, the construction workstation." Shua. All of a sudden, all the players could not stay calm. "Make your sister. Do you think we still have a way to make TV sets and computers? There's still a possibility, but to make a workstation in a game? Synthesis?" Bai Ziajun said, "We must first understand one thing. The decomposition and synthesis of matter. What level of ability is this?" "A level 9 world. According to the information we have, the level 9 world is a Dao technique at the level of quantum phenomena. Only then can it perform such a precise operation, breaking down matter into the most primitive particles and reconstructing it. If you knew, why did you still say it?" Some people were speechless. Bai Ziajun shook his head. "In other worlds, it's true that you have to be a level 9. But what about this world? The particles of this world are so large that we can almost see them." As he said this, he pointed at a black pixel tree and gently scraped off some debris. Upon closer inspection, they were all tiny cubic particles, and the cross-section of the trees that were scraped off was also very regular. It was a bumpy section formed by tiny cubic particles. "You're saying, someone's body trembled?" "Yes, the basic units of this world are too crude. They are all cubes, so I personally think that the workstation can break down small cubes and then reshape them." This was much smaller than a real grade 9, right? Level 9 was 100 trillion, but here? The composition was countless times larger, only a few 100,000. One could imagine how simple it would be, and even a low-level one could do it. This should be the cultivation system of this world. It's an extremely terrifying cultivation path, a pseudo-rank 9 quantum phenomenon. The workstation can break down the pixel creatures of the world and reconstruct the life structure. This is a special cultivation system. For example, this piece of wood can be disassembled and reconstructed into wooden axes and wooden knives. The leaves can really be disassembled and reconstructed into seeds, which can sprout on the ground and breed new life. The future of this planet's civilization is terrifying, mysterious, and grand. If you can understand it and cultivate this civilization system to the point of great success, I think you'll be a minor rank 9. You'll be heading straight for the true rank 9 path and breaking through. Because what is a 9th rank? Controlling every single cell, 100 trillion, this requires a terrifying amount of calculation and control, and right now, isn't it the same? Bai Ziajun spoke with fervor and confidence, and everyone fell silent. The workstation. The secret behind it was so terrifying. It turned out that the Minecraft game had really hinted at the supreme truth of this world, and had laid a solid foundation for the future cultivation system of the entire world. At the same time, the workstation in this tiny sandbox game was actually leading to the ultimate truth that led to the highest level 9. Decomposition and synthesis. The control and mastery of the quantum level. You should know that our next mission is to study these trees and create a simple workstation. Just like in the Pixel game, our goal is to turn this planet into the real Minecraft. Bai Ziajun shouted loudly and said to the other players, "This is the path of US farmers." Everyone was instantly filled with admiration. What was a big shot? This was what a big shot was. Analyzing the game planning team's deep meaning through the clues, the other party's careful thought, this kind of reasoning and analysis was too heaven-defying. At this moment, the screenshot of the video was quickly posted to the public. The netizens couldn't stay calm anymore, and the major research institutes were the ones who couldn't stay calm. Ninth grade. The realm of a god above the 8th rank. If a level 8 was a life form that could leave the planet and travel the universe, then a level 9 was a terrifying form of a species on another level. Any level 8 god was as weak as an ant. This realm was even greater than the gap between a level 8 god and a level 7 celestial emperor. Star Destroyer level. It had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. An ancient existence that had never changed. If there is such a level 9 existence, it would be enough to protect this weak aboriginal planet for tens of thousands of years. In a research institute somewhere in the United States, a white-haired old man murmured with excitement. Tap 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 tap. Footsteps could be heard. Did you bring it? The old man asked. I've brought it, a young and tall agent in black brought a few senior executives of the game planning team. The senior game producers were all dumbfounded when they arrived. What was going on? Suddenly, he was invited to have tea. Crimes against humanity? We've only made one pixel game. They were on the verge of tears. It's not even an 18R, the bloody and violent kind. It's cute and silly, and even the corpse is covered in mosaic. You want us to check the water meter? You're telling us that it's against humanity? They looked at the person in charge in confusion. In an instant, they felt terrible. They had seen this scientist on television before. His status was extremely high and he was involved in the most confidential research and development work. Seeing such a super military big shot, they felt even more uneasy. Their souls were scared, and their scalps were numb. The dignified white-haired old man stood tall and straight as he slowly turned around. He was extremely solemn. I just want to ask. How do you make that workstation in your game? A few of the senior game designers were confused. Chapter 614. The start of the planetary war. Could it be that this military big shot is also a fan of our game? They fell into deep confusion. A game planning executive tried to answer with a confused face. The manufacturing method of this game workstation is: first cut the tree, break it down into wooden blocks, and then build a workstation with 4 blocks of wood. That simple? The workstation is speculated to be a mysterious system that leads to the power of the 9th step, symbolizing the supreme power of decomposition and synthesis. The old man frowned. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The supreme power of decomposition and synthesis? This technology big shot, we're just a pixel-style game. He tried to answer, because this is the core foundation of the game, the production of the workstation is naturally easier. The old man sighed. He also realized that they were not on the same channel at all. Then, he could only ask about the inspiration for the game. The origin of the game was also ordinary. It was nothing more than a sudden inspiration. Or maybe they played the red and white pixel game and had a dream, in which they were all pixelated creatures. In the end, he could only take these people down. The old man in charge of the research institute took a deep breath. Perhaps, some kind of life that descended on this planet instilled some ideas into them, making them think that it was a game they made? It was too easy to affect the mind of an ordinary person. No matter what, I can only pay attention to it. The old man in the research institute looked serious. It might be related to the legendary level 9 pixel planet? He felt a deep sense of powerlessness, as if there was a terrifying ancient existence behind the scenes that was looking down on and ruling everything. Decomposition and synthesis, pixels, digitization, the gate that symbolizes rank 9, and the ancient power of microscopic dominance. Early the next morning, the group of people began to study it. The disintegration and composition of the pixel particles. The creatures in this world did not have DNA and were all composed of particles. It seemed that they could understand the essential structure of life more easily. In fact, it was precisely because of their pixel structure and the huge size of their cells that they could be disintegrated and combined to form a special extraordinary cultivation system on this planet. Their future prospects were mysterious and unknown. The reconstructed wood particles could be turned into wooden knives, wooden axes. It seemed to be very possible. The workstation. With the current thinking of extraordinary civilization, the netizens who had average keyboard gods felt that it was possible to realize it, and it was not nonsense. In a sense, it was the reconstruction of life structure, life alchemy. And so, the workstation plan was officially launched. The workstation was the table of creation, the particle that decomposed and synthesized the world, and it led to the supreme key of the 9th rank. Of course, There were still some people who didn't believe Bai Ziajan's words and thought it was a coincidence. What workstation? It was just a coincidence. This game and this planet had no fundamental connection. Although it was indeed possible in reality to create an alien body composed of pixel creatures and large particles of cells, was it related to the game? Don't be funny. Of course, they still felt that it was feasible and did not refute it. But deep down, they were still not convinced that Bai Ziajan was leading them, and they felt that they could fight for it in the future. However, the next morning, Bai Ziajan spoke again. He was full of fighting spirit. This is the true essence of us farming players. After finishing the workstation, the next step is the furnace. He said loudly. If the law of the workbench is synthesis and decomposition, then the more advanced furnace is to roast food. Burning life. What did this mean? The furnace represents the law of fusion and transformation. The workstation is synthesis and decomposition, the Buddha of physics. The furnace is about fusion and transformation, it's about the Dao of chemistry. Hiss. All the players below sucked in a breath of cold air. It actually? There was such a deep meaning? Thinking about it, these were the two ways to change the structure of all things. Moreover, it corresponded to the practice of the physics Buddha and the chemistry Dao. As expected, this universe was also based on the system of radiation and the innate chi system. It was closely related to the ancient Huaxia divine system civilization. Some people didn't believe it at first. But now? He had to believe it. A coincidence was a coincidence, two coincidences were also coincidences, but every clue pointed in the same direction, and that was the truth. I've managed to contact him, my father. One of the tree players was stunned. The planning team is too awesome. The others also exploded, and it was a mess. I've returned to the origin. You think it's a pixel planet, but in fact, it's just like the Temple of Hell. It's connected to our ancient Huaxia civilization system. I've come back after going around. In essence, he's also a Buddha of chemistry and physics. Bai Ziajan is also awesome, he even managed to analyze such a deep meaning. My world is actually about our Huaxia divine system. Shocked. Let's start farming. The players who majored in Buddhism would be the workstation. The players who focus on cultivation will be the furnace. He was convinced. He was completely convinced. As expected, none of these big shots were simple. One by one, the analysis was closely linked. The game planning team could not hide it at all. This time, everyone was convinced of Bai Ziajan's intelligence. We need such a leader, such in-depth analytical wisdom. Many people were convinced. As expected of the parents of 7 children. You're so calm. All of a sudden, Bai Ziajan had become the tribe leader of this group of genius players. The days passed. They tried to make a workstation, but it was obviously unrealistic to do so in a short time. They worked hard to make wooden knives, which were unusually heavy and hard, comparable to steel. This is a particle cutter. Pfft, this is a 3D printer. Countless people shouted, saying that this was a simple workbench, and that the knife was also a special synthesis and decomposition of particles, which could decompose many creatures, so it was given a grand name. On the other side, a simplified version of the furnace appeared. They used high temperatures to bake food and made the most common oven, saying that this was also the melting of a material to make the food delicious. They were happy and began to use the simple tools made to hunt some square animals. They began to hunt in the deep forest and continued to expand the fortress and wooden houses. A bunch of guys, having fun. Su Ji was speechless. However, it did give Su Ji some special ideas and creativity. This was the prototype of a powerful mysterious system that was only suitable for pixel life at the moment. It was tailor-made for them. As for the other cube tribe on the surface, 100 Mu planet was still huge. Therefore, in the short few days since they arrived, they had been developing as per normal. Until one day, they saw a pixel cube barging into their control area of the deep forest, which completely ignited a different kind of dispute. Crow. Lu. The horn of war sounded, and a new surface tribe was discovered by the square tribe, and the entire planet entered a new era of war. Chapter 615. The Fourth Pixel War. The Fourth Pixel War had begun. A group of pixelated creatures rode on strange black and grey pixel wildebeest, brandishing wooden knives in their hands, and charged. The soil on this planet was extremely solid, but when these terrifying creatures stepped on it, they still left deep footprints. Boom! 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 The earth seemed to be boiling, and dust was rolling up. At this moment, everyone who was studying the pixels were stunned. They stood on the wall of the bunker and were completely dumbfounded. The monsters are attacking the city. People from Pixel Village. Heavens! This world isn't good for us at all. Can't these Pixel tribe people exchange for supplies for us in a friendly manner? Yup. Logically speaking, shouldn't these NPCs be walking around the village numbly, opening their doors for us to enter as we please, rummaging through the boxes that every house must have, but for some reason, rummaging through them and borrowing everything? Boom! His footsteps were shaking the earth. They were all stunned and showed a frightened and panicked expression. That's too ruthless. According to the Azimid law and Fami's law, we can calculate that each of them has an average weight of 300 kilograms. It's terrifying. This is equivalent to the weight of a Manchurian tiger. A beast in human form, We're going to die. The 300 men stood on the city walls, and from a distance, they felt as if the ground had been crushed by countless cavalry. The momentum was simply too shocking. Bai Ziajun's face was calm, and he looked around. Brothers, our blood is boiling. We are 300 brave warriors. Why not fight? Everyone else thinks we're cowards, fools. That's just a small portion of rat shit that spoiled our pot of soup. We are all upright warriors. We are upright and hot-blooded. He raised his wooden saber high. They are strong and they are cavalrymen, but what do we, infantrymen, have to fear? Follow me and kill our way out. The northern chi passes on the golden phoenix, the cold light shines on the iron cloak. The general dies in 100 battles, the warrior returns in 10 years. He roared. Behind him, there were also angry roars. Countless people held long sabers and wore simple wooden armor. They were full of fighting spirit and their faces were filled with determination. The northern chi passes on the golden phoenix, the cold light shines on the iron cloak. The general dies in 100 battles, the warrior returns in 10 years. Boom! The city gate opened. Everyone stopped defending the stronghold and was determined to kill their way out. At this moment, the faces of countless people turned cold. The 300 people were like 300 warriors of Sparta, revealing their will to die as they charged forward vigorously. Looking down from above, one could only see clouds of dust as the two armies charged in front of the fortress. One side was cavalry, while the other side was infantry. The difference in combat power was extremely large. The screen recording had already begun. Crow. Lu. And NBSP, the leader of the tribesmen bellowed, disdain flashing in his eyes. Since they had mutated and turned into such particle life forms, their weight and mass had the body structure of the mother planet, which was extremely heavy and hard. These life forms were too weak, and a single charge would kill them. And NBSP, however, the leader of the tribe revealed a look of admiration. For them to dare to charge at them showed that this tribe was tenacious and unyielding. They were worthy of respect. Wu Lu. He issued an order and charged at full speed. He wanted to crush them alive in the next second. Kakat. However, the next second. On the other side, Bai Ziajun stopped halfway. The tribal people's charge didn't stop. As soon as they entered the grassland, the ground seemed to collapse. The entire cavalry instantly fell to the ground. On the collapsed ground, there were sharp wooden spikes, standing on the wooden boards. View. Lu. This is a trap. The top was covered with grass, and the bottom was covered with thorns. At the last moment of his life, one of the tribal leaders let out a roar and ordered the entire tribe to retreat. However, it was already too late. In order to launch a full-force charge and crush the enemy, they urged their war horses to move forward at the most terrifying speed. The heavier one was, the harder it was to break. At this moment, they were like heavy trucks rushing toward a cliff full of spikes and could no longer stop. Boom! 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 A group of horse riders who had committed suicide charged straight for the cliff, crashing into the abyss with a loud bang. Puchi puchi puchi! Sharp thorns pierced through their chests. The entire army disappeared in an instant. A moment later, Bai Ziajun and the others came over and gave a command to a group of people. Young man, do you really think we are going to fight you? Find the injured, Bai Ziajun commanded. Soon, the group found the leader who led the charge. He was struggling on the spikes, and his vitality was tenacious to the extreme. Even so, he did not die. Carry him out. Bai Ziajun and the others had to exert a Herculean effort to bring this little leader out. I'm afraid this monster is at the upper level of the 5th rank. It weighs 1,000 kilograms, it's not human. Bai Ziajun was stunned. The vacuum world is nothing more than few ways of communication. The mouth grew under the feet, and the vibration waves on the ground communicated. Pheromones communication. There's also spiritual sense communication. Obviously, this creature communicated with pheromones, so it was likely that its ancestors were insects. But it didn't matter to him. As a Type 5 divine warrior, he could still use his spiritual will to communicate, transcending language and civilization. Compared to this native civilization, they were much more knowledgeable. Beside them, someone was also very happy. As expected, the earth spike we created for the moat is very useful. We laid square grass on top of it and dug a circle around the city. Normally, with our weight, we can walk on it without any problems, except for these monsters. This encirclement trap is simply too amazing. As expected, the game didn't lie to me. This kind of trap is really powerful. Everyone was very happy. Their acting was also very realistic. Otherwise, how could they have tricked them into charging at full speed? If they hadn't sprinted at full speed, at most, the Mosaic Knights closest to them wouldn't have been able to stop in time. They definitely wouldn't have been wiped out. But of course, with their ability to survive, and all of them developing in a sleazy manner, and they were very smart, how could they not have thought of the preparation to deal with the barbarians' attack? It had been thousands of years since the ancient war had developed into a modern war. In this aspect, the experience they had accumulated was enough to beat these primitive planet natives. What was this called? This was called IQ crushing. Hwala! Can you hear me? Bai Ziajun's voice came through his divine will. Ulu! Hello, my name is Uni-I-chan. Ulu! Can you talk? Ulu! Your mother is dead. The barbarian tribe videographers were furious. You humiliated our planet. Mother Earth, you will become my wife sooner or later and give birth to my children. Let me go, if you have the guts, let's fight. Become your wife? Bai Ziajun felt terrible. Where did this guy get the information? How could he expose people's shortcomings like this? Or was the taste of pixel planets that strong? Was the reproduction system of these pixel creatures very special? It was so brutal and bloody, and he cursed his mother, but in the end, the entire planet was involved? He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Don't blame us for being merciless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not being bald enough and not understanding the laws of physics. Bai Ziajun began to negotiate. As barbarians, you think that weight is an advantage and can turn into an iron cavalry unit. I believe that it is because of this unique advantage that you can gallop on this planet. However, it is also your weakness. This resulted in you guys being invincible. You don't need to think about wisdom or strategy, and you're always barbaric. Your intelligence is too low. Bai Ziajun took a step forward and said coldly. If your savage planet is complacent and doesn't think of danger in times of peace, it will be contributed by the creatures of other planets. The entire planet, the entire race, will be reduced to slaves. Wooloo! Do you guys know the law of gravity? Do you know about the relative movement? Do you know the formula ratio of mass and speed? The voice in his mind kept on ringing, luring and mocking this small leader. As expected, this time, the other party was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't take it anymore. You've killed our weakest tribe. You'll die sooner or later. Because there are 7 tribes that are stronger than us in the vicinity. The intelligence of these barbarian tribes was indeed not high on average, and they did not even have a perfect language. However, when everyone spoke, their scalps suddenly went numb. The first wave of attacks could still be solved with intelligence, but what about the future? Everyone immediately fell silent and burst into an uproar. There's still the next wave of monster attacks. It's too difficult. Is this a tower defense game? Farming, developing technology, and resisting waves of attacks. We have to try to persuade this guy to be a traitor and then study their bloodline and genes. A few days passed, and the traps were reconstructed and cleared. At the same time, they continued to study the workbench and the furnace, trying to climb up to the real technical system. He also studied the pixel life structure of this planet. Their brains are also made up of pixel blocks, and their hands and legs are also made up of the same structure. No cell differentiation? His entire body is made up of the same mysterious particle cell. Yes. According to logic, without brain cells, the brain is made of particles. It should not be able to produce consciousness and souls. However, these particles are very special. They can take on the role of all cells and also act as a brain cell. Their souls can still be stored. A group of mad scientists began to research. However, the tribal barbarians had come again. Wooloo! This time, they brought tree pillars with them. There were people in front of them, knocking on the ground and slowly clearing the mine. Kakat! The grass trap they laid was instantly discovered. Wooloo! They began to set up wooden pillars and lay them flat on the ground as bridges. They were ready to walk in from above. Everyone was silent, and a chill ran down their spines. What the heck? The second wave, are they building bridges? These guys are not as stupid as we think. I guess someone was watching the last battle and knew that we had a trap. Their intelligence is very high. When they can't deal with us with pure brute force, they realize that their martial strength is no longer the strongest. They are learning from us. The natives of this planet used to live a peaceful life, but now that they're facing a crisis, their rate of growth has exceeded our expectations. At this moment, they finally understood the taste of fear. Hwalala! In an instant, all the pixel people crossed the moat, climbed over the bridge, and launched an attack on the blockhouse. Second round, activate! Bai Ziajun ordered. Kakat! On the blockhouses, wooden giant crossbows were pushed out one by one. Countless crossbow arrows could be fired in succession, and each of them was loaded with 9 giant arrows. They had a rotating structure like Gatling guns. This was a precise giant crossbow that they had built according to the most optimized structure of the modern era. To deal with these solid high-density pixel people, bows and arrows, guns, and even the production of gunpowder were not as effective as this. A dense rain of wooden arrows covered the entire land, as if it was spring rain. In an instant, this group of pixel people who had passed through the bridge had no way out. The bridge behind them was so small that they ran back crazily and crowded on the bridge. Pfft! There was no need to aim at the entire sector within the moat. It instantly became a live target. You think you're powerful just because you can enter the city protection river? This is called closing the door to beat the dog. Why do I feel like it's Plants vs Zombies? To defend against waves of attacks from the natives. Countless people commented on the wall. They had successfully survived this wave of attacks. Another few days passed. While the players were dumbfounded, the people from Pixel Tribe attacked again. He was extremely persistent. He was very stubborn. This time, they sent people to explore the mines and found the boundary of the moat. Then, they built a log bridge over it. At the same time, they equipped the back of their wooden swords with new equipment. Super round shield. It was thick and huge, and it even required 2 pixels to move. They formed groups of 2 and began to slowly push their round shields forward, as if they were heavy shield soldiers in ancient wars. It's evolving so quickly. They all know how to raise their shields to defend against the dense arrows. This is a troop type that only existed during the city-state era. Everyone was completely stunned. The intelligence of these natives was definitely not low. They had actually thought of all kinds of ways to get closer to them. But now, the trap was useless. Long-range attacks were useless. The other party was practically a lump of iron. How could they just watch as the other party climbed up the city wall? Captured them? Don't panic. Bai Ziajun took a deep breath. There was still a way to resist the enemy's attack. Use the last plan. Kakat. In an instant, the huge city wall that was tied up by the pillars suddenly fell apart. All the indigenous people looked up. A huge shadow cast down from the sky, covering the sun. The thick city wall turned into a huge board and crashed down. The entire attacking native army was covered and smashed into meat paste. 666. Big Boss is amazing. He actually thought of this move. He's too strong. They would never have thought that the city wall would collapse. The people around him were extremely excited. Pull the lever, Bai Ziajun ordered. Rise. Someone immediately pulled on a huge wooden roller and attached it to a rope. The city wall that was falling down was slowly lifted up. Next time, it'll probably be cold. Bai Ziajun ignored the cheers around him, and his expression started to change. Next time, they should be able to find a way to break through the city wall. But on our side, it's almost there. When they attack again, we will completely take drastic measures. But the next second, his expression changed. He saw a new group of tribesmen coming out from the dark. Wooloo! They began to charge towards the city walls that had yet to rise up and were about to climb in. Everyone's scalps went numb. These indigenous people? Pixel creature? Were they really that stupid? At this moment, the moment when the city wall fell and rose again was the fatal weakness of this defense, and he could take the opportunity to climb in. They had thought that this weakness would be discovered in the next wave, but they didn't expect the other party to be even smarter this time. They had hidden a group of people in the dark, and now that they had seized the opportunity and discovered this, they immediately attacked decisively. Are we going to be caught this time? We clearly held on until the next round and we would have finished. Who knew? The players watched helplessly as a group of indigenous people roared and rushed into the city wall with stone knives. Wooloo! They crawled in. His eyes were red with excitement. It was a very barbaric and primitive gaze. It was as if the deaths of many of their companions were insignificant. They were red, excited, as if they were going to enjoy the fruits of victory. As if they had seen a young lady, a group of burly men barged into the brothel. You guys! What are you doing? Their brains were in a mess, and they instinctively asked. Chapter 616. Let it go. Kakakakat. A group of crazy pixel locals rushed into the city wall. They did not only have one tribe. After a few attacks, they discovered the strangeness of these creatures, and the strongest tribes nearby formed an alliance to attack together. Wooloo! Ulu, Ulu! One by one, the leaders of the tribes, who were all tall and burly, slowly walked out from the shadows. Their eyes swept over the creatures and immediately opened their mouths to divide them up. I want the one with the big ass. I want that tree. I want that animal with 4 horns. Our tribe wants 70. Impossible. Since they had a tribal leader captive, some of the players were language experts. They had already begun to understand their mysterious tribal language, which was an incredible race with strange pixels. At this moment, when this player translated for them, the players who were standing on the other high wall felt their minds buzz. Their faces immediately turned green. Her legs went soft and she almost couldn't stand still. She was so scared that she almost fainted. To be honest, they were very happy not to kill the captives. No one wanted to die, but what was going on in front of them? The punishment for losing the battle? He was too hardcore. However, more people thought about the deeper content. Although their faces are covered in mosaic, they really want to be pixelated. So, this is also a sign. It's not just my world. We should have guessed the evil nature of the mosaic god beast a long time ago. Is this an ancient pixel planet that crossed the latitude and reflected our Earth's mosaic concept? We didn't even notice it. Hurry up and run. I don't care anymore. I'll use my backup plan in advance. Hurry up and turn 1 into 3 hydrogen. Countless players growled. They were so scared that they peed their pants. They looked at the cruel and excited primitive digital natives and finally understood the horror of this strange planet. Let's run. Over the past few days, they had been preparing to escape after being attacked. They had been secretly preparing hydrogen because they knew that they would not be able to stop it sooner or later, but they did not expect it to be so fast. The hydrogen in front of them was not enough for everyone to escape. At the same time, there were enemies nearby, so it was dangerous to fly. However, they could not care less. Charge! In an instant, countless people rose into the air. More than half of the players were stopped on the ground and roared at the sky. You bastards, didn't you say we were all brothers? How did they become glass brothers? It'll shatter with a single touch. Too cruel. Hurry up and come down, we should all do this together. Woo, take us away. Wooloo. On the ground, countless pixel tribe members began to throw stone knives into the air. In an instant, countless people were smashed to the ground in an extremely miserable manner. In the end, only a small number of people were lucky enough to escape. Bai Xiajun did not run away, because he was the leader. Although he flew the fastest, he had already been the target of special attention. Wu Lu. Countless square tribe leaders fought over this strongest person to be the wife of the bandit chief. The fourth pixel war was over. An elder of the tribe slowly carved a stone slab on the ruins of the wooden fortress. On the stone slab was an ancient scene. The ground was covered in blood. Endless corpses were laid and soaked. In the sky, powerful and mysterious extraterrestrials descended. They floated in the void and looked down coldly at the entire planet. And NBSP, on the ground, countless angry square tribesmen held long knives and threw them into the sky, trying to shoot down those mysterious lives. After a bitter battle, they finally won and took down everything. The stone slab of this scene was preserved by later generations. However, in the distant future, when the living beings of the later generations smoothed out the dust of history on the stone slabs and saw this strange scene of the mythical stone slab, they no longer knew what had happened in the ancient era. He only knew that it was the myth and epic of the tribe. It was no longer a war between the square tribe and the octahedron tribe, but an unknown alien life form. Soon, most of the players were captured, and some were even worse off. They flew into the air and were hit in their vital parts. After they died, they came out to post videos and scream. In an instant, they were all wiped out and the internet was in an uproar. He was captured to have children again. Wait, why did you say again? After they heard it, they were dumbfounded. They held it in for a long time and did not react. Azura Deo warriors have a terrifying talent for life evolution and unlimited potential. Indeed, everyone craves your body. Dumbfounded. Especially Bai Xiajun, he's so miserable. He just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Laughing crazily. Wahahaha at UN King Hua, you must be strong. You already have 7 children. You must not let your happy family fall apart. Dog head. At medical science little Tian, although your boyfriend is already a mother of 7 children and is having an affair, I believe he still loves you. Excite.jpg. I'm angry. He was furious. It's all nonsense. What kind of person is my brother Bai? This is an opportunity, understand? In the future, he would be the white god whose name resounded throughout the forces of the heavens. Countless strong men would be afraid of him. Jubilant Emperor.jpg. The forum immediately exploded. Countless people's 3 views and cognition were refreshed. Everyone was stunned. At first, everyone knew that this game was miserable and hardcore, and the punishment for failure was very serious. They didn't expect it to be so real. The internet was abuzz. Bai Xiajun was also in despair. She was a Tier 5 expert, but she had been taken away and locked up in a simple, dark wooden house. He was at a loss. Because he had just experienced an indescribable and very simple fusion process that was full of pixels. What is this method? He was speechless. It's not the traditional way, but a more advanced intermolecular movement? Is it the fusion of life particles? What was happening? That method was a little hard to describe. It was to gain a deeper understanding. It was as if Begita and Sun Wukong had put on the fusion earrings, and the two of them had walked together and become one. It could also be compared to him being a fine person made of sand and a rough person made of soybeans, fusing into the gaps between each other's bodies. Fusion of particles with high and low pixels? Alien life was indeed different from Earthlings. Our ideas are too traditional. Could the strange way of reproduction of the creatures on this planet be called the interaction force between molecules? As expected, the reproduction of high-level life forms is not as low-level and embarrassing as we thought. They don't care about race at all, even a tree like me, or rather. A pixel invasion. He had almost forgotten what had just happened. In a daze, they gathered together like countless scattered particles of fingers massaging his body. It felt a little comfortable. This is too strange. At this moment, he felt that the world had suddenly become much more open. He suddenly received a private message. UN King Hua said, "Brother, be strong. Our 7 children are still waiting for you to return. Good luck. Ollie.jpg. Get lost." Bai Xiajun was furious. This kind of idiotic bad friend only knew how to make sarcastic remarks, taunt you crazily, and even send you strange emojis. He looked like a slut. Ding! Ding! It was another private message from his girlfriend. Bai Ziajun suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had already gone too far before, doing a bunch of strange things with Yuan King Hua. Now, he was afraid that break up? He took a deep breath and opened it. Medical little sweetie, good luck. Be strong, it's fine even if you have 2 more children. I'll treat them as my own, and the heat will be higher. We'll be able to get some gifts and earn a few 100,000 more. We'll have enough to get married and buy a house soon. Good luck. It was quite heartwarming. There was true love in this world. Bai Ziajun's face was covered in tears. I didn't misjudge her. With such a girlfriend who lets you have an affair and pretends not to see that you've already become the mother of several other children, what more can I ask for? Not every girlfriend would tolerate you being the mother of another child. It was simply true love. What a strange experience, this is a real second life. Only a wonderful adventure will be interesting, and you can see a broader fantasy world and future. Thinking of this, he even pulled himself together. He walked out of the wooden house, and the fine rays of the sun shone down. Voila! He saw that the people in the tribe were very peaceful to him. Because of the strange method he had just experienced, he was already the wife of the leader. Wooloo! He suddenly said. Chapter 617. Intense response. The 4th Pixel War was over. An unknown alien life form waged a war against the Square tribe. The Square tribe paid a heavy price and suffered a tragic sacrifice, ending in victory. And so, a new era began. It didn't matter if it was to the planet's natives or the players. However, it was clear that although the 300 players were still a small handful, they had finally started to reduce in numbers. More than 40 of them were shot down and died after being hit in vital points. Soon, the people on the internet gathered together and the players counted the names. Other than the 30 lucky ones who managed to escape, the rest were shot down. There were more than 220 people injured. They were divided into several tribes. Furthermore, they began to exchange information about themselves. Brothers, are you guys okay? It's alright. He's treating the captives well. I'm now locked up in a small black room. I'm in another tribe, next to a layer of ice. It's probably south? At the same time, my injuries from the fall aren't too serious, so I think I can survive it. The other party can barely let me in and out freely, but someone is watching me. I'm in a dense forest. It's a village-shaped tribe, and its specific location is in the southeast. Those who were dizzy when they were taken away could barely remember, but this place is huge. The low-pixel monsters here like to build with wood and also like to perform some strange rituals, such as worshipping the earth. I'm fine. I'm in the tribe and just left. The food is good and my husband loves me a lot. Shua. When the other netizens saw the exchange between these guys, they felt uncomfortable. What the hell is with my hubby loving me more? He got into character so quickly? They had wanted to laugh at him and let him know how cruel society was. However, at this moment, these players were still exchanging their thoughts. Speaking of which, I was against it at first. I would rather die than submit. But now that I think about it, I'm a little happy. I think it's not bad. Me too, thinking about these pixel people, do you really want to do some mosaic things? I didn't expect them to follow the concept of social harmony and their biological talents to be so unique. In the beginning, I wanted to jump down from the building too. I wanted to resist, but the facts have proven. It smells so good. Come to think of it, it's us humans who are too despicable. How could a high-level alien life form still use our primitive, beast-like ways of eating raw meat and drinking blood? That's right. Take a look at the path of the heaven-born. The entire race is like the goddess of love. You can tell from the arrow like pure love that we are inferior and backward. Everyone says that platonic love is beautiful. Let me tell you now, mosaic love is even more perfect. The love of videographers, the mosaic like blur and beauty, hazy and lovely. I used to be a scumbag, deceiving girls' feelings everywhere. Now that I think about it, I'm simply boring. I've suddenly realized that I only want to be a gentle and virtuous wife and mother in the future. The netizens were instantly shocked. What kind wife and mother? You guys are poisonous. They had thought that the players would cry for their parents and feel that they were no longer clean and pure. Who would have thought that this group of players would be so rational? What the hell was this sage-like mode of heated discussion? It directly sublimated to such a high and beautiful topic? I'm so angry. This development wasn't what they had imagined. Why did it suddenly? What if I'm happy? This didn't make sense at all. Before they could respond to this topic, these people directly began to discuss and communicate on a higher level. However, according to my own speculation, this is probably the most primitive form of communication between life structures, the fusion between cells, the transformation of essence. This is the highest level of xin huo's inheritance of life to the offspring, because what is the essence of life? The communication of life information between parents. In other words, it's the transfer of genes and DNA. Another player also expressed his opinion. He was very rational and scientific in discussing this alien race. Now that I think about it, it's only natural. They don't have the double helix structure of DNA, so they naturally don't have the little tadpoles to store their genetic banks. How can they be as inferior as humans? Naturally, it's the more essential inheritance of life Tinder. The pixel life on this pixel planet is incredible. If we humans also use this method, it would also feel very magical. This is a real two people walking together and blending into one person. It's unimaginable. I feel like it's impossible for us Earthlings. Because we are high-resolution, exquisite creatures and they are square particles, their natural structure is rough and loose, and they can communicate with the essence of the structure of the block. This is also their unique inheritance method, which is difficult to replicate at present. At this moment, all the netizens were in a state of confusion. With these people's in-depth discussions, the netizens were even a little curious and wanted to try something. To this day, we humans are still low-intelligence life forms, and our reproduction method is still the lowest of natural beasts, no different from pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. As for the higher-grade transcendent life forms, have they already left? Or even better? Instantly, many people were dumbfounded. He even felt a little envious. What kind of experience had they gone through? The deep communication at the soul level was extremely elegant. Even many biologists and scientists were curious and joined in the discussion. If you think about it carefully, those who have reached a higher level, such as the gods, although these top life forms can also use traditional methods to pass on their offspring, they can also be reborn from a drop of blood, separate themselves, and even have offspring in various ways. Many people were discussing it. They felt that it involved the essence of life in the universe. What was life? Most of the time, the essence of life was inheritance. Of course, there were also people who didn't like to discuss these profound levels. They felt that this model was novel and beautiful, refreshing their traditional world views. Mosaic-style love, hazy, pure, and lovely, unable to capture. This new term and its meaning began to spread rapidly, and soon, it became the #1 trending topic. Even many big stars and Weibo-verified accounts expressed their opinions on this topic. They expressed that they preferred the pure love of Mosaic over the Platonic love in the West. Pixel graphics meant haziness, cuteness, and innocence. There were many beautiful meanings. In fact, many celebrities expressed, "I really hope that someone or a country can make a Mosaic-style love film with pure and hazy love." Chapter 618. Choice. The internet was boiling with excitement. It was very lively. New vocabulary had appeared, and for a time, the limelight was boundless. However, after the discussion, the netizens quickly returned to the game. Pixel fusion had been personally confirmed to be the mode of transmission of Tinder by these strange pixel creatures. There was no problem with the probability of hitting the target, and it was basically guaranteed to produce an offspring. In less than a day or two, these netizens saw a pixel creature appear. Although its face was pixelated by pixels and looked similar to them, and it even looked a little silly and cute, they were all stunned. What the heck? So fast. It feels like it's just a hug and you're pregnant. As innocent as a celestial being. Kissing can make you pregnant. It's indeed Mosaic, a symbol of river crab. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't help but sing. Countless people's faces darkened. What a bunch of silly sand sculptures. Can't they be more serious? You're also the mother of the child, so you have to be more careful after you have a child. However, countless people still felt that it was amazing. This planet was simply too strange. Perhaps it was really a high-dimensional Mosaic projection. The planets that were gathered symbolized the beauty and harmony of a harmonious civilization. It's like playing some online games. When players get married, they suddenly give birth to a baby naturally. Pet egg? The baby can be used as a summoned beast and be nurtured. Awesome! It's too real. The gamers were shocked for a few days. They exclaimed that the game was indeed a national product. It was a game that loved learning. It had taught chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, foreign languages, and all the major subjects. What about now? Of course, no matter how poor they were, they couldn't be poor at ideological education. This was obviously teaching the leftovers. Art. It could even be classified as Photoshop. Unexpectedly, they accepted it and raised it like a baby. The days still had to pass. They even treated this situation as the development of the main plot and began to continue farming. However, this time, they began to help these strange tribes farm and encourage them to climb to the top. Although they didn't say it to the outside world, their core ideas had already been carried out in everyone's hearts. Bai Xiajun was still the leader. He was now in high spirits and full of bureaucratic jargon. He was even called Father Bai by the netizens. Come and be my son. At the moment, no matter how the outside world discussed him, he was seriously having a private meeting with a group of players and gave them a firm and implemented policy. A mother's honor is dependent on her son. Palace fighting. Fuse's ascension. Listening to politics behind the curtain. Take control of the tribe. Now that they had lost all means of resistance, they could only approach a period of peace. In short, this series of processes would eventually reach the goal of ruling the tribe and conquering in a curved way, completely ruling these primitive low-pixel creatures. I'm not sure. Bai Xiajun had already made it clear. We will continue to crush them with our intelligence. We will bully the indigenous people. All of a sudden, all the players were dumbfounded. Can you speak like a human? Can't you be more tactful? What pillow talk, listening to politics behind the curtain, is this the retired emperor? This is so heart-wrenching, brother. Of course, the players who were caught in the tribe could only play along. The reality was there, and they couldn't beat it. They could only pretend to be obedient. Who asked him to be a defeated prisoner? Anyway, there would always be a reward for the effort. It was good that he was alive. The hardcore nature of this game was not new. Rather than saying that he was a hardcore gamer, it would be better to say that he was a hardcore gamer in real life. In the real world, who had not been beaten by society. You said that a second life, a fantasy journey, must be wonderful? It was obviously impossible for him to be the protagonist of an era. What was a second life? The main thing was reality. Those who should fail in society would still fail. If they were beaten up, so be it. Even in real online games, most people were not destined to be the protagonists. Even if they didn't spend money, they would still be beaten up. The other side accepted it. On the other hand, the lucky ones who had successfully escaped were now wandering in the wilderness, and they didn't feel good. They were originally very happy. Out of so many people, only a few of them had managed to escape. Now, they were all alone in the wilderness. They felt that it was a little difficult. How long could they last alone? Therefore, a very realistic problem was placed in front of him. Should he walk right into the trap? Having children? This was too difficult. And so, the second round of discussion began. Bai Xiajun said to them, according to my analysis, you have 3 paths to take. The first is to continue wandering by yourself, and the second is to join the square tribe. What's the third? Someone asked. The third is to join the octahedron tribe. What's an octahedron tribe? Many of them were not at a high enough level. They were not capable enough in this aspect and could not climb up to the top. On the other hand, Bai Xiajun, who was experienced and used to the life of a prisoner, had successfully climbed up to the top and knew many secrets. Bai Xiajun said, we can't see the octahedron tribe because they live underground and exist as underground people. From their names, we can tell that they are pixel people of the octahedron tribe and are enemies of the square tribe. They're crystallized, metal-devouring, gemstones and mosaic creatures. The square tribe underground habitually calls them. Bai Xiajun typed. The country of gems. At this moment, after being captured, they finally understood the structure of this planet. They also have some strange rituals, Bai Xiajun continued. They will worship the earth. I personally think that it is the best place for you people to go, because the square tribe no longer has any demand for it. The players thought about it and felt that it made sense. The octahedron tribe? Perhaps he could go. Someone asked, will you also use the method of taking down a wife? Bai Xiajun shook his head. Of course they won't. So don't worry. They won't do anything to you. At most, they will invite you to go with them. Earth Ho. Su Ji's expression was very indifferent. It looks like a new species is about to fuse again. It has appeared. He clearly knew what the characteristics of the Dao of Azura were. Adapt to the environment and undergo a staged evolution. In other words, they would adapt to the planet's environment in the future and produce new species. Otherwise, why would Carolyn look forward to their path? It was precisely because they were equivalent to small creation life forms that could enrich the ecosystem of planets. Let's take a look at the planet next door. Su Ji took a look, and his gaze fell on a planet nearby. Chapter 619. Continuing Shi Xing's history. Su Ji knew very well that there was no way he could stop the players from making a scene. It was impossible not to make a scene. It would be impossible for her to do it for a lifetime. Wherever they were, all kinds of wondrous things would happen, turning the world upside down. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He was used to it. The whole pixel planet was still in its infancy, and a new era would eventually be born. They would also be integrated into the ancient mythological history. As for the later generations' comments on them, history was a very magical concept. It would grind away some things and leave behind their glorious deeds. They would become heroes in history, true, upright and unyielding. In fact, because of the uniqueness of their pixel planet, they will soon be invaded. Su Ji thought about it. It's been 200 years. Because we took the express train of the world line, 2 planets with absolute dominance appeared. They have long broken through the primitive tribal era. Those who are weak will be beaten. Currently, only Zack could fly in the universe on the Stone Star. Although there were also high green planet peoples' technological civilizations, their development speed was relatively slower. As for Cyber Tan, it had already reached the point where it could dominate the universe. It was developing extremely fast, and it was estimated that not long later, the mechanical civilization would descend. The entire pixel planet might welcome a true invasion. Although it's not as cruel as the dark forest law of the universe, it'll still be like the discovery of the new continent in the past. Those who fall behind will be conscripted, enslaved, and turned into laborers to mine the resources on it. If they can't resist again, these players will probably have their surnames changed again. They'll follow the powerhouses of Cyber Tan and become slaves to their wives. In short, sooner or later, we'll have to go against the other planets. It just depends on when. If they were happy, then let them be happy. After all, their arrival was to improve the planet's ecosystem. As for killing them, the talents of their race were very powerful. At most, they would be locked up as lab rats. As for them developing a planet civilization, he was indeed researching the workstation and the system of particle synthesis and decomposition, but it was still a long time away. He didn't place all his hopes on them. The true development of the entire space civilization still depends on the natives. Su Ji took a light step forward. The path for me to break through and become a god is right here. As he walked in the dark universe, he looked like the only white porcelain true god in the world. His entire body exuded pressure, and his body emitted a faint white light that was as transparent as a mirror. He was extremely beautiful. Wherever it went, the blurry consciousness of the entire planet instinctively rejoiced. They knew that their parents had arrived. And Meng Po is still being led around Stone Star by the first divine priest. She's quite happy. Su Ji's eyes swept across the room. That piece of history has reached its final moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. It was Carolyn. Su Ji nodded and strode toward Shi Xing. Yes, a new history has finally begun. Shi Xing. The moment Zack shattered the meteorite, everyone cheered and cried tears of joy. The note of fate has already been changed. The entire race, the god of creation, that mysterious god, is he still observing our planet? According to our analysis, they are the ultimate existences in the world. They are omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. They stand at the beginning and end of each world line and possess the ultimate qualities of creating everything. On the other side, Meng Po and the first divine official were hiding their identities on the streets. They were eating and observing the civilization system of this planet. She had been on this planet for a few months. When they came to visit, they happened to connect with history, where Zack had sent Salu flying and shattered the meteorite. After a few months, their battle just ended. At this time, Shangguan Man was listening to the voices around him. Although the voices were calm, after understanding the planet, he only felt that his hands were trembling badly. He was silent in his heart. There wasn't anything to be complimented about, and he wasn't that strong either, but full concentration? Control the future and past of the world line. It was too shocking. The first high priest only smiled. He had brought him here to let him understand the strength of this world's civilization and also to learn about the history of Stone Planet from this planet. He wanted to let him know the horror of the whole god. At this moment, the final part of history had arrived. The people on the Stone Planet saw the five-colored aurora covering the distant ice ocean. Two ancient white porcelain gods slowly walked over and landed in an ice-sealed city. They walked on the bluestone streets and observed the culture and architectural style of the surrounding races. White skin with black seaweed on the head, that's God. Two full gods. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the two figures of Carolyn and Su Ji were just like they were in the past, repeating history and eating fruits on the street. Soon, Zack, number 18, and the great elder of the high green planet flew over. A conversation of the century began. Meng Po, who was sitting in the distance, was so scared that her old face trembled. She was still looking at the first divine priest in the shop next to them, hiding their identities. Oh my god! Oh my god! I feel like the entire planet is cheering, as if celebrating the arrival of its mother. Such a supreme existence. There are actually two complete gods who can create planets and see the past and the future. Like everyone else, Meng Po found it unbelievable at first glance. Like everyone else, he thought that there was only one god. Don't act rashly. The first high priest said. This is the destined moment in history. The two full gods will suddenly descend on this ice layer and start a conversation. Few months after the meteorite was destroyed. If we act rashly, it will affect the history of this planet and the future of the world. Changing the planned history? The future of the world? Shangguan Man immediately had goosebumps all over his body. She had always thought that the reincarnation sovereign was the strongest in this world. Now, she knew that there was always someone better in this world. At most, he could only be considered the strongest among the level 7 heavenly emperors. The universe was too big. There were countless worlds and civilizations that were brilliant and vast. Not long before her arrival, she had observed the culture and customs of this planet and found that the strange history of this planet was not a traditional straight line. Zack, he kept going back and forth between the worlds. World line, Doomsday of the Dragon Ball. World line, I Have a Dream. He read the novel one by one. She once again saw the failed futures of stone stars in other parallel universes. Zack, he's constantly crossing over. I saw the elegy of many parallel universes. The so-called miracle has already been clearly marked behind the back. She looked at the three-stage transformation from afar. It was a handsome white dwarf, the frost demon Flissa. The incredible cyborg number 18 from radiation technology. And the great elder, who had mastered an even more terrifying technology of the high green planet civilization, the Dragon Ball Wish. They created a miracle by stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the parallel universe, they died countless times, but a miracle? He. They didn't encounter our samsara official sovereign, and any miracle became impossible before him. He's the terminator of miracles. Shangguan Man's face was filled with pride. But Plague, Salu, Felicia, the parallel universe, two full gods, standing at the two ends of times past and future, the omniscient and omnipotent ultimate gods of creation. She was hiding in a corner far away, her face pale. She felt the world spinning around her, and she almost fainted. It was as if something was growing in her heart. Some kind of absolute power was breaking, and a new bud was growing. This is the God we worship. The first divine priest was also sighing, his eyes filled with deep longing. All is all things. I was also given life by them, and a thought from the two of them is the destruction and birth of a planet. In the distance, they were still talking about that century-level conversation. This world, in the future, will still usher in a new apocalypse, but there will be no more chances to start over. The so-called crisis still requires planning for development and preparation. Su Ji followed the script's history and said the last sentence. "Let's go," he said. Su Ji and Caroline were eating fruit as they turned around and disappeared into the street as usual. Before he disappeared, Su Ji took one last look at Shangguan Man, who was in the corner. He found it rather interesting. Before this, he had not been watched by Shangguan Man, and it was without a doubt that a new era had been connected to his eyes. Who? And NBSP, whoosh. When Shangguan Man saw the true supreme of the world, he felt his heart jump and his face turned red. "You looked at me for the last time? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to my beauty? I belong to His Majesty." The first high priest was confused. Beauty? Such an old and wrinkly old woman actually thought that she was beautiful? Why would Lord Quan Shen like someone like you? He was completely speechless. He had always felt that the living creatures in that world were very strange. Those strange fellows who laughed earlier and the old lady who was the leader in front of him seemed to be very strange too. Especially the ruler of their world, who was even weirder. He actually liked this kind of appearance? It was a shocking smile. "In the starry sky," Caroline said with an indifferent expression. "Now, we have completely connected the history that we deduced 200 years ago. It's also just in time for the other world's communicator to see the dialogue of our arrival and see the power of our world." Since they were going to communicate, they had to secretly show off their foundation and strength. And when was the most suitable time? This was the most suitable moment for them to descend, and the impact was the greatest. All of this was still part of his calculations. He had planned for the end of the era to bring about an exchange so that the emissary from the other world would see this scene. At the side, Caroline smiled. "Now, it's really 200 years later. We won't interfere anymore." At this moment, the other planets were also developing. For example, Cyber-Tan had just shattered their meteorite. Another example was the Pixel planet, which had barely been developed. There might be a clash between the various forces. Su Ji nodded. It had not been a long time. He had just turned the prediction of the next 200 years into reality. But what would happen after the two highly civilized planets shattered the meteorites? It would no longer be deduced, but there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would attack and probably enslave other planets. This was the beginning of a new era. "I'm going to make a trip to Cyber-Tan." Caroline paused for a few seconds and said, "The meteorite has just been shattered over there. We need to do a final deduction of the era." "Go on." Su Ji laughed. Caroline immediately left. Su Ji was not surprised. He was just lamenting about the magic of time. The higher his vision was, the more mysterious energy he saw, and the more interesting the world was to him. Time seems to be in disorder. It's only now that we've connected to the end of the world line that was deduced back then. We've just seen Zack, number 18, and the others. They're only now in reality, and Zack has just broken through his third transformation and won the final battle with Salu. As Su Ji spoke, he arrived at a new planet. It was neither Cyber-Tan nor Shi Xing. Instead, it was a primitive planet civilization, a group of ordinary primitive tribesmen. Their appearance was actually similar to that of Earthlings. It could even be said that in the entire universe, among all the strange vacuum creatures in this world, the creature that was closest to modern humans was a light blue crystal, soft and delicate human. It had jellyfish-like skin, thin and dense semi-transparent veins, and its bones were almost visible. Apart from that, the structure was almost the same. Their skin was especially delicate and soft, and they liked to live on ice. At the same time, they had a special characteristic: his skin changed. It could change the color of one's skin and communicate in a special language. The color blocks of one's skin were as colorful as a puzzle, forming a special color block code that transmitted the language. Furthermore, their skin would glow. It was made of a material similar to a neon light, like a jellyfish that would glow and change color. At this moment, they were living on the ice and were worshipping the broken stone statue. Rum! Rum! They sent out strange divine thoughts, but this wasn't their language. They also had faint divine thoughts, but they weren't strong, and they didn't need to communicate, because it was too strenuous. This statue was Salu, who had been floating in the universe for more than 10 years by Zox-Kigong waves during the apocalypse of the meteorite virus not long ago. Salu fell on this planet as a meteor. He was so severely injured that he seemed to have fallen into an eternal sleep. Ta! Su Ji took a light step and landed on the ice. Back then, after he had finished his deduction, he had not paid attention to Salu, who had just been sent flying. But now, he naturally had to pay attention to him. Rum! All of a sudden, all the lamb people were so frightened that their skin prickled and goosebumps appeared. Then, their skin quickly turned white, and they became white. What a cowardly race! Su Ji shook his head. They seem to have changed into the skin color of their race to express their submission. It's a protective color similar to chameleons, pretending to be the same kind as their race. God! Why does he look similar to us? Great God, from the sky of the starry sky! These people's eyes were wide open as they felt an extremely powerful pressure. Their bodies flickered with all sorts of colors, and their faces were filled with fear. They knelt on the ground one after another, expressing their thoughts in all sorts of languages. Su Ji did not pay any attention to these weak indigenous civilizations. What drove you to this planet? Su Ji stood on a high spot and looked down at the entire stone statue. He muttered to himself, continuing the era after the meteorite had shattered. It's them? You're very interested in these living beings? What was his interest? It's clearly a weak life form without any potential. Suddenly, a hoarse and intermittent divine sense came from the entire stone statue. The supreme god of creation. You've finally come. Chapter 620. Life is so difficult. For Salu, his memory was still stuck at a few months ago, when he had just started a life and death battle with Zack. He had lost. It was a sure win situation, but he had lost to fate. However, did he really lose to fate? Yes, it was. He had indeed lost to fate. That was because fate itself was the omnipotent all, the concept of the creator. He saw an invisible hand smoothing out the folds of the river of time, leaning towards another race. He saw that man. They were both his parents, but he seemed to ignore him. He had thousands of words to say. The love and joy for his parents who created him, the awe for the power to create the world and observe time, and the indifference and despair for himself all mixed together into a complicated emotion. Salu, why do you want to see me? It was a god with white porcelain skin, short black hair, wearing a white coat, and a calm voice. Rum! Rum! The most primitive native of this planet knelt down. They surrounded the stone statues that they worshipped and the god that descended from the sky with reverence. They knelt down and chanted the most primitive slogans. The god of creation. Our parents, the parents of the entire world, you've finally come. Salu's voice was a little hoarse, but he was extremely excited. He said angrily, I want to know why. Why? Su Ji stood in front of Salu's broken body. A part of his journey from space had arrived on this planet. His body was still covered in cosmic dust, and he had turned into a statue with his legs curled up and his head turned sideways. However, after merging with the genetic characteristics of the entire stone planet, the powerful genes of the frost demon, the high green planet people, the red-shelled insects, and the cyborgs, it still made him the only life that surpassed everything. He was unique and even possessed the possibility of surpassing everything. As the best product of the grand unified virus, it was a coincidence that had been deduced from countless world lines, and even had the potential to be unreplicable. You want to know why? Su Ji laughed. What do you mean why? Where did I come from, am I your child? His hoarse voice was filled with jealousy and anger. Su Ji's hand passed through the head, stirring up water like ripples in the white mud. He took out a magic core and then put it back. Magic nuclei were enough to prove that they came from the life system of the grand unified virus. Since I'm your descendant, and we have the same talent, why do you have to do this? Why are you doing this? He burst out in silence, since you have given birth to 2 children, why did you interfere in their war? Because you are called slaughter. Su Ji said. Slaughter? He was suddenly stunned. Killing was indeed an innate instinct of their race. From the moment he gained consciousness to the moment he climbed up to the zombie tyrant, his zombie mind was filled with a crazy desire to kill and destroy everything. Eat, eat, eat. It was because he was killing. To destroy the planet and creatures created by his parents? However, if he was already a source of disgust, then what was his purpose? Why did he come to this world? He should not have been born. The world line that had gone through countless reincarnations, what was the meaning of his existence at that time? From a long time ago, he had seen the mysterious god of creation in each world line and each era. He had wanted to ask why he had to overthrow their success again and again. It was too unfair. As the days passed, intense hatred and anger accumulated in his chest. Did you forget? You're no longer a tyrant of slaughter. You're no longer a terminator that destroys and infects everything, you've turned from a slaughterer to Salu. Su Ji said with a smile. This was not Salu in the Dragon Ball, but a truly independent special life. He raised his head to look at the starry sky. The shining stars were moving, and one of them was the dark green stone star. Not only did they welcome a transformation, but you also welcomed a transformation. Wasn't it? Salu. Shiru looked at Su Ji, and his body trembled. He was actually trembling. So that's how it is? Su Ji said, you have a sense of self. There's no longer only killing. There's kindness, doubt, greed, and also compassion. You've become complete and are moving closer to the real us. You're becoming a complete life. I'm complete. He almost lost his voice. I'm becoming all. Everything in the world is our people, and you are no exception. Su Ji smiled and said, it seems like I'm helping Shi Xing, but in fact, I'm helping you as well, helping you to walk from being incomplete to a complete life. From now on, you've become everything. I won't interfere with the course of the world anymore. You can do whatever you want. Salu suddenly fell completely silent. He looked at Su Ji's white porcelain body, which was delicate and mysterious. He was the most powerful existence in the world. I can do whatever I want? Even if I want to become you. Su Ji was suddenly stunned. Salu suddenly shouted, from the long journey in space, from that defeat, to the infinitely close to death, I understood that victory and defeat are just fleeting clouds. Only you, only gods, can live forever. I want to be like you, I want to be you. Become me? That would be interesting. Su Ji could not help but laugh. He could see that Salu had not lost his true nature. Even though he had a complete personality, he was still greedy, evil, and had extreme thoughts. But which child did not yearn for their parents? Su Ji did not correct his thoughts of being a saint. Should he advise him to be kind and become an open and above-board hero? There was no need for this world to be unified. It was precisely because of such a variety of life forms that the world was so wonderful. Child, no one will stop you from doing what you want to do. No one will electrocute you here. With a smile on his face, Su Ji turned around and left. Even if you want to replace me, then go and pursue the power you want, if that's your lifelong wish. No. You can't leave yet. Salu roared. He looked at the back that disappeared on the spot and was full of hysteria. The indigenous people who worshipped him nearby were quickly sent flying. The ground was full of gravel and was swept up and exploded. No. You can't do this. I'm going to defeat the whole world, and I'm going to defeat you too. He was like an angry child who had lost his toy, madly smashing everything in the room. Bang 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 bang. The entire meteorite with the statue as the center turned into a storm. After a long time, he suddenly fell silent. He was clearly seriously injured, but he fell into madness. This completely exhausted the last bit of power he had just recovered, and he fell into a deep sleep again. In the darkness, it was a beam of light. He had returned to the time when he had returned to the #1 martial arts tournament and had gone around sucking on powerhouses to absorb their energy, planning to recover his body. He passed by a small house and looked through the window. Dad, is this a birthday cake? She asked. One of the Green Planet people was overjoyed. Yes, the cake is for you. At the table, his parents said gently. Daddy is the best. No matter how the world treats you, your parents will never mistreat you. And NBSP, crack. The entire house was destroyed, and they were buried in the explosion. The happy family of 3 walked toward death. Laughable. He put away the chi cannon in his hand, turned around, and left. He looked at the martial artists who were chasing after him. Why wasn't I born into an ordinary family? Why am I born to be despised for killing? Why do they treat me like this even though they are my parents? They have changed my fate of winning time and time again when they are so weak. It even forced me to make a final gamble and return to the past for the final battle. I'm going to kill the entire planet, kill your beloved child Zack, and then defeat you. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes again. The natives of the planet were still cheering and worshipping him. Before, you asked me why I chose this planet without talent? I didn't answer, because this race's appearance is the most similar to you. His vision blurred, and he looked up at the sky. Even though he understood the cause and effect, he still chose to defeat the other party. The starry sky was bright. Su Ji knew very well that this era was really about to get on the right track. 200 years had passed, and both Stone Star and Cyber Tan had entered a period of rapid development. On the other hand, the Pixel planet had the help of the advanced technology of the players. The weakest planet, Rum, which seemed to have no potential, also had Salu's help. 4 planets? The times are rising. Ever since he started farming on Mercury, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He planted Bodhi trees, harvested them regularly, and created a wave of man-made mass extinctions every day. The energy of these sandbox worlds was no longer the only thing he could rely on. At this time, they were not only providing energy for cultivation, but more importantly, they were providing the deduction of the system and the progress of civilization. What was a strong person? The strong were the accumulation of endless knowledge. For example, breaking through to level 9 required a strong cultural heritage. The civilization system that Su Ji had accumulated was now developing in this direction. The 9th rank might appear soon? Who knows? In any case, Dichi, Ermin, Phoenix, Carolyn, and a series of other peak gods had already lived for thousands of years. As for the low-level gods, there were also relatively more of them being born in the past few years. The incense offerings were enormous, and people in the 3 realms were becoming deities one after another. There were already more than 20 low-level deities. Did he think that it was still the same small area as before? He was no longer one. Although the mortal world and the demon world were still 100 mu each, the immortal world was already vast and boundless, and the netherworld was even larger. Its area had expanded to an incomparable size. In the ancient land of lava, there were already more than 40 gods. The 3 pillar gods were still secretly pushing the trend of the era as the fate of the era. The chess pieces under them, the daughter of Sheng Lin, Subaru, and the newly born corpse swordsman Du Shui of the human race, the leaders of the 3 races, were still about to break through to become high-level gods. The god realm was really not new. Compared to before, it was now mature enough to be mass-produced in the era of god civilization. They had even reached an extraordinary high-level world where the gods could die at will without suffering any serious injuries. Although these worlds had stabilized over the years, there were still no major changes or drastic changes in the times. Su Ji could not be bothered to look at them. He had already discovered a pattern. When a world's cultivation system was completely mature, it was basically impossible for the era to be overthrown by internal affairs. Everyone progressed step by step, and there would not be too many waves. The drastic changes of an era often happened when a new world system was formed and pushed forward. That was why Su Ji was mostly focused on the new sandbox at the moment. With such a mature system and the era of so many gods, there were also more powerful beings at the bottom. Even if they were born and destroyed by natural metabolism, it would still be a mass extinction. The energy of the 2 sandbags occupied 6 layers a day, while the power plant on Mercury occupied 4 layers. Perhaps I can start looking toward the 9th rank. According to this situation, with the stable production of the 3 realms, the lava land, and Mercury, I'll break through to the high-level Heavenly Emperor realm in half a month. I'll start preparing to break through to the God realm. After these 2 worlds stabilized and matured, their ambitions could no longer be suppressed. Their gods have already begun to work together to think of ways to break through the barriers of the worlds and get in touch with other worlds. Su Ji thought about it. This is a difficult problem, but it's also something that must be done. This is because their mature world will probably have to come into contact with other worlds to usher in a new era and create intense sparks. They are now trapped in a cage, unable to move forward. They have touched the ceiling and cannot see the future. All the heavens and all the worlds. But it's still a little difficult to connect them together. He held his forehead and fell into deep thought. It was indeed my idea to run through the sandbox of every world and form a real universe so that they can turn into birds and fly freely. But now, I feel like I'm still lacking something. I can't give them a new path yet, because the current path is still blocked. Without the universe, they won't be able to hold back. No one could help it. Ermin and Medusa were already going crazy. Ermin's lifespan was almost at its end. She was afraid that she would fall into a deep sleep and forcibly extend her lifespan. Didn't he see that the Alchemy Emperor was already panicking? He had already begun to re-evolve the spore life form in the sand plate. He was working hard on some big project, and there was no answer yet. He was probably trying to save his precious disciple Ermin. If the Alchemy Monarch's new species were to appear, he wondered what kind of terrifying superior life form it was. As for the three pillar gods, ever since Suji had destroyed their dream of becoming a human-shaped pillar god, they were now completely in a three-way stand. They no longer gave the other party a chance to defeat them. They had also gone crazy in the stalemate. They wanted to frantically search for the outside world and open up a way out. Both sides were madly breaking through the barriers of the world. Forget it, let's not care about them for now. I have to use this era's sandbox to truly explore the path of a Type 9 powerhouse. Suji sorted out his plans for the future of the world. After returning from Salu's planet Lamu, he found that Caroline had not returned from Cyber-Tan. He was quite curious about the mechanical science fiction civilization on Cyber-Tan, so he went over. Voila! As he walked on the ground, Suji easily found Caroline. She had just finished everything, so she and Suji went to a machinery shop next door to take a look. There were all kinds of magical high-tech weapons and all kinds of tinder weapons inside. It was filled with the magical wind. At this time, Caroline had finally finished all the work at hand and had some free time to introduce the civilization system of Cyber-Tan to Suji. As she introduced, she asked a question: those Azura warriors are actually players of a certain game? Suji was speechless. His teeth hurt. He felt that it was too difficult. They had just dealt with the players and Salu's trouble. Now, the Three Realms sandbox was still in chaos. A group of gods had broken through the world barrier. The ancient lava land had also researched ways to travel to other worlds, crazily researching spatial technology. Even Caroline, who had always been content with her place, had started to cause a ruckus. Chapter 621. It's time to let you know the truth. What did he mean by fortune never comes in pairs, but misfortune never comes alone? This was probably what it meant. Suji had developed to this point and finally completely understood that none of these things were easy to deal with, and they were all madly stirring up trouble right under his nose. No matter how I think about it, Shangguan Man is still the most honest and worry-free. Suji muttered to himself. He hadn't realized that something was wrong with her. Although he still looked obedient, in fact, he had begun to become strange in some aspects. However, it was only natural for Caroline to discover it. With her calculative powers, it would be a piece of cake for her to decipher the language of Earth. Back then, she had also easily deciphered the language of the human world of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, unlike other worlds, Caroline was naturally aware of the existence of virtual online games. This was because she came from the Isodar technology lava civilization, which was of a higher level. One had to know that there were no virtual reality games in the current Earth era. Caroline's side had already created a highly mature virtual reality game world. Even her brain, the god of death's eternal life. It was a very large online game to begin with. All living beings were living in her mind. Suji mulled it over for a moment, and the two of them continued to walk through the elegant and cold Science and Technology Museum. He looked at the buildings on both sides and said, "You've still found out?" Caroline nodded her head and said, "In reality. Online games? Were they playing some sort of online game? They have a terrifying power and a feeling that only the gods of creation have." She had already discovered the evolution talent of these creatures. Every time he broke through a realm, an incredible world creation flow rate would appear, exactly the same as that aura. And NBSP, tap tap tap. The two of them walked on this mechanical planet. In the technological machinery room, there were sci-fi machine guns on both sides. They were painted black and made of a material that looked a little like Gatling guns. It was very cool and sci-fi. Carolyn strolled around as she walked. Furthermore, when they passed by the stone star and saw the summoned dragon god, they would immediately shout Dragon God, Dragon Ball, number 18. Su Ji smiled without saying a word, but he was a little flustered. So ruthless. It had not been long since they arrived, but they had already cracked the code and monitored him from the beginning to the end. Everything was under her control. Carolyn continued to put on a serious expression, and even seemed a little excited. At the same time, they were even talking about the book of number 18 in high spirits. It was very enthusiastic, and it was obviously related to their civilization. I want to know, what does the script for number 18 mean? Compared to Flissa, Dragon Ball, Salu, and the others who are more powerful, why are they paying attention to number 18, who is relatively weaker? Su Ji was speechless. He had actually detected it to this extent with just a few words? Carolyn's intelligence was simply too high. She had calculated every conceivable possibility, and the things she had discovered were far more than he had imagined. She had even discovered Shi Xing's abnormality. He had designed and deduced some worldviews based on the civilization of the online players. Su Ji's teeth were completely aching. As for the number 18 script, he did not expect them to discuss that topic at that time. However, it was normal. After all, other than the famous sword artist, Benzina, the number 18 script was the most popular in the circle. Idiot. He had a bad feeling. However, it would be foolish to treat such a great sage of an era as a fool. It was impossible for him to not notice it with his terrifying wisdom. He felt that it was too difficult for him to calm down the emotions of these big bosses and their high IQ. Su Ji's expression suddenly became calm, and he said coldly, "In the end, you still found out the truth." "I found out the truth back then. I was just as shocked as you were when I found out about this mysterious and magical species." Caroline's eyes lit up, full of curiosity. "So you were also like this back then?" Su Ji laughed and said with a serious expression, "Now that things have come to this, it's time to tell you the real truth." "The real truth?" Carolyn's face was filled with anticipation, and her expression turned solemn. From a long time ago, the ancient gods had brought him to open the curtain of the world step by step and see the truth of the civilization of the entire mysterious universe. Previously, he had brought her to this world, watched the descent of the god of creation, and deduced the terrifying myths of the era and world. Now, he was going to tell her the truth of this world? Su Ji took a step forward and said, "These mysterious races can indeed be called players, but to be exact, they are a kind of mysterious projection of a higher dimension. Although they only have one life, they will not die. After death, they will return to their own world. You can even call it a summoning. Moreover, they had existed in this world for a long time, probably more than 100,000? Or even longer ago. They were born before us, and no one knows how long their history is." Carolyn's eyes widened. The ancient mythological history of more than 100,000 years ago? She suddenly thought of those chattering creatures who had also mentioned their ancient Huaxia pantheon, the innate Qi, the source of radiation, the ancient temple of hell hundreds of thousands of years ago, and Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. They had even said proudly that they had discovered their ancestors and were going to revive the ancient civilization. "If hell is not empty, I will not become Buddha." So, it really wasn't nonsense, and it was actually their ancestors who were even earlier. Their ancestors had such a powerful and legendary hero? Then you. Carolyn's breathing became rapid. She knew very well that the 6 paths of reincarnation that the ancient gods had helped, as well as the foundation of the world in front of her, were also from the ancient Huaxia gods. This was because their fundamental system was the same. They were both light sources and true Qi, and they were both vacuum cell civilizations. The super-ancient gods were likely to have been in contact with the ancient high-dimensional projections from the distant past, which were the ancient people of the Huaxia god system. Yes, I used to be good friends with some of them. It can be considered a relationship between two world-class forces. Su Ji said, at that time, they were still very upright, just like ordinary people. They would not spout such nonsense. Now, their descendants have fallen. He had indeed fallen. Thinking about it, Carolyn recalled the scenes she had observed in the dark, and couldn't help but feel a toothache. Her mouth was full of nonsense, and she was extremely coquettish. What pillow talk? Listening to politics behind a curtain? Be the mother of a few children? My God! Is this a normal person? A bunch of lunatics. No wonder the ancient god had been warning him. These people were very different from the Isodarians' hot-blooded, hospitable, and upright internet environment. If that was the case, it would match up with the ancient myths and legends recorded in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Perhaps the truth was like this. A long time ago, the ancient gods, who represented the ancient civilization of the Lava Land, had waged a war against a mysterious force with the Huaxia God System Alliance. It was earth-shattering. It had even destroyed countless worlds, civilizations, and eras. The outcome of the war was unknown. However, it was already extremely tragic. The starry sky was stained with blood, and stars were shattered one after another. Countless heroes fell. At that time, the ancient lava era of the ancient gods was destroyed, leaving only the ancient god alone. He became the tomb keeper of the era, and then operated the rise of the next era, which was the era of the Isodar civilization. It was perfectly connected. The era of the Huaxia divine system was also destroyed. In fact, they were even worse off. Even their Type 9 powerhouses had fallen. That was why the ancient god helped them rise, returning the Rank 9 corpse to its original owner and making it into a mechanical armor reincarnation for them. At the same time, he also helped them develop. Everything has been connected. Carolyn continued to fantasize, and her expression started to become complicated. It was no wonder that the ancient gods began to think of ways to help the world of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation after developing the people of Isodar in the past, helping both sides at the same time. The land of the small universe in front of him should also be the territory of the broken world back then. Now, it had been recaptured, developed, and restored to civilization. Su Ji continued, since you've noticed them, you should also understand that their planet's time flow is different from ours. They're the lowest level world, and their development speed is extremely slow. In their history, only a few thousand years have passed, but to us, it's already tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Carolyn took in a breath of turbid air and said, indeed. Su Ji was also secretly making plans. That was close. He did not expect that the other two worlds were still struggling to break through the world wall. Before the universe appeared, he had already completed the history of the universe. It was also a foreshadowing for the ancient times of the universe. The universe was huge, and it was enough to fill in the history of this territory. Thinking of this, Su Ji continued. It's hard to imagine that a primitive and indigenous world with an extremely low speed would have such a mysterious entrance to a channel that would become a projection of a high-dimensional world. There must be some special and powerful existence controlling them from behind the scenes. Even back then, my friend and I studied it for a long time, but we couldn't find out much. Immediately, Carolyn felt as if a storm had set off in her mind. The friend of the ancient god was also a level 9, so he should be the high-dimensional projection, which was also a player, who was studying his origin. However, even two powerful level 9 world-level existences could not figure it out. The world was too big. It was too mysterious and had an unimaginable existence. She was completely stunned. As for the person behind the scenes, it should be the god of creation. After all, their evolution talent had the aura of the god of creation, or perhaps... was it a game for the god of creation? It was difficult to find out the details. It was like a person squatting down and fiddling with an ant's nest. A way for the god of creation to kill time? Or was this a natural phenomenon in the game? He didn't even know about the 9th rank and could only come into contact with it when he reached a higher level, the 10th rank? However, did 10th grade really exist? I didn't expect you to have experienced such a long time and era. Carolyn took a deep breath. Can a level 9 being live for hundreds of thousands of years? Naturally, you can't, Su Ji laughed and answered with a serious look on his face, even a 9th tier can't live for so long because I've obtained the blood of eternal life and will exist for eternity in each era. Eternal life. Carolyn's eyes widened in shock, and she almost lost her voice. Yes, the blood of eternal life, the blood of the god of creation. Su Ji slowly said something that made his hair stand on end. Although the indigenous civilization on their planet is so low that it's unbearable to look at, their entertainment and culture are highly developed, and the food is very special. At the same time, they all have the blood of the gods of creation flowing in them. My blood of eternal life was obtained from the ordinary people on that planet. Forever. Live. Ji. Blood. An earthling. All the living beings on a planet had the talent for immortality? Carolyn was completely dumbfounded. She only felt that the amount of information she had received was so great that her mind was buzzing. Chapter 622. The Ancient History of the Planet, Carolyn's teary eyes. Eternal life, what an intoxicating word. The great existences in the world, no matter how beautiful they were and how invincible they were in the world, they could not achieve true immortality. To any powerful being, the most terrifying enemy in the world was time. It possessed a vast power that could obliterate everything, causing their lifespans to decline and age. In the end, they would walk towards an unstoppable death. Does eternal life really exist? Carolyn couldn't help but mutter. She had witnessed the death of each era. As the guardian of civilization, she had seen with her own eyes how fragile the Isodarian civilization of the gods was in the face of time. She had long been shocked and terrified. She could not help but grab Su Ji's hand tightly and said in a loud and urgent voice. Really? The blood of eternal life? Su Ji looked at Caroline. She was as excited as a little girl and replied with a smile, it's true. The blood of the god of creation, the blood of eternal life, really exists. He was staring at her with fiery eyes. It was only then that Su Ji sighed with emotion. No powerful person in the world could suppress their strongest desire in this aspect and disregard everything else. They had almost everything they needed at their level, just like the ancient supreme emperor who had his territory, beauty, power, and status, but he had also begun to truly face the fear of death. In their long lives, walking towards eternity was the only thing they pursued. Even Ermin had begun to face this problem. After the era had stabilized, other gods had begun to envy Medusa's long lifespan, which was enough to support her incredible path of cultivation. Su Ji sighed with emotion and said, that could be considered a coincidence. Back then, we unintentionally explored and searched for it, and finally went to that planet, which is the home of the high-dimensional projection. They are as weak, primitive, and low-level as described. However, after careful study, I found that their bloodline and talent are also terrifying. They seem to have the bloodline of the god of creation. So that was the case? Carolyn was already completely shocked. The bloodline of the god of creation. Perhaps, this was the reason why it was treated as a game? This completely explained everything. But how smart was she? Suddenly, he was puzzled again and could not help but ask, but that's incredible. There's a bigger contradiction. Since they have eternal blood and a long, almost infinite life, everyone will accumulate a huge amount of knowledge and wealth. Ordinary people with a lifespan of thousands of years are terrifying enough. The entire planet will eventually embark on the path of cultivation or technology to improve its civilization level. It will no longer be a low-level primitive civilization. It will even improve its thinking speed and time dimension. Su Ji shook his head and stood quietly where he was, looking at the mechanical weapons in the glass cabinet. It's not as exaggerated as you think. They have the blood of eternal life, but none of them can achieve eternal life. In the era I came from, their average life expectancy was only in their 30s. It wasn't until a few thousand years later that their average life expectancy reached 70 years. Carolyn silently mulled over the meaning behind the words. Like the most devout seeker, she could not help but ask again, why is the lifespan so short? Isn't it eternal life? Su Ji explained, their weak physiques and lack of a cultivation system cannot support their bloodline at all. Once their bloodline awakens, it will not be a good thing. Uncontrollable immortal cells will erode their bodies and divide endlessly, leading them to death. Carolyn tidied herself up and revealed an expression of understanding. Everything could be explained. Weak creatures naturally couldn't withstand a powerful bloodline. At the same time, this kind of bloodline was not the foundation of cultivation. It was like the demon core bloodline, the entire clan bloodline, and the transcendent bloodline system. This completely prevented them from stepping on the path of cultivation. They could only be ordinary people. Thus, it formed an insurmountable barrier, covering up the heaven-defying bloodline that would only be useful after they rose to power. The seemingly weak and primitive planet was formed. At the same time, she was completely excited and could not help but cry out, then, can we go to that world? That's the blood of eternal life. It's very dangerous. Su Ji answered seriously, we've been to that planet, but after we went there, it was as if we were being watched by some great horror. It was as if we were like ants. We stopped for a moment and then left. It's definitely a forbidden zone of death in the entire universe. You should know that. Su Ji raised his head and sighed softly. The world is too huge and shocking. No matter how powerful we are, in our pursuit of supremacy, there will always be some irresistible and mysterious areas in the vast universe, and there will be great and magnificent life forms that we cannot understand. Carolyn took a deep breath and could only nod her head. She had once observed a black hole. It sucked in everything, destroyed everything, and destroyed the essence of everything. It was a terrifying forbidden zone, and even a Type 9 divine warrior would not be able to resist it. They would be sucked into the abyss and destroyed. At that time, I obtained 2 on that planet. Su Ji spoke again in a slow voice as he recounted the ancient history. After we studied it, we were greatly shocked. It could be said to be one of the greatest fortuitous encounters in our long lives over tens of thousands of years. With the fall of that friend, his blood of eternal life was handed over to that descendant of the Samsara Palace. Carolyn had already investigated the 6 paths of reincarnation's history. That heavenly emperor's lifespan had clearly exceeded his original lifespan. So that was the reason. Another doubt was revealed. Suddenly, she became even more curious. Her beautiful eyes were bright. As a pure scientist, she suddenly asked again, so, a 9th-rank immortal can also die? Su Ji shook his head and said with a smile, a long life doesn't mean that you won't die. In fact, it means that you're more likely to die. That's because the side effect of the blood of immortality is sleep. Even though we've been constantly improving over the years to reduce the time of sleep, we still have to sleep for half of our life. During this time, we'll be completely defenseless and at the mercy of others. Carolyn's pupils instantly contracted. The blood of eternal life would need to sleep for half the time. The information contained in this sentence was too shocking. This meant that the ancient god had completely exposed his weakness in front of her, and even she herself had the possibility of killing him. This also meant that they had enough trust in him and were putting their lives in his hands. This made her extremely touched. At the same time, what kind of intelligence did she have? She finally understood all of this. In an instant, she connected all the events from the beginning to the end. Why was the ancient god in such a hurry to support the next generation of inheritors, the rise of the Isodarans, and the king of the Samsara temple in another world? This was because he might fall into a deep sleep in the near future. In the past years, he and another level 9 god had protected each other and covered up their flaws. However, the other god had fallen, which meant that no one would be able to protect him in the next sleep of the ancient god, which was the moment he would fall. His opponent. The enemies who had fought in the past were definitely waiting for this moment to kill this terrifying eternal level 9 existence. This was a giant overlord of the universe. A terrifying supreme being of the universe that everyone revered. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, ruled the eternal worlds and heavens, and once ruled the lives of billions of living beings. He was the monarch of the universe. His death was imminent. That was why the ancient gods wanted to nurture their next generation, the next rank 9. Everything fit perfectly. In fact, it was only previously that he had provoked another mysterious enemy to fight for this small universe world for him. Because the ancient god no longer cares about death. He dared to enter the enemy's camp, and the other party was afraid. Even if there were more than 2 rank 9 worlds, they chose to retreat, afraid of his final counterattack. She suddenly felt choked up. After completely understanding the situation and the structure, Carolyn faintly saw a peerless figure standing alone in front of everyone, causing her eyes to turn moist. Chapter 623. Working hard. After connecting everything perfectly, Carolyn discovered that there were no more loopholes. The logic of all the actions of the ancient gods had become incomparably reasonable. So this is how you've been hiding and protecting me all this time. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions as she looked at this ancient god with more and more respect and love. He bore all the pressure alone. If I didn't notice the abnormality of those strange players, this truth might have been hidden. The ancient god bore everything alone, while I grew up without any worries. She sighed in a low voice. A carefree smile suddenly appeared on Caroline's face as she threw herself into Su Ji's arms. She was like an innocent girl, lying quietly in her father's chest. She looked up with a smile full of longing. Su Ji was stunned. What blow had he suffered? Do you need a shoulder to lean on? Why was this look the same as the lost look of the people of Isodar when they were destroyed? Why did his Dao heart suddenly become so unstable? He was stunned, but it didn't affect his movements. He instinctively hugged the ceramic girl in his arms. At this moment, Caroline was quietly lying in his arms, lying on the chest of the ancient god. Her face was very warm and gentle. She had completely understood the truth in advance, as well as her heavy burden and mission. In the near future, he would have to forcefully break through to grade 9 and shoulder that terrifying crisis. He would have to pass on the torch of an era and shoulder the burden of a god that surpassed ancient times. No wonder they started to cultivate a new generation. Because he was on the verge of death. This was their only hope. Cultivate a Type 9 to replace the position of another Type 9, protecting the sleeping ancient god. If I can't break through and become a new Type 9, there will be a gap in the combat power of the era. Then the outcome will be unpredictable. After the hibernation, I'm afraid that the ancient god will die. She sighed in her heart. In a daze, he recalled the distant civilization era. Back then, when the ancient gods and the people of Isodar had boarded a spaceship and stepped into the vast starry sky, they had already hinted at many things. He told himself to be careful of the enemy and to hide himself. At that time, they had guessed that the enemy must have destroyed the ancient lava era. As expected, it came true. Thus, she couldn't help but feel extremely uneasy. She broke away from his embrace and returned to her usual calmness. After sorting out her emotions, she asked in a deep voice, "How long more before you fall into a deep sleep? How much time do we have left?" Ah! Su Ji was stunned. He didn't react for a moment. What did this mean? How much time do we have left? What time? However, he quickly reacted. After all, his own computing power was not to be underestimated. He patted Caroline's shoulder and said to the fair-skinned girl, "You are not bad." Su Ji immediately felt very gratified. No matter how he looked at it, Caroline was still the most stable. She had always seriously helped him perfect his little universe world. She had worked hard and never complained. She was even very grateful to him. Sometimes, being too smart was not a bad thing. Now, the favorability that had just decreased was maxed out again, and the favorability had broken through the upper limit. He felt very blessed. At the same time, the historical setting of the universe had been completely perfected. However, he also felt a deep sense of guilt towards Caroline, and felt that he had let her down. She had clearly worshipped and respected him so much, and had even treated him as a senior. He even wanted to be his Dao protector. After a short pause, Su Ji could not help but comfort her. "There's still quite some time before I fall asleep. Don't worry, it's enough for us to develop." Caroline pursed her lips, but did not ask any further. She was already a high-level god, so she could be considered to have reached a bottleneck. As the days passed, she naturally found that it was very difficult for any level 8 god to break through to level 9. It was because the realm had always been a single log bridge, and the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Countless gods fell from the bridge and were crushed into pieces. Among 1,000 gods, it would be extremely lucky if even one could break through. Most of them would die of old age at level 8 forever. One had to know that those who could become gods were basically the most outstanding group of the hundreds of millions of creatures in that era. However, would he be the strongest among the 1,000 peerless geniuses? She did not know. But he was more or less confident. The 9th rank required a terrifying amount of calculative power, and the monster core lineage had a superior advantage. At the same time, he was not alone, but had the Isodar civilization in his mind. She believed that she was absolutely the most outstanding among the 1,000 gods. She believed in the heaven-defying ability of the eternal life of death deduced by her, and she also believed that the future of this cultivation system was extremely exaggerated. However, there were still many problems. Could he really break through? Even if he could make a breakthrough, would he be able to become the guardian of the ancient god before he fell asleep? Even if he really succeeded, he would most likely have to face more than one enemy at the 9th rank. Could he really resist everything in the future? But the word save the world was no stranger to the Isodaeans, who were hot-blooded, extreme, stubborn, and loved to say "but I refuse." 9th grade. It was a powerful and moving name. The overlord of the starry sky, a giant in the universe, an ancient existence that could live for tens of thousands of years. It was too heavy for her, who was only 1 or 2,000 years old. She also silently put aside this heavy topic and pretended to be relaxed as she asked, "We can't get the blood of eternal life anymore?" "That's because that part of the universe is a terrifying forbidden area." Su Ji also replied, "That's true. Even if we were to go, we would be taking extreme risks. At the very least, we shouldn't go now." "Doesn't that mean that I can't obtain?" Although she was trying to change the topic, Carolyn still felt somewhat emotional. Who knows what will happen in the future? Su Ji took her on a tour of the machinery and technology room. He kept on looking around and said with a smile, "Maybe in the future, there will be various ways to obtain a long life. Life is long and has infinite possibilities." Carolyn immediately stopped talking about this topic. She turned around and talked about the first group of players. She said, "They have evolution talents. We still need to guide them and let them develop the times. After all, they are good new forces, although they are full of nonsense and it makes me feel uncomfortable." When she thought of these players, her face turned cold and she was very unhappy. She hated this kind of guy who was full of flowery words. Su Ji nodded. It was good that she had accepted it. He did not care about her attitude. However, as a technological civilization, they were naturally the fastest to discover it, but they were also the fastest to accept it. After all, the players of the game could treat the high-dimensional projection as a special cultivation system of the planet and a group of people who had descended. As players, they didn't have much of an advantage, and they didn't have the ability to die and revive infinitely. After all, energy was conserved. But it's still better to understand their civilization. Caroline suddenly became serious. If you can read his books, as well as his various customs, it would be much better. You should know a lot about the ancient gods. That's why you know about his Dragon Ball, his wish. Only with this kind of conceptual setting can those things be opened up, right? She was completely curious. There was probably no one who was not curious about the other world. She could not help but look at Su Ji meaningfully. Even if I can't register a social account in their world, I still want to know some things. For example, what exactly is the book number 18? I'd like to take a look. Su Ji was speechless. Well, it was a new thing for the hot-blooded people of Isodar, because they did not have such a hot-blooded culture. Chapter 624. Opening the door to knowledge from other worlds. In the end, Su Ji still tactfully refused. Don't talk about strange books, why bring Earth's civilization materials and books? What if he was led astray? If the door to a new world was opened, it would be a real headache. The more Carolyn looked at him, the more satisfied she became. She was completely at ease. Although he was just causing trouble, didn't he successfully resolve it? She even maxed out her favorability towards him. The pace she was currently at was to seriously develop the cellular extraordinary civilization in this universe and research the threshold to break through level 9. After all, she was under a lot of pressure and the sense of urgency had multiplied. He was a tool. The two of them continued to discuss the layout of Cyber-Tan. After touring the streets for half a day, they had some understanding of the Tinder civilization. The reproduction rate on Cyber-Tan was very poor. There were only a few thousand living people on their planet who had Tinders. They were extremely rare on this land, and most of the city was run by robots. He left after walking one round. The foundation of the civilization had been formed, and the development of the 4 great ancient civilizations had been completed. The entire era of the small universe had completely begun, and it was up to them to see what kind of future they would have. However, before Su Ji left, he did not notice Caroline's expression. Although he had rejected her, she still seemed to be very interested in the civilization of that group of players and was full of curiosity about that planet. A moment later, she sang. After the first divine official communicated with Shangguan Man, he could not stay by her side and analyze the situation. He could not let her live independently on the planet. At this time, she had opened a small restaurant. A woman who had transformed into a high green alien was running a shop and selling a potion that was highly rated. At this moment, she poured the soup into the bowls and was filled with emotions. Previously, I entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and wanted to be reincarnated. In the end, I was schemed against in just over 10 years and suffered a great loss. I even implicated His Majesty and forced me to return to the netherworld in a sorry state. I failed to live up to his support. However, His Majesty wants me to take a break here and experience the cycle of reincarnation." She was very touched. The world of the 6 paths of reincarnation was very difficult to train in, so he could only come here to reincarnate. This was His Majesty's good intention. While monitoring the communication between those people, he also allowed her to cultivate herself and improve her talent in cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. This wave of training was over. Sooner or later, he would have to go back and regain his face. Her heart continued to sink. "Boss, a bowl of soup please." A priest with a white porcelain figure slowly walked in. Shangguan Man was shocked. The surrounding guests couldn't see this white porcelain person at all. "Another god official? Please take a seat," she immediately said politely. This universe was too terrifying. These white porcelain priests were gods under the command of all gods. They were responsible for repairing the planet and maintaining the peace of the world and the universe. They had unimaginable power of creation. "You can call me the 10th High Priest." Caroline smiled and made up a fake name. Then, she sat down and drank a mouthful of soup. Even she had an intoxicated expression on her face. "It's delicious." "The 10th Divine Priest?" Shangguan Man sat down at the side. "Yes, I am. I'm quite interested in your world," Caroline said. Shangguan Man suddenly felt a little happy. The first divine priest did not know how to conduct himself well and ignored the situation in her world. So, Shangguan Man began to explain her world. After all, world communication was a mutual understanding between both sides. After explaining for a while, Caroline fell into deep thought before finally getting to the main topic. That living being from the Netherworld published some Netherworld papers, novels, and books. I'm very interested in them. Can you lend them to me to take a look? Shangguan Man didn't care about it. She took out her interspatial ring and poured out everything. After all, as the person in charge, she had saved every copy of the daily newspaper. By now, there were more than 2,000 copies of the newspaper. The 2,000-plus chapters of the newspaper's serial story had also finished talking about the myths of the sorcerer world, the rise of the primordial world, the era of the innate ancient gods, the era of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and the war chapter where the 2 worlds merged. Medusa, Ermin, the Lord Deist, Hermes. Each character had a detailed description. When Caroline started reading the first issue of the newspaper, she was immediately greatly shocked. Alchemy? Sorcery? The 3 witches? Evil god? The 9 revolutions mysterious art? Dragon vein? Power of will? This? What is this? Although there was no detailed explanation, some of the ideas in it enlightened her. She immediately realized a terrifying truth. This book was actually a real world. I'm afraid it's the player's high-dimensional projection of another world and their experiences. A real world, she looked at the newspaper, and her eyes burst with endless brilliance. She couldn't help but laugh and scold, "These players are really stupid. I don't know what terrible thing it revealed. In our eyes, it's not a story." She knew what this meant. The civilization development and system path in the story were enough to produce terrifying inspirations, comparable to countless powerful epiphanies. These were all knowledge and wisdom accumulated by other civilizations. At their level, they could already understand a lot just by reading the story. Learning the cultivation techniques of the other world was a huge fortuitous encounter for all experts. However, to Caroline, the cultivation techniques of the other world weren't the most important. What she paid the most attention to were the experiences and case studies of extraordinary civilizations. It was useless against other top experts. However, in her mind, the case of eternal life of the death, the cultivation path of the masters of creation, and the farming style were simply supreme treasures. Perhaps, after seeing the evolution of these worlds, the advancement of the era of the sea and the changes in the fields, and their cultivation system, my foundation will be enriched. There will be a huge qualitative change in both aspects. I can look forward to reaching the 9th rank. She was so excited that her eyes were full of longing. She was still at a loss just now, feeling that the 9th rank was still far away, but now she felt very comfortable. These players are all treasure troves. It seems like I have to dig deeper and exploit them. A glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and her gaze turned cold. She snorted. I have to think of a way to squeeze them dry. She had stayed here for a few days. At the same time, he constantly commented on the characters of the era, even virtual images of them appearing in front of his eyes for comparison. Alchemy Emperor? This person must be an extreme genius. His cultivation aptitude was not good, but his creativity and inspiration were extremely terrifying. He was an alchemist scientist in this field. Perhaps it's someone who doesn't belong to Mr. Levis. The more she read, the more excited she became. Mr. Levis is not good at cultivation either. Computing power was still computing power, inspiration, creativity, and talent. The reason why Levis was so terrifying was not only because he often had bursts of inspiration and creativity, but also because he had the terrifying computing power of magic nuclei, which helped him turn inspiration into reality. If this alchemy emperor had the computing power of their race, he would not lose to Mr. Levis. No wonder this man was able to create a Babylonian mythological era. Medusa, this person's aptitude is only above average, but her heart is stable and persistent, and her enthusiasm for battle is crazy. There are many such people in every era, but she can stand out, and there is a possibility that she will become a top powerhouse now. Ermin is kind and hot-blooded, but she's too inflexible. This kind of person can become a top expert, but she can't step on the ultimate path and become a great man who opened up an era. Deo Lords? This person had always been mysterious. His aptitude was terrifyingly strong, and his combat strength was exaggeratedly exaggerated. However, he was thin-minded and transcendent. Perhaps this kind of leisurely character was in line with the natural Deo mentioned in the book. His future was also terrifying. In fact, this person was the most terrifying. Ordinary people definitely can't do this kind of questioning heart. She looked at the battles and stories of the characters in it as if she was fighting with them and discussing Deo. With her personality, she was naturally excited. Did she? Seeing this, Caroline's pupils contracted. How could there be such a person in this world? He was born holy, and he learned the 9 revolutions' mysterious art in an instant. She was shocked by the powerhouses of each era. She closed her eyes slightly and laughed out loud. These Azura Deos are so stupid. In order to make the novel seem more realistic, they even attached some principles and basic formulas. Was he taking advantage of the fact that the people from other worlds didn't have the bloodline of the primordial space? We can try to combine the cell lineage of our entire clan with biotechnology and spatial storage to make a pseudo-spatial bloodline. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Caroline suddenly opened her eyes. We can begin the deduction. Is the first location here? Bang! With a crisp sound, he easily found it. Bang bang! The second one? The third one? She smiled, and the first explosive point appeared in her body, followed by the second, and soon 9 in a row, which quickly sounded all over her body. The 9 revolutions mysterious art has been completed. Caroline opened her eyes and sighed. Although Dichi spent 100 years and I only used a short minute, my current cultivation level is higher than the opponent's rank 7 Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, my race's innate ability to calculate is extremely powerful, in fact, I'm not as good as him. His talent is too terrifying. Not only is his learning ability strong, but he can also come up with new things, perfect his cultivation methods, and integrate them. Pure computing power was not the most important. The main thing was talent, creativity in opening up cultivation techniques, and perfect top-notch thinking. What kind of monster is this? You're simply Dichi from the second novel, right? Shangguan Man, who was sitting in a corner of the shop, was also completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He silently cursed those Azura Deo vulgarities. After reading a novel for a while, he had learned the cultivation technique in the novel. Were all the priests in this world so powerful? She started to shiver. At this time, Caroline had finished reading the whole newspaper. She looked at Shangguan Man with a touch of regret and asked, "Is there anything else?" Shangguan Man thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "There are others, but they're all for Azura Deo. They're usually given to me for leisure purposes. Let me take a look." Caroline's eyes were fixed on her. Shangguan Man took out a pile of books. "Don't make a fuss, the Cold Master can't afford to play and the time travel of the concubine's daughter, supreme grade little poison doctor." Of course, there was also her favorite book, Befuddled Ugly Cute Wife, Please Conduct Yourself with Dignity, Your Majesty. Caroline's face immediately turned black. These names didn't seem to be any decent books. She thought of those exaggerated Azura Deo, and her expression became colder. Her impression of them was getting worse. She had always hated unreliable and cunning people. She had also secretly observed this Mengpo in front of her. Her aesthetic was a little abnormal, perhaps affected by these books. I won't fall into their trap. She immediately lost interest. Just as she was about to turn around, she hesitated. After all, her addiction to reading books had not been eliminated yet, because she had obtained too much knowledge from them, enough to match her 1,000 years of accumulation. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly saw a book called A Father's Love is Like Water in the pile of books. Her heart was suddenly touched. She thought of the ancient gods and her own loss of self-control. She was like a senior and a father with a warm heart. Compared to the exaggerated names of those books, this one's name is relatively normal. She frowned coldly, took the book, and left. Chapter 625. Hidden Danger of Immortality. I didn't think that Emperor Qi really existed in the real world. In the soup shop, Meng Po looked at the back of the priest and felt that it was incredible. This kind of creature is too terrifying. Is there really a monster who can learn its moves with just one look and some clues? She felt very embarrassed. These priests who maintained the order of the planet, as the children of all gods, were all so strong? Then how strong was the full spirit? However, this 10th high priest should be outstanding even among high priests, right? Shangguan Man thought for a while, then arranged the tableware with a gentle expression. She suddenly thought of the book that had been taken away, and her face turned red as she recalled the plot. Even though she had seen too many special tricks of overbearing CEOs, her face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but show a touch of excitement. Why did you choose this book out of hundreds of books? A miracle? Perhaps, this is fate. I can only help you up to this point. Su Ji strolled through the universe in a very leisurely and pleasant manner, going from planet to planet. He had no idea that Carolyn was currently hiding in the dark and reading some strange book. She was flipping through the player's Father's Love is Like Water. After walking around, he began to organize and summarize the knowledge of the 3 avatars. Each avatar was studying hard in the sandbox, which allowed his knowledge and wisdom to improve by leaps and bounds. Hwalala! Endless knowledge poured into his mind. An endless amount of information washed over him like a tide, and he seemed to see a dense pile of words. He liked this feeling very much. This might be the reason why many people liked to read and study. The acquisition of knowledge was always satisfying, especially when it was obtained without any work. Su Ji thought to himself, the content of my knowledge is now stronger than that of many gods, right? The foundation of a strong person was the accumulation of wisdom and knowledge. His foundation had been completely established. However, the genetic talent of the blood of eternal life that I mentioned before is a problem. He thought, this genetic talent belongs to Earthlings. I guess many bug race powerhouses want to integrate this genetic slot. It's strong, but it's also useless. Immortality? Did he not want to die fast enough? The flaw was too great. Moreover, there was more than one talent for immortality. The phoenix's rebirth from fire was also immortal. At the same time, it could be resurrected to become stronger. It was really a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It's the same cycle of weakness, but he's obviously much better. Su Ji laughed, but he had no intention of incorporating the phoenix gene into it. Even though she had solved the problem of the divine soul, the flaws on her side were also very terrifying. Her rebirth from fire actually had 2 death forms. The first type was to be injured to death and then undergo nirvana to recuperate. This type of recuperate was faster. For example, if one was injured in their prime, they would still be in their prime. This type of recuperate usually required a shorter time to recover. He could even enter this state in all kinds of unexpected situations. The second possibility was that he would die from the exhaustion of his lifespan. As one's lifespan aged and one became an old phoenix, one's life would come to an end. One could only be reborn as an egg and return to the infant stage, recultivate and grow up again. This was the cycle of life, the weak period of a true rebirth from fire. If he lost all his cultivation and became a baby, he would have to recultivate. How long would this take? This period of time was almost the same as the dormant period. However, one was asleep and did not resist at all. The other was awake and did not resist at all. During this period of weakness, they also needed Deo protectors. They were essentially the same. And Suji was a lazy, idle person. If you let him have a comfortable sleep, his weak period would be over, and he would have nothing better to do if he were to cultivate hard again, right? There was no danger on earth. To him, all he had to do was sleep on time every day. Therefore, he still adjusted his sleep cycle to sleep half a day. And the others? Medusa did not dare to do so. She had an even longer period of weakness, sleeping and waking up for 100 years. Every day, she would fall into a deep sleep like Suji did with a single glance. Did this mean that time was intermittent, and her weakness had increased? Experts could fight for more than a day, but they suddenly fell asleep in the middle of the fight? It was better to focus on being weak for a period of time and let Ermin guard him. Because of Carolyn's question, Suji thought about a lot of things. Eternal life. Everything in the world seems to have its own balance. No matter what kind of eternal life it is, it seems to be accompanied by periodic weakness. Eternal life may seem wonderful, but in fact, it is death that is faster. Deo Protector? This was not easy to find. After all, it's impossible for a god to self-destruct. After killing you, I can even read your memories through your corpse. The wisdom, strength, omnipotence, and knowledge that you've accumulated for countless years can be obtained. It's equivalent to obtaining your complete inheritance. Who can resist it? Suji kept organizing his thoughts. The so-called immortality was a kind of death. Many powerhouses did not die of natural age, but were killed on the road to growth. However, when it comes to Phoenix, she's about to die of old age, right? You're almost done with the cycle of this life, right? Suji suddenly thought of something. Currently, Medusa was the oldest in the entire sandbox, followed by Phoenix, and Ermin. Not to mention Medusa, even Ermin was facing the fate of dying of old age and wanted to enter a deep sleep early. The Phoenix, who was older than her, should be approaching the end of her 8,000-year lifespan, right? The Phoenix has been living in seclusion. After the era of the ancient gods ended, there were no familiar people in her era. Basically, she didn't appear anymore. Even I almost forgot about her. 8,000 years. Unknowingly, 3 months of a god's life would really pass by. Phoenix was an elder who started at the same time as me. Time really flies by in the blink of an eye. Suji sighed with emotion, and his eyes seemed to see a phoenix somewhere. The ancient gods were not about to die, but the phoenix was. This was indeed a sudden and urgent matter. If there's no one to protect you, let me do it. The primordial world. The trees were green all year round, and the birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. As it was located in the underground cellar, right below the surface's wizard land, it was like spring all year round. It was basically very warm and comfortable to live in. Compared to the wizard land on the surface, which was in the middle of winter, it was very fortunate. The oldest god who created this primordial world, the ancestor sun god, the Deo Lord who created the world, lived in a world of flowers and plants created by the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. The 9 inner worlds were filled with plant spirits. In a pavilion at the edge of a stream, a 5-colored deer was holding a book, Ancient Gods, which was written with complicated ancient centipede characters. It was very cute, and it shook its head as it spoke with a childlike voice. The darkness was vast, and the heaven and earth were as chaotic as a chicken. The Yang spirit was born in an egg and experienced the 7 tribulations of the origin. It was ordered to descend to this world to open the sky. With an angry roar, it split the sky and earth, burning them. The sun in the sky rose 3 meters high and the earth was 3 meters thick. Thus, the world was opened. When the little animals around them heard this, they were instantly very happy. Isn't that too amazing? As expected of an exalted Deo Lord. Isn't that? The creation of this world was the work of the exalted Deo Lord. They were full of longing, especially the sentence burn the sky and the earth. The sun in the sky is 3 meters higher, and the sun in the earth is 3 meters thicker. In an instant, a mythical picture appeared. An ancient divine bird covered in flames descended from the 9 heavens and burned the world. This was an unparalleled great achievement, and the billions of people on this land had to thank it. They were all the disciples and grand disciples of the Lord Deist. They lived in the 9 heavens in peace and tranquility, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. A little rabbit said, I heard that the Deo Lord's time is coming to an end. After a long period of weakness and recultivation, other living beings might plot against you. No way. Deo Lord, you were the number one person to have created the world. There are definitely people who are willing to stay by your side and guard against those rapacious people. Hehe, the human heart is unpredictable. It must be understood that Deo Lords are the only living beings who possess the innate divine ability to create a world with their flames. I've heard that the underworld monarch is a kind and upright person. As a Deo Lord, he will definitely. Hard to say. She has Medusa by her side, you can't trust her. Then Mother Earth, Green Vine, Mother of the world, merciful and peaceful. She can't be trusted either. Then, the Justice of the Heavenly Deo, mercy for all living things. He's the disciple of Mother Earth. All of a sudden, the little animals' faces turned black. The more he spoke, the more he realized that in the entire three realms, there was not a single person he could trust and would dare to put his life in the hands of the other party. The remaining force would be the grotesque forces of the god of dreams and wandering know-it-all, which was even more impossible. Medusa was still alive because she had Ermin, who was also an origin demon god. As a demon god of the potions system, there could not be any accidents, or the demonic system would collapse. Just like Mother Earth and the Ivy, there could not be any loss, and everyone had to protect her. Although the Deo Lord had created the world. How detestable! You're such a kind person, Deo Lord. At a time like this, is there not a single one that we can trust? These small animals were very angry. Their world had been peaceful and secluded, with almost no one in the outside world knowing of their existence. Now that their Deo Lord was reaching the end of his life, they had been pulled into the vortex of this world as well. The 9 heavens of the demon realm were currently in chaos, and a storm was brewing. It's said that Deo Lords were ordered to descend upon this world with the ancient gods of creation. Now that they've succeeded, they're retreating without doing anything. You're too evil. Humph, humph, it's indeed killing the donkey when it's done. They all disappeared at this time. A group of small animals were chattering away. Don't panic, said a small animal. It waved its claws and cheered loudly. The Lord Deist is prepared to face the tribulation. The Valkyrie Palace has agreed to help cover for the tribulation. Ah? Wushan Palace? The Wushan Palace that founded the martial arts. A small animal seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, it's said that their system is very special. They opened up a new era and created the martial Deo. They are of great merit to the common people. Even Deo Lords are learning to cultivate the martial Deo. Now, there was really no one he could trust, so he could only choose Wushan Palace. Lu said, no one in the 3 realms knows that the Deist Lord will be reborn. They all think that she is going to die and are ready to fight for her remains and wealth. When the time comes, the Deo Lord will feign death and return to his youth to cultivate again. He will use one of the gremlins in the Wushan Palace to become one of its members and cultivate again to overcome his weakened state. Everyone immediately felt at ease. The Wushan Palace could still be trusted. After all, what kind of power was the Wushan Palace? On the surface, they thought that they were humans, but in fact, they were a force of demons. All of them were demon cultivators. In recent years, they had been very friendly with their hidden demon world. It could be said that they were their own race, and even some demons in the demon realm had gained wisdom. In recent years, many of them had joined the Valkyrie Palace and walked in the world. In their 9 heavens, there were countless plant spirits, so how could there be no geniuses? Over the years, they had basically all joined the Wushan Palace. The Wushan Palace had already expanded to a great force with 100 people. At the same time, the alchemy technique had been completely perfected, forming a super divine medicine of 100 different levels. Every member had a recipe for a pill. Wait a minute. If that's the case, they'll have to bring the primordial spirit of the Deo Lord's main body back to their youth and fake their deaths to recultivate among their members. Wouldn't that mean that they'll have to abandon the body of this high-level god? Someone suddenly said. This divine body was not inferior to the heavenly Deo. In fact, he was even stronger. The body of the heavenly Deo contained the 9 heavens of the immortal world, and the body of a Deo Lord contained the 9 heavens of the demon world. I don't know. Everyone should be fighting for it, it's a world, after all. A small animal said in distress. Everyone wants to become the master of this terrifying and invincible divine body of a Deo Lord, sit in his sea of consciousness, control the 9 heavens demon world, and become the second noble heavenly Deo. The Valkyrie Palace doesn't want to give up either. Palace Master Lin Hongfeng, Hera, Luo Keiwei and Pan Shuexian have become gods in the past hundreds of years. When the time comes, the four of us will join forces and enter the sea of consciousness of this undying divine body to resist the attacks of the various realms. Ah! Wouldn't we be exposed then? That's right. If we expose our identity as demons, we'll be targeted. It's very dangerous, especially since their physiques are perfectly matched with elixirs. Killing them will also benefit us greatly. However, if we resist the various realms, it'll be the time for the demon race to rise. After all, I've been hiding my identity for so long. It's time to fight for it. In the future, the world will no longer be 3 realms, but 6. In fact, it could be said that it was no longer the 3 realms a long time ago. The mortal realms Great Zhou Dynasty and the Sword Immortal of Mount Shu, the demon race of the demon realm, the dead souls of the netherworld, the Sea of Consciousness ancient immortals of the immortal realm, the demons of the void realm, all of them represent a power and the rise of our demon race, the demon realm. 6 realms. Don't panic, everyone. The Valkyrie is very experienced in controlling the mind, sea and body of other powerful beings. When they were rising, they controlled Messiah's celestial emperor body and survived the danger. This is only the 2nd time. The little animals were immediately filled with confidence. If he couldn't snatch the body of the Dao Lord, he could take the Dao Lord's primordial spirit and return to his infant body to escape. This was the best plan. Chapter 626. The End of the Era. A gentle breeze blew across the top of the snow-white building. I can't even remember how long it has been. The Dao Lord stood on the roof, his sleeves fluttering as he looked down at the 9 heavens of the demon realm. On the verdant earth, countless faint fluorescent lights flickered, and the starry insects and plants lived in harmony, forming a scene of a peerless paradise on earth. Dao Lord, what are you still thinking about? Are you worried about the future? Lin Hongfeng asked in a low voice. The future belongs to you. The Dao Lord raised his head, his expression as calm as ever. Most of the time, I didn't try to fight for anything. I just went with the flow, and everything went with the flow of time. My era might have come to an end. She smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind. She paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. Or perhaps, my time has never come. Lin Hongfeng looked at the most ancient god. The longing and reverence in his heart were indescribable. How could there have been no Dao Lords? The era of the 3 realms had always belonged to the Dao Lords. The heavenly Dao of the primordial world, as well as the 2 titans of the fiend realm and the netherworld, had long since acknowledged that these reclusive Dao Lords were the most powerful beings of the 3 realms. The billions of living beings in the entire primordial world grew up listening to the stories of Dao Lords. They created the world, taught Dao during the primordial era, set a framework for the world, and passed down ultimate arts for future generations. Lin Hongfeng felt a natural aura, as if she had embraced the warmest nature. It was gentle and quiet, giving off an unconcealable sense of intimacy. Perhaps this was the law of nature. In this world, there was no one who knew how high a Dao Lord's realm was, or how many steps they had taken on the path of a grade 9 Dao Lord. She was too mysterious, but no matter how strong a hero was, it was still difficult to resist the erosion of time. No one in the 3 realms world can defeat her, but she lost to time. Lin Hongfeng sighed. At this moment, Lin Hongfeng realized that the Dao Lord's interest had waned. She let things be and didn't care about the current situation at all. On the contrary, the others were even more nervous than her. We'll still do our best to fight. Luo Keiwei quickly walked out and said. Pan Shuexian, on the other hand, pursed her lips. Dao Lord, how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? It was full of immortal qi and stood aloof from the world. A pure and clear heart, without a speck of dust. She suddenly remembered a passage from Old Man. If you don't see yourself, you'll be clear, if you don't self-harm, you'll have merits, the husband does not fight for it, so the world cannot compete with him. If Dao Lords wanted to fight, they would have long since ruled the world. In this era, hundreds of years had passed, and the remaining players had become gods one after another, including Thunderlord and the others, including her. She had discussed with her sister Pan Yuxian that they could not inform the people on Menmei's side. Because he couldn't trust them. On the surface, he was friendly to him, but what if he secretly attacked him? She and the Wushan Palace wanted to protect the Dao Lord. There was no problem with their loyalty, but that might not be the case for the other powers. That's why the best choice would be to hide the truth, feign death, and then fight for the Dao Lord's remains. Her whole body swelled up violently, and her muscles twisted like a demon, like a bronze-colored iron mountain of muscles. A fierce aura came from her, and she said in a muffled voice, "The hot-blooded friendship and feelings between you brothers are all from the iron lifting training, but others don't know about it. After all, the benefits are too great. But we. Why would I cower?" Hera was also encouraged, and she swelled up, turning into a tall and muscular demon. Her muscles were like the roots of an old tree, twisting into a ball and looking very ferocious. Boom! 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 Their muscles swelled up and they emitted a shocking aura. The Dao Lord didn't say anything else. They just stood there quietly for 3 days. As the days went by, the Dao Lord's aura became weaker and weaker. Gradually, the entire 9 heavens began to tremble. Lin Hongfeng's pupils contracted as she immediately sensed something. She looked at the people around her and said, "The Daoist is about to lose control of his divine body. Let's attack together and sit in his sea of consciousness to control his body." Hera chimed in, "Those despicable conspirators are probably already paying attention. They'll immediately sense the turbulence in this inner world and wait for the Dao Lord to die. Then, they'll immediately take the treasure." Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone wants to become the second heavenly Dao, to be in charge of the heavens. Boom! Rumble! The 4 gods rose into the air. Their bodies were full of muscles, and they exuded a terrifying martial aura that suppressed the world. It was as if the ancient mythological giants had split the heavens and earth. They were working together to guard the sea of consciousness. Hwala! Auras could be felt from outside. The images were revealed, and the gods were already getting restless. The Dao Lord remained unmoved. He stood quietly in place, his aura growing weaker and weaker. His eyes were clear as he looked into the distant sky, reminiscing about his life. The era of the most ancient phoenix was pursued in the desert, in the soil, in the sea, in the depths of magma, and then the era was destroyed. At the request of the god of creation, it came to this world and created the world. The era of the ancient god, and the era of the 3 realms after that. The images of each era flashed by. Although I've been living according to the circumstances, I've lived for 8,000 years and experienced several eras. I've lived to become a legend. It's wonderful enough. It's rotten enough. Whether I can live again or not, this life has come to an end. Eternal life is not true eternal life. She came back to her senses and suddenly remembered the figure in the beginning. That warm embrace seemed to return to her parents' arms. The only question I have now is whether everything I've done has met your request. Can this be considered as truly perfecting this world and opening up this golden age? Her eyes were calm, and her breath was getting weaker. At the last moment, she didn't think too much, only a little bit of emotion and doubt. She never fought for anything. She just lived indifferently somewhere and didn't fight for anything. Boom! The sky was shaking. All of a sudden, gods surrounded by snow-white divine light descended, and their bodies were wrapped in all kinds of white electric arcs. They were great existences that transcended all living things, the true gods of the world, with a full 8,000 years of lifespan. As ancient eagles, they soared through the eras of mortals, coldly watching the rise and fall of heroes and geniuses, as well as the succession and fall of dynasties. Kakad! Someone finally appeared in the clouds. Pillars of 5-colored light rose into the air, emitting wisps of energy light particles that floated around him. The Blood Emperor smiled. The heaven-opening giant from the primordial era has fallen. Who can take over her body, sit on the spiritual altar in the sea of consciousness, and control the 9 heavens? There were actually 5 to 6 gods who had formed an alliance and were slowly walking over. Kakad! Suddenly, lightning flashed again. The smell of incense slowly gathered into a prime minister wearing a black official robe and holding an official badge. This old man's eyes were sharp and he had a shocking scholarly air, as if he could ward off ghosts and gods with a light shout. "What's the use of you gods from the forces of the devil world? Are you here to die? This is the god of our primordial era, the supreme god. He created our world, and we absolutely cannot allow outsiders to touch it." The great Zhou dynasty's Hu Reneng said coldly. A peerless goddess with a broken arm sat on a glass flying sword and floated in the air. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 to 3 gods. They were the gods of the Great Zhou dynasty and the sect leader of Mount Shu. Who is that woman? The Blood Emperor and the others' expressions changed slightly. They felt her terrifying aura and knew that she was very difficult to deal with. One Hu Reneng was already terrifying enough, and there was another one? She's the first mortal empress of the past. She's a shockingly talented demon, Lu Wenjian. As expected, he didn't die. Back then, he secretly cultivated martial arts and survived. A faint voice came. Bai Xiaosheng appeared with 2 gods. This was a strange force. He was few in number, but he was not afraid of death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft voice resounded through the air. The voice was clear and sweet, extremely gentle and pleasant. It's hard to imagine that existences from all over the world have actually descended at this time and wanted to pick up his corpse. The ancient Dao lords, in the end, didn't take that final step. Everyone's expression changed completely. Even the underworld monarch, an ancient being of the Dao integration realm's nomological laws, had come. Ermin walked over while bathed in divine light. She was surrounded by the laws of death and ripples, as if an ancient god had descended to the world and ruled over the 9 heavens. She didn't look at the others, but at the figure hiding in a certain space-time. She said, 9th rank, how far are you? You've always been carefree and focused on the Dao, not caring about anything else. You haven't even stepped into it, but you're about to die. In that case, I have even less of a chance. Everyone was completely silent. This being had already reached the Dao integration realm and was in charge of a part of the world. Now, he was going to snatch another part of the world? He didn't even give the new gods a chance? This was too greedy. They were already in the 6 realms, and he wanted to unify 2 of them? At the same time, since this god had come, then the other. Boom! Another terrifying demonic god appeared out of thin air. She revealed herself. Her body, which was as large as a mountain, crushed the entire space. Her long hair danced like black snakes, and her eyes were cold. She was even more callous and ignored these new gods, allowing them to turn red with anger. Her gaze fell on the Dao Lord who had once fought with her mortal body. As the most powerful existence in this world, it's finally going to come to an end. A level 9 is too terrifying. This is destined to be a path stained with blood. It's far better than me taking it step by step. You guys laugh at me for being stupid, I laugh at you guys for leaving too fast and too early. I'm afraid that in the future, when I become rank 8 high-level god, you will still be unable to break through, or he's already dead. Suddenly, she smiled. Her beauty was breathtaking, but her face gradually turned cold. It's better to stay in the foundation realm for a longer time like me. After a strong adjustment and touching the limits of each realm, you'll have a chance to break through to the 9th rank. At this moment, Mother Earth and the heavenly Dao's side also walked out. Medusa, you're smiling so happily now, and it'll be Ermin's turn soon. Let's see who will protect you when you're asleep. You might as well follow me. Menmei is rich now. After creating the world of the ruins of End, he was still not satisfied and wanted to take over another world. At this time, Thunderlord and the others were still following behind her. At the same time, she shouted to Pan Shuxian of the Valkyrie Palace inside, "Sisters inside, don't fight on your own. Join forces with me and occupy this heaven." No one knew the truth yet. Even Menmei and the others were not informed by Pan Shuxian. They all thought that the Dao Lord had truly fallen, so they wanted to fight over the body she had left behind. They wanted to take control of her sea of consciousness and control this terrifying and invincible divine body. All the big shots had arrived. No one would choose to give up on a vast world of the 9 heavens. This was a land that was comparable to dozens of mortal worlds. This was enough to influence the entire structure of the transcendent world, forming the 6th world. Just a second ago, the people of this era had reached the ceiling because of the peace of the era. They were all working together to break through to the outside world and find a new world. Now, the 3 realms were undergoing a drastic change again. This was because the Dao Lord's life was coming to an end. Occupy first. Boom. 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 These old gods have already controlled a world and integrated the rules of Dao. They should be high above and monopolize the era before integrating a world. How about we, the new gods, join forces? Bai Xiaosheng laughed and looked at the Blood Emperor and Hu Reneng's side. He then looked at beautiful dream god, who had left him and was alone. There were no eternal enemies. In the past, they had joined forces to suppress the weirdos, and the entire world wanted to destroy them, but now. In that case, let's work together. The high-level gods are too powerful. We can fight them if we work together. The Blood Emperor laughed. He had always been decisive in killing, so he immediately agreed. The titans of the three realms were all top-notch monsters and monsters. Almost all of them had arrived, and terrifying auras were clashing against each other as they waited for the Dao Lord to fall. All of a sudden, the wind started to howl, and bolts of lightning tore through the sky like countless silver-white pillars. It was like a pure white arrow of light, piercing through the dark clouds and illuminating the entire universe. The Dao Lord is already at his last moments. This is a natural phenomenon? Is it so powerful that energy is overflowing? Is there such a terrifying mythical scene? Some gods raised their heads and murmured. The gap between high-grade gods was also huge. No one knew how many steps this ancient Dao Lord had taken on the path of grade 9 and how strong he was. Clang, clang, clang. A faint Dao sound buzzed in the air and spread in all directions. All the people and cultivators in the world could hear this faint sound. It was like the echo of a valley, the singing of immortals, and the singing of gods and devils. It was sorrowful and transformed into countless fragmented ripples. Everyone felt as if they had been baptized wherever it went. The people who were listening began to break through in their realms as they received the creation of nature. This was the feedback of the law of a supreme god. Silent and silent, is he strong to this extent? Medusa raised her head, and her skin emitted a dull luster. She revealed a look of disbelief and surprise. When she died, there was a law phenomenon. I'm afraid she had already come into contact with a 9th grade law domain. But in the end, it symbolizes the end of an era, the sudden change of an era, and the prosperity of an era. The cute girl stared at the sky. She had almost forgotten how long she had been here. Her lifespan was already very long. Although most of them were in deep sleep, she was undoubtedly the most ancient god. She was the connate creation wood, a living creature that had once listened to the Dao Lord's teachings. Her death, I can already foresee the sudden change of the era, the shift of the sea. Meng Mei sighed. At this moment, they could clearly feel that a certain aura had disappeared. The strange phenomenon ended in an instant. Everyone felt a vague pain in their hearts. Some kind of powerful ancient existence had disappeared. Their hearts were empty, and there was an inexplicable sorrow. Everyone instantly knew. Dao Lords. He had completely fallen. Begin. Some people didn't have time to sigh and were about to attack. At this moment. Who? The wind suddenly stopped. A mysterious aura suddenly descended, turning into a solid aura that froze the entire world. Everything in the surroundings froze. Sand, wind, water, insects, flowers, and animals, as well as all kinds of sounds in the distance. Everyone froze in that instant, as if they were surrounded by frozen amber. All the gods, Bai Xiaosheng, the god of dreams, Lu Wenjian, Hu Renong, the Blood Emperor, and the chicken skin cassock stood up. Their faces were filled with shock, and they had no idea what was going on. What kind of heaven and earth phenomenon was this? Meng Mei was stunned, and her eyes were bright. Every time there is a drastic change in the era, the change of the old and new era, I almost forgot. Isn't the one in front of me? She shuddered. He's too strong. The merit of a Dao Lord was simply too great, and he had been ordered to split open the sky. So now, even that person had descended to send her off? Such a unique phenomenon. That's the ultimate glory. It's him. Medusa's mouth was slightly open, and there was a look of surprise on her face. Chapter 627. Those who wholeheartedly seek Dao, the Dao must take care of them. This aura, Daoist Changsheng was in a daze. He recalled the most ancient era. At that time, the heavens and earth shattered, and a blurry giant figure walked over. That's right. It's a new era. The extremely familiar aura also reminded Ermin of the early years, the Babylonian sorcerer mythological kingdom, which was also a world transformation. She focused her gaze and looked at the world where time had frozen like amber. Whoosh! In the distance, ripples swept out, and a vast giant that was 10,000 feet tall walked over like a great miracle that had existed since ancient times. His entire body was covered in a faint platinum color, and he had an inexplicable sense of holiness and purity. Boom! The spirits of all the living beings in the world shook. All the gods present turned their heads with difficulty. Ka! The speed at which they turned their heads was extremely slow, like a slow-motion movie frame by frame, giving off a strange feeling. The stagnation of time and life was boundless like the ocean. It was so vast that it made people worship it in an instant, as if they had seen the only true God in the world. How many times has it been? How many times has it been? Ermin almost choked with tears as she looked at the huge figure from thousands of years ago with excitement. At this moment, it was as if she had traveled through the long river of time and returned to the ancient times, the end of the Babylonian sorcerer era. The earth shattered. She and Medusa were sleeping on the other side of the ocean. As the last two wizards of the old era, these two former opponents and enemies were crying and laughing at the same time. A vast ancient mythical giant slowly walked over, and Medusa ran frantically, walking barefoot on the mountains and rivers. Even if it's not the first time I've seen it, it's really spectacular. She mumbled, still remembering that she had been at the bottom of the sea. Looking at the history, Gilgamesh of the Sumerian civilization, the sorcerer kingdom of the Babylonian mythology. And today is the third time. Is this the node of another era? Six Realms era? Her eyes suddenly transmigrated through space-time, landing on the figure of a Deo Lord who had just vanished. The figure of a cold, elegant and peerlessly beautiful woman dressed in white. She couldn't help but reveal a smile of blessing. She couldn't help but be envious and wish him well. When you died, there were strange phenomena in the world. Heaven and earth were sad, and all living things wept. Even the god of creation came to see you off in person. This is a great honor. Your arrival in this world symbolizes the development of a world. Your departure from this world symbolizes the fall of a world. You don't care about anything, don't care about the world, don't care about benefits, don't care about power, you only care about the Deo, and you're close to nature in the mountains. You have a clear heart. Although I'm also pure-hearted and have few desires, your realm is still a height that I will never be able to reach in my life. Those who wholeheartedly pursue the Deo must be blessed by the Deo. She focused her attention and looked at the abstract entity that symbolized the Deo itself, the ultimate, and the chaos of the multiverse. The seeker had finally received the farewell of Deo. All his life of pure heart and few desires had been rewarded. She was slightly stunned, but then she understood. The man does not fight, so no one in the world can compete with him. The world was completely frozen. Only the most ancient gods had seen it before and knew about it. The rest of the gods looked at the mysterious giant in shock as he walked over step by step. They were like statues, frozen in the extremely slow flow of time, unable to move. Even their life and death were not in their hands. They had experienced the great horror of life and death, the panic of not being able to control their own lives. When was this experience? Only when he was at his weakest before becoming a god would he have this kind of fear and respect. Then, what kind of heavenly phenomenon was this? Or perhaps, what eternal being from the ancient era had descended? They couldn't help but burst out with questions. The pride he had just felt was shattered, and he felt that he was extremely small and pitiful. They suddenly felt that they were cicadas in the soil. The soil that had been buried for 17 years was finally reborn at this moment. They saw the whole rotten world and the bright sky in the midsummer. He saw the vastness of the world and his own weakness and ignorance. Ridiculous! How laughable was he! Perhaps ignorance was not the original sin that destroyed one's self, but arrogance. However, if this was really some kind of primordial existence that could freeze the time of the entire world just by descending, it would be too terrifying. In comparison, they were more willing to believe in some kind of natural law. It was similar to wind, fire, thunder, lightning, mirages, and other natural phenomena that were formed by the laws of nature. It should be a manifestation of the natural laws of the world. It has transcended worlds and descended here for the sake of the Deo Lord's death. At this moment, Hu Renong's expression was neither fearful nor shocked. His expression was normal. There was great terror between life and death, but he was not afraid even after being frozen. He only felt that he had no regrets. Since the ancient times, humans have seen all kinds of strange things in the world around them. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. They thought that there was an ancient god in the world. In the ancient times, we could frighten the wind, the fire, the thunder, and the lightning. Gradually, we understood the rules and became the immemorial God. Today, we have a new phenomenon of nature. If we don't understand it, it's because our realm isn't high enough. To the vast universe and the great thousand worlds, we are still like poor natives living in a remote corner. Wandering Know-it-all nodded his head in agreement. The two knowledgeable gods sighed with emotion while still communicating. From this, it can be seen that the world is so big that we can't reach it. There's a greater world outside of our world, and all the mysterious phenomena there naturally have a set of laws of operation. The deaths of Deo Lords, just the various strange phenomena, are all incredible fortuitous encounters. Let's take a peek at a half-step Type 9 powerhouse, and perhaps we can see through it and explore a higher realm. But, how could such a mysterious existence be at the Heavenly Emperor level? What is the deeper meaning behind this? Even the Blood Emperor's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. To them, this was a rare short-distance experience where they could see the truth. Their hearts were also ignited with the desire to pursue the Deo. They suddenly felt that the Deist Lord's path was correct. He was dedicated to the Deo and did not care about the prosperity of the world. They had delayed too much of their cultivation time and were blinded by the mortal world. For a Deo Lord to be able to receive such an honor before his death, the various phenomena of the world were enough to prove many things. Time stopped. At that moment, Su Ji felt a little warm as he walked in his cellar, which he had not been in for a long time. The ground is too cold for wizards above ground. It's very cool and comfortable. The moment I step into my cellar, the temperature difference appears. However, the temperature in the cellar is also suitable for fermentation. He set foot on the green mountains and rivers, looking at the frozen gods, who floated in the air like tiny and delicate mosquitoes. Su Ji's gaze turned to a spot in front of him. Within the Deo Lord's divine body, Hera, Lin Hongfeng, and the others all raised their heads to look at the massive divine giant. They were so frightened that their bodies went numb. What kind of creature is this? It's too terrifying. Could it be that it's a secret weapon of some god that wants to fight for the divine body of a Deist Lord? They were communicating. Suddenly, Hera spoke. She recalled the history of the ancient era, the Sumerian myth that great Emperor Messiah had told her, the ancient hero king. 100,000 feet giant. It was a god. The god of creation. Hera suddenly shouted, recalling the most ancient legend. Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. Creation. The god who created the world had caused the time of the entire world to stop just by descending. It was as if a long river that was flowing at full speed had suddenly been stopped. This kind of metaphysical, supernatural, and terrifying phenomenon was close to high-dimensional divine power. It was hard to imagine even if one had broken through to the 9th grade god. Wait! I understand. Lin Hongfeng suddenly cried out as well, unable to contain her excitement. Sisters, according to the records of the ancient gods, the Deo Lord was ordered by an ancient existence to descend and split open the sky. Could it be? Deo Lord, did you come here on the orders of the god of creation? Now that my mission in this life has come to an end, are you going to take me away, Deo Lord? Someone's eyes lit up. The most excited ones were the small animals led by the deer. Although they had yet to take human form, they could speak the human language and were already the pillars of the demon realm. If they were placed in the outside world, they would be powerhouses at the 6th step or even Heavenly Emperor. Lu shouted at her friends happily. We were just talking about how we would help split open the sky if we left them behind. Now that he has arrived, the Deo Lord's mission has been completed. I knew it. You're such a good person, you definitely. Some small animals started to wail, their tears flowing uncontrollably. Chapter 628. The Steps in Pursuit of Truth. At this moment, the people inside were looking at him. He was also looking through the entire ninefold demon world inside his body and saw the dancing gods of the palace of the Valkyrie. Phoenix is still inside. Su Ji felt a little troubled. How was he going to get the phoenix egg? The stagnation of time means that any defense has been opened, including space, which can be entered and exited at will. He stopped and ignored the horror of the gods around him. He had no interest in knowing how they were feeling. Su Ji only knew that he was a celestial emperor. He wasn't a true omniscient and omnipotent god of creation, so what he was doing now was very difficult. It was impossible for him to sneak into the sandbox through the hands of Lin Hongfeng and the other powerful gods, break through their layers of defenses, and take the phoenix egg. Therefore, he naturally came as the god of creation. It didn't matter if they fought, but the phoenix absolutely couldn't die. He had just taken her away to help her tide through her weakened state. It was too dangerous to stay with Lin Hongfeng and the others. Even if they used all their strength, they might not be able to protect her. But how was he going to take the egg from Lin Hongfeng and the others? Aside from the fact that he could control the flow of time, he had no other special abilities. No matter how deified he was just a giant sky king. The main problem is to break through this god's space. He thought to himself. Although I'm proficient in the 9 revolutions mysterious arts spatial positioning and have calculated the position of the spatial nodes of my body, and the gods sitting in my sea of consciousness have been imprisoned, I still need to have exquisite and terrifying skills to step into the space-time of the gods. Breaking through space, this is a pretty good test. He laughed, feeling that it was very challenging. Now I realize that not having enough energy is not necessarily a bad thing. In the same realm, if you continue to approach perfection and break in, your foundation will be so strong that it's unparalleled. Now, I'll take out a branch and place the phoenix egg at the entrance of the space. All of a sudden, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, at the edge of the phoenix egg, a tender shoot emerged from the soil. It pulled up from the ground and turned into a vine that reached the sky. Hwalala! It was as if a pink and white flower bud had appeared, tightly wrapping around the phoenix egg. It slowly rose up and pierced through the sky. I can try now. Su Ji stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. The magic core's computing speed was running at full speed, and the systems and civilizations of countless worlds overlapped and merged together. It's probably here, in this way. The more he thought about it, the smoother it became, and he felt like he had been enlightened. Hwala! Ripples appeared in the space. And NBSP, da. He used his fingertips again and lightly tapped. One by one, the space nodes were broken through. With his weak strength, he had broken the entire space. Hwala! The emerald green vine supported the flower bud of the phoenix egg and continued to grow, directly penetrating the internal space. Su Ji gently took the phoenix egg and disappeared into his palm. It's done! He muttered in his heart. The next moment, his voice rang out. It was like the voice of the great Dao between heaven and earth, sacred and from heaven and earth, resounding in every corner. Deist, after experiencing the 7 tribulations of the origin, you will be ordered to split the heaven and earth in this world. Your merits have been fulfilled and you will leave this world and enter the land of origin. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ji was not in the mood to stay any longer. He had already done what he needed to do and there was no need to stay any longer. He turned around and left. As Su Ji walked further and further away, his back slowly disappeared into the distance. With every step he took, the frozen time on their bodies sped up and slowly returned to its normal state. Behind him, the gods looked at each other. Order to split open the sky. A complete achievement and a positive result. Enter the land of origin. When they heard this, they almost lost their voices. The information contained in it was too huge and terrifying. At this time, they remembered the history recorded in ancient gods and the words of the Dao Lord when he opened the sky. They had a vague guess about the identity of the most mysterious existence. At the same time, what kind of place was entering the land of origin? Origin? These 2 words were simply too shocking. What origin was he referring to? The origin of all things? The origin of the great Dao? The origin of the world? The origin of time, space, and dimensions? Or the origin of everything? Perhaps the world was a point. Time, space, dimensions, great Dao, and life were all lines that branched out. As for the point in the center, was the origin? Also, what did you just take? Didn't the Dao Lord already die? Can it be that he's traveling through the long river of time, going back in time, and then capturing the Dao Lord's soul of death? He's resurrected a Dao Lord who died of old age. At that moment, all the gods' hearts were racing madly. They were surrounded by the flower buds and couldn't see clearly. The death of a Dao Lord caused a truly bizarre phenomenon to occur. An unknown ancient law existence had descended. Wandering know-it-all frowned. This isn't the most important thing. Did you notice that he only took it away after breaking through the god's space? Isn't that normal? Some gods said. The existence of such a mysterious phenomenon was a piece of cake. Hu Reneng had also realized this, and his thoughts were extremely meticulous. No, from the beginning to the end, he only had the power of a heavenly emperor. He didn't exceed the power of a heavenly emperor. For a moment, all the gods felt that it was unbelievable. A mere celestial emperor had broken through the space of a god? Only when they thought back did they completely realize why this mysterious great path phenomenon only had the power of a heavenly emperor. And a mere celestial emperor could break open the space of a god? The movement just now was too beautiful. It was as if he had made a move that was close to Dao. It was as beautiful as delicate, perfect, and fragile porcelain. Bai Xiaosheng tried hard to recall. He clearly knew that it was an opportunity. If he could learn the perfect use of that terrifying power and the technique of breaking through the surface with a single point, he would probably be unrivaled in the same realm. Heavenly Emperor stage. Ermin frowned and thought. I seem to understand now. In the most ancient Sumer era, it was the clone of the god of creation who had no cultivation base that descended. The clone that descended during the wizard era was a rank 4. The clone that had just descended was a level 7 heavenly emperor. This is a law. The level of the god of creation's clone is affected by the level of the world. The higher the level of the world, the stronger the avatar that descended. The Sumer era was the lowest primitive era, so it was the lowest. And now, this extraordinary world was already so powerful that it required the descent of an avatar at the level of a heavenly emperor. Perhaps in the distant future, when this world rose in dimension again, it would be the descent of an avatar at the level of a god? It's not bad. Naturally, Su Ji had no time to care about them. He was very calm as he strode away, as natural as if he was taking a stroll back home in the cellar. He was just a celestial emperor, and what he did was very simple. He worked hard to break open the space of the gods and took away the phoenix egg. What would they think? What would they think? Organize his thoughts? Guessing and deduction? That's their business. I've already fulfilled my merits. To Su Ji, this was just a small matter. At this moment, in the distance, as Su Ji left step by step, the time of the gods was rapidly recovering. To them, the phenomenon had disappeared. They could only use shock to describe what they saw today. The death of a Dao Lord made them no longer stay in a remote corner and see a new world. They focused their attention and looked at the giant that was gradually leaving. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even though time was quickly recovering in their bodies, no one dared to move rashly. If one were to come into contact with it easily, they would anger the existence of that unknown law phenomenon. Perhaps it was like an ordinary person coming into contact with lightning or riding a small boat to get close to a tsunami. The moment they got close to nature and appreciated its magnificence, it would also mean death. Suddenly, an unexpected situation occurred. Medusa, who had not taken any action before, suddenly bent down slightly and made a running motion. Whoosh! Where is the origin? Take me with you. In the next second, her snake tail transformed into a pair of slender legs and stepped on the mountains and rivers. Ta ta ta! The earth trembled violently as it chased after the 10,000-foot giant that was about to leave. It opened its arms and pounced fiercely. Su Ji's figure suddenly stopped and he almost fell. His face darkened. Why did they suddenly start making a scene? Can't you let me leave happily? This guy is trying to mess with me. Does she not want to live anymore? The origin demon god is overestimating himself. He actually wants to chase. The gods behind him were also stunned. No one, including Ermin, could stop her. She had not expected Medusa to be so bold and crazy this time, not afraid of death. Menmei, Thunderlord, and the others were also shocked. Now, even Menmei did not dare to act rashly. She was usually very bold and full of obscenities, but in times like this, she could only quietly curl up in a corner and comfort herself crazily. There was still the next time. Her unique characteristic was her cowardice. She gritted her teeth so hard that they broke, and she bit a vine to vent her anger. Medusa, how dare you be so cruel? She had an eternal life, so she should cherish her life more than anyone. That was the supreme god of creation. The one and only supreme. Even if it's just a clone, she can't offend it. How dare she? The cute girl roared in her heart. She had a new understanding of Medusa's crazy character. However, she did not know that Medusa, who had eternal life, had a criminal record during the era of Babylon's destruction. Ermin did not dare to act rashly at that time, and she was the only one who rushed forward without fear of death. She even wanted to fight, and she was determined to die. Is this her belief in pursuing the truth? It's indeed not a coincidence that Medusa has come this far, and she's ruthless, decisive, and even dares to gamble with her life. The cute girl looked at her giant back in a frenzy. She stepped through the mountains and rivers, completely recalling the group of people who pursued the truth in ancient Babylon. She also seemed to see a myth from ancient times. Medusa's back was gradually overlapping with another giant who was also pursuing the truth and striding forward. The giant chased after the blazing sun and died of thirst on the earth. Similarly, he was overestimating himself. Similarly, he didn't consider himself. Do you not want to live anymore? She looked at Medusa's figure and cheered at the sight of the ancient giant who pursued the truth. She muttered, Quafu is overestimating his ability and wants to chase after the sun's shadow, but he is chased in the valley. Thirsty for water, he drank from the river. The riverway was insufficient, so they would have to go through the northern drinking marsh. Before they arrive, they will die of thirst. Quafu is overestimating himself, and she's also. She couldn't help but shout, and goosebumps rose all over her body. She looked at the mythical female giant who was running wildly on the ground. Quafu Zuri. No, it's Medusa Zuri. Chapter 629. Progress. At that moment, all the gods were dumbfounded. They had all thought that they would be able to get through this safely. For an inconceivable being to arrive at the moment of the Deo Lord's death and be able to observe him was already a massive stroke of fortune. However, who would have thought that Medusa would actually make a move at what should have been a calm end? It was so crazy. He strode forward like a crazy seeker in pursuit of the truth. All the gods' eyes widened when they saw the female giant, who had crushed the mountains and rivers, charging forward without any regard for her life. This lunatic. I'm afraid he's become stupid after sleeping for so many years. It's fine if he's so insolent to others, but he even dares to do it in front of us. It's fine if she doesn't want her life, but she might even implicate us. Many gods couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They were all frightened when they were with such a lunatic. It was possible that such a bold person would anger the mysterious and terrifying ancient creator and destroy this world. Peng peng peng. A snake-haired demoness ran quickly, causing the earth to shake violently. It was as if an ancient god was running in the world. Su Ji's scalp was also a little numb. Why was Medusa still so ruthless? He wasn't afraid of cowards, but he was afraid of this kind of arrogant and reckless madman. The other cowards were immediately intimidated. You would stop moving when you paused time, and you would leave when you were done with your work. But the one in front of him. He had a big head. Ta ta ta. Medusa chased after him with large strides. However, Su Ji did not stop because of this. He did not even turn around. He continued to walk slowly, neither too fast nor too slow, as he slowly walked forward. However, Medusa only felt that she was walking slower and slower as she walked. She looked at the figure not far away, which was like the platinum sun in the sky, dazzling and dazzling. She chased him until her throat was dry, but she could not catch up no matter how hard she tried. Why, so far? The more she chased, the slower she became. There were only a few meters left, but she couldn't catch up no matter what. It was as if the distance had turned into an unattainable distance. She was frozen extremely slowly, as if she was in slow motion frame by frame. Who? You scared me. When the gods behind saw this magical scene, they felt as if time had been cut off. They felt that Medusa was no longer a creature of the same time dimension as them. They were panicking, but they also felt relieved. They only felt that their mood was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. It's all right, it's all right. Even the calm and steady Lu Wenjian was frightened. Hu Reneng's eyes were filled with emotion as he said, however, now that I'm no longer in the split time, I have a comparison image. The time gap between us and the origin demon god is countless years. She will probably take several years to cross these few steps. They muttered to themselves. They felt that everything was bizarre and variegated. Today's various impacts had directly opened up a whole new world domain, and their horizons had been completely widened. It really is Quafuzuri. Meng Mei was also very excited. You'll never be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Deist Changsheng, who was beside him, had seen such an existence before. He could not help but ask his master, Menmei, teacher, have you seen such an ancient god before? Of course. Because this is what I meant by not. Mengmei coughed twice and explained seriously, as an ancient existence, I naturally know more. I also know what the origin is. The gods around them perked up their ears in an instant. Everyone knew that Cutie Pie's origin was very ancient and mysterious. In the past, the god of dreams had tried to invade her memories, but she was directly obliterated by an unknown ancient existence. Mengmei did not regard him as an outsider and said proudly, he was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of the chaos of the world. He is the only existence that transcends the multiverse and countless dimensions. Boom! The gods' heads, hearts, and bones exploded. A stream of blood rushed up to their brains, and they suddenly held their breaths. Mengmei was very satisfied with the stunned expressions of the gods. Because she usually didn't dare to say such things. This was because it couldn't be described, couldn't be looked at directly, and couldn't be named. If he described it to other living beings who didn't know about it, they might attract the gaze of the underworld and die like the god of dreams. But since everyone had seen it before, there was nothing to be afraid of. She smiled, put her hands behind her back, and continued to act cool. With a profound look, she said, he has transcended matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, the law of cause and effect, and everything that human beings have known in the past, present, and future. They cannot understand his existence. It is infinite, eternal, and indestructible. It is an entity of abstract meaning in the chaos of the entire multiverse, a space that does not belong to any universe. He lives in a small courtyard in the mezzanine between dimensions. He is evolving all the species in the universe. The entire universe, time, space, and dimensions, are all created by him. His. Everyone was so scared that they didn't say anything. The entire land was filled with an atmosphere of panic and unease. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The place of origin was a small courtyard in between dimensions. The amount of information was too terrifying. Mother Earth Green Vine knew the situation of the other worlds. The rules of operation of the entire universe were not as shallow as the natives. Immediately, they attached more importance to the status of Green Vine Mother Earth. Mengmei looked at the expressions around her and was instantly very satisfied. This was the effect she wanted. These natives must have been scared silly by my husband, right? At this moment, they were shocked by the cute girl's words and diverted their attention, but everyone had underestimated Medusa's ruthlessness. Ta ta ta! You want to stop me with this? Medusa's body suddenly trembled violently, and a terrifying aura burst out. Her eyes became determined. Drops of blood flowed out from her skin and her body actually accelerated a little. Kakat! Every single cell in his body exploded with a terrifying might. Its body was forged from 129,600 lives, and the weakest of them had become a celestial emperor. It was only at this moment that it revealed its trump card. Each of these celestial emperor cells cultivated 2 to 3 systems, martial arts, sorcery, inner world. Boom! The aura around her body exploded. Countless third cultivator of true virtues heavenly emperor cells completely fused with her aura and performed some kind of secret technique. It was as if they had broken through the shackles of multiple dimensions. Blood flowed all over her body, but she stood straight and struggled forward with all her might. She actually managed to take a few steps forward, but then she slowed down again. Still not enough. Medusa's eyes were bloodshot, and the will to fight in them was stained with blood. It soared into the sky and burned the firmament. She was like a fearless god of war who dared to wave his blade at the sky in ancient times. Then, use your full strength. Boom! Her expression turned cold and stern. She gently stretched out her snow-white palm and grabbed at the figure in front of her. It was actually half a god's hand made up of more than 6,000 god cells. It was white and delicate, and the fingertips were crystal clear. It was as beautiful as colored glass. Every god cell in the palm had cultivated several systems. At this moment, all the gods behind him were stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Medusa, you've hidden so deeply? You already have half a palm. It's more than 10 times stronger than I had imagined. Each of its gods has cultivated several systems at the same time. I'm afraid that half of its palm is already able to fight with the terrifying combat power of a high-level god. Some of the gods were silent. This half a palm was stronger than they had imagined. It was probably already at the top of the fighting power of a level 8 god. Perhaps, he could compete with the high-level gods such as Taoist Changsheng and Ermin. However, this was only half a palm. If she could cultivate the entire palm of a god, she would be able to sweep through the entire god realm, and the world would belong to Medusa. In the same realm, the ceiling of her battle prowess was infinitely high. "You're crazy. Don't." Ermin, who was beside her, was also shocked. She had not expected Medusa to be so crazy that she would directly expose her strongest trump card. At the same time, she was completely flustered. It was not that she had not come into contact with the god of creation before. He was peaceful and holy, and was more approachable than she had imagined. All things in the world and the heavens were his people. She had even talked to Medusa and gifted him a flower. But now? Medusa had already used power comparable to a high-level god. When she attacked a master of creation, she could not ignore it like she had done when she dealt with the power of the celestial emperor realm. It was a complete provocation. Boom! Open it! Medusa no longer cared about anything else. Her eyes were fixed on the figure of the god of creation in front of her, as if she was chasing after a sun that was far away from her. Hwalala! Terror was brewing. Endless destructive aura was accumulating, and the entire palm was ready to strike with all its might. Su Ji was also completely shocked. He could feel a chill down his spine from a few meters away. His back was cold. It was like an ice cave. That was a terrifying god's pressure that covered the sky and the earth. He was not a real god of creation. If he continued to ignore it, he was afraid that he, a heavenly emperor, would be beaten to death. This was a crazy woman, as always. At first, I wanted to continue pressing her like this and leave slowly, but I didn't expect it to be so violent. She got drunk directly and didn't even drink a few cups of wine. We can't continue like this. He suddenly turned around slowly. Su Ji lowered his head and stared at the snake-haired banshee's face. His voice was sacred and pure as he said slowly, "We meet again. In this world, there is my blood, a life with a strange structure. You." Medusa's face was filled with disbelief. She immediately calmed down, and the terrifying aura that erupted from her body dissipated. She looked over in a daze and did not think that this would happen for a moment. Instead, she spoke without thinking and could not help but mumble, "Where is the origin? Take me with you." She suddenly panicked. Su Ji was stunned for a few seconds before he laughed. "You're going to the origin? Why? I want to understand the origin of all things." She thought for a moment, and her muddled mind immediately sobered up a little. She said simply and straightforwardly, "The essence and truth of life. The origin of all things? Is that another problem?" Su Ji chuckled and said, "Do you still remember the question you asked me in the distant past? I will never forget." Medusa had a serious look on her face as she recalled the distant past. "Back then, when I challenged you, you told me that you were only at the 4th rank and couldn't fight me. However, you also told me that the power of time wasn't absolute. You, who was at the 4th rank, also had the power to destroy everything because you mastered the rules and I would die in an instant. Our battle was meaningless. So, I asked, what are the rules? Pick. Fight? Medusa. You're good. We've completely underestimated you." The god next to him felt his scalp explode, and he was completely furious. It turned out that they had learned from their mistakes, and this was taking their lives as a joke. Even Cutie Pie and the other players did not know that such a thing had happened. This was not Medusa's first time seeing the god of creation? And even challenged it in ancient times? This lunatic, how big-hearted was he? Then can you seek death? They only felt a chill rising to the sky, and their mouths were extremely dry. If they had known that such an incident had happened in the past, they would have run away a long time ago. How would they dare to stay with Medusa? This kind of person was simply a battle maniac who didn't care about his life. To be able to come this far, the gods present were all extremely calm and had left long ago. They did not want to get involved in this mess. Medusa did not want to live, but they cherished their lives. At the same time, they also had a new understanding of the one and only true God of creation, who represented the origin of all things and the abstract entity of chaos in the entire multiverse. They did not expect him to be so gentle and not as distant as they had imagined. What was my answer then? Suji asked again. Medusa, however, ignored the frightened gods in the distance and continued to firmly pursue the truth of the world. She replied seriously in a low voice, "At that time, you told me, what are the rules? The laws exist in the world. Then what is the origin now?" Suji asked with a smile. Medusa frowned and suddenly reacted. "Just like the rules, the origin exists between heaven and earth?" Suji could not deny it. "Do you still remember the flower I gave you back then? It is evolving all things, and it is the origin. In the distance. You even sent flowers." Meng Mei gritted her teeth so hard that they were broken. She bit down on a vine fiercely and was mad with anger. However, he mumbled to himself, "But I've also sent things before. Back then, I specially evolved the vines of the creation wood and sent fruits. It's just that it was destroyed by a sand sculpture, and you still ask me if the god of creation has a tooth." She got angry just thinking about it. At this moment, Medusa also recalled the flower from back then. The god of creation had inserted himself into her hair and evolved into a flower that eventually became the flower of the underworld. So, this is the origin. Medusa was stunned, and her face froze in an instant. There was a look of disbelief in her eyes. "The answer to the origin was told to me a long time ago?" Suji did not say anything. Medusa took a step forward and suddenly said, "But can you still let me take a look at the origin?" Suji was taken aback, but he continued to smile and answer, "Over the years, there are occasionally living beings from the heavens who enter the land of origin as guests, just like you, deist." Medusa nodded, her eyes burning. "However, all the guests here have received orders from the heavens. Deo lords are the ones who received the orders from the heavens. When the ancient era descended upon the primordial world, they had the important task of creating a new world." Suji said slowly. Medusa instantly understood that if she wanted to get something, she had to give. She bowed slowly and said, "I am willing to accept the heavens' orders." Suji did not say anything more. "In that case, I'll take you to the origin." Chapter 630. The Gate of Truth in the Universe. "It's true. Can I?" Medusa could not imagine this scene. She looked at the great giant that symbolized truth in front of her, the carrier of the realization of the law. "You have enough merit. I've seen your dream." The god of creation's voice was calm. It was as if he was hanging high in the blue sky, cold and ruthless, full of a clear sense of sacred illusion, like a high-dimensional projection. "The truth and the great Deo have never rejected all living beings in the world. In the hundreds of millions of years, there are countless living beings like you who have pursued me." His figure was blurry, as if he had formed a barrier with the world. That imposing and vast figure seemed to be eternally in an unknown flow of time. It carried a sense of distance that could never be touched, and it was separated from the entire world into 2 dimensions. Ermin's eyes widened as well. "So it's like this." She laughed bitterly. "What we think of as an offense is just a ridiculous human rule. What was etiquette? It was a fake etiquette of so-called respect between the strong and the weak, husband and wife, brothers, master and disciple, which had gone through the evolution of tribes, city-states, and countries. It was fake and not seeking the truth. Medusa is like a human from a primitive tribe, chasing after the sun and moon. Is that a crime? If the sun had intelligence, would it reject the humans who were pursuing it? If the wind and rain had wisdom, would they refuse the humans who begged them? Nature had never rejected the pursuit of humans. It was the truth and nature itself. It was born at the beginning of chaos and the beginning of the creation of all things. It was the embodiment of the law that countless Deo seekers and living beings desired. From the looks of it, pursuit, which seemed offensive to them, was just a laughable idea of the traditional concept of low-level creatures. Wandering Know-it-all's eyes were also burning as he sighed with emotion. As the supreme truth concretization carrier of the entire universe, the human embodiment of truth, it can be said to be the world, truth, and universe itself. Naturally, I won't reject those who pursue the truth and those who pursue his back. Meng Mei trembled as well. She understood the logic behind it. They were limited by the worldview of traditional human society. They were facing the entire universe and nature. She was shocked and confused. Quafuzuri, the footsteps in pursuit of the truth. Perhaps the legends of the ancient times were really ancient history. Quafu has really pursued the truth, ignored all etiquette, and strode forward madly. He's just as crazy as Medusa. Voila! A gate of God filled with white light opened. The 100,000 feet giant was the first to enter and stood on the other side of the door. A blurry silver-white light flickered. As the embodiment of truth, the voice of the entity with an abstract meaning of the chaotic primordial truth of the multiverse was clear and sacred. Truth and Deo have never rejected living beings who pursue themselves. But you have to know that it's just to offset the threshold and pay the passage fee. You will have to pay a price that even you can't imagine, and an unimaginable death. Are you really going to take a step forward? Medusa did not answer, but her expression was firm. She walked in without any hesitation and disappeared into the eternal light door. At this moment, all the gods' expressions changed drastically. Envy, jealousy, desire, expectation, fanaticism, scolding for being stupid, and countless other expressions were fixed on their faces. You're crazy. He's simply a complete lunatic. Besides pursuing the truth, there are other things. This isn't the whole of life. If you leave, what will happen to the devil world? They cursed in their hearts again. The devil world was going to be in chaos. At the same time, they could not help but look at the door that was emitting light. This door symbolized the door of truth, the origin of the world, the mother stream of the universe, and everything that all the beings in the universe were pursuing. Everything was inside. Was Medusa really going to enter the origin now? This was a huge opportunity. Everyone had the same thought, he also wanted to step into the door of truth. The truth that they had been pursuing for thousands of years, the mysteries of the universe, was right there. But in the next second, his thoughts stopped. They did not dare to step forward, so they took a step forward like Medusa. It was obvious that this wasn't just a huge opportunity, but also a terrifying danger. What kind of terrifying price and danger did he have to pay to go to the land of origin? Only a lunatic like Medusa would dare to step forward. They couldn't be that crazy. If they heard the Deo in the morning, they could die in the evening. And their merit. It wasn't enough. He might die if he went up. Can't afford to pay the passage fee to the door of truth? Medusa might be tyrannical and known as the origin demon god, but from the beginning to the end, she seemed to have been benefiting the people of this world. The ancient sorcerer Babylon kingdom, resisting the Thulhu evil god, establishing the demonic world, and becoming the ancestor of the system of potions were all great actions that benefited the people. If this was the case, out of all the living beings present, perhaps only Deo Chang Sheng, Ermin, and Green Vine Earth Mother had accumulated enough, but to give up their lives for thousands of years? The fetters of this world? The lives that he protected? The cute girl looked at the door of truth and suddenly thought of the door of truth in Steel Alchemist. There was also an incarnation that symbolized truth, the world, one, and the source of power inside. The living beings in the world collected the passage fee to the truth and carried out an equivalent exchange. Perhaps the merit he had brought to the world was already enough to pay the passage fee. However, these people hesitated. This was merely entering, but he still had to pay a huge price. It was not that they were not as talented as Medusa. In fact, their primitive cultivation qualifications were far superior to Medusa's, but they all had ties and concerns. They were not as ruthless as Medusa, who had left all by himself. In a person's life, there are not only dreams, but also family, friendship, home, and all kinds of other things. And Medusa's life is only filled with dreams. She has always been the purest seeker. Everyone laughed bitterly. Medusa's aptitude was far inferior to theirs, only slightly above average. To be able to make it this far, she was indeed a terrifying lunatic. She was one of the most determined group of people in the ancient sorcerer era who pursued the truth. They were completely impressed. Bang! The door slammed shut. The Deo Lords and Medusa have both disappeared. Perhaps, these two are the same kind of people, both purely pursuing the truth and the great Deo. However, it also represents the two extremes of the seeker. One is born, decisive in killing, fighting for everything, and plundering everything. The other secludes from the world, indifferent and natural, not fighting for the world, leisurely cultivating. We are far inferior to them. One of our Deo-seeking hearts has long been sealed by the mortal dust, and it is stained with dark red rust. The gods whispered. The scene today was a huge turning point in their lives. The terrifying impact it brought to them was enough to change their lives. It was as if they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, like cicadas that had been hibernating underground for more than a decade, ignorant and self-satisfied, thinking that the earth was the whole world, but now, they had broken through the dark earth and seen the beautiful midsummer. These two pure seekers left, determined to pursue the truth, which also made them do a lot of reflection on themselves. They had wasted a lot of ridiculous time over the years, fighting for fame and fortune, and abandoned their cultivation. Ermin suddenly sighed and couldn't help but show a smile of blessing. She couldn't help but be envious and wish him well. Those who wholeheartedly pursue the Dao must be blessed by the Dao. She recalled what she had said earlier, and it seemed to have carried on from the beginning to the end today. It was vividly reflected in these two people. The world is balanced. The birth and death of all living things exist in it. The price is equal to the amount you get. Chapter 631. The Essence of Truth. Su Ji did not want to bring Medusa along at first. However, since it was so fierce, he brought it over directly, because he also knew that Medusa would soon face a terrifying crisis after the Phoenix. Without a guardian, Medusa would soon be reduced to the same situation as the Phoenix today. After all, after Phoenix, it was Ermin's turn to die soon. Do you think Medusa is stupid? She also knew this, which was why she decisively abandoned everything and chased after him. He had lived for thousands of years, so he was naturally very calculative. She was a ruthless person. She knew that there would soon be no place for her in the three realms. In front of him was a rare path to seek Dao, and the god of creation had descended, so he was willing to risk everything. Only by going all out would he make such a crazy move. To anyone else, this fat sheep was extremely fat and tender. Now that it had lost Ermin's protection, it would not be able to resist during its dormancy. It would definitely be slaughtered and eaten. Su Ji himself was reluctant to kill this fat sheep. He had been cowering in the pond in the yard all this time. Every time he went out, entered, and passed by, he would be extremely envious. How could he let others take advantage of it? So, since she had such a bold idea, she brought it along with her. It's because I suddenly had a bold idea about her. Su Ji said. As for the chaos in the devil world? That was inevitable. Ermin had fallen into a deep sleep, and it was only a matter of time. He might as well take Medusa away in advance. The best way was to let Ermin, who was in charge of the underworld, solve the chaos in the demonic world in advance while she had not fallen asleep yet. Medusa has left. The inheritance of the origin deity Warden's potion system in the demonic world will not be cut off. There is high probability that she will use the existing major potion powerhouses to strip away the potion organs fused with their bodies, regather the evil god organization, and create a new second-generation evil god, the second origin deity Warden. As for who can take the position and fight for the new position, it will depend on the individual's ability. Su Ji thought to himself and speculated about the future. The demonic realm that Medusa is in charge of is about to change hands, and the demon realm is also fighting for a new master. The rulers of the two worlds will be reshuffled to see who can reach the Dao integration. The pressure on Lin Hongfeng and the others was also reduced by half. After all, they control a destructive weapon, the divine body of a Dao Lord. With 4 gods guarding the sea of consciousness and the countless demons of the demon world of the 9 heavens working together to activate this body, it won't be easy for others to target it. Previously, everyone would have attacked them, and even if they controlled the bodies of Dao Lords, the martial palace would not have been able to resist. But now, there was the devil world in front of them. The situation was different. This was also one of the reasons why Su Ji had taken Medusa away. It was not only for Medusa's safety, but also to cause chaos in the devil world. If a group of people began to seize power in the devil world, it would be impossible for the tough demon world to work together. His face was calm as he continued to organize his thoughts. After all, the demon race has been suppressed for countless years since the ancient era of the Qing Emperor. They were captured everywhere to be used as mounts for alchemy and medicinal herbs. It's time for new world to rise. Perhaps it will become the real 6 worlds and the situation will be completely stable. The place of death, the underworld. The devil race's magic medicine cultivation, the devil realm. The cultivation sea of consciousness of ancient immortals, the immortal world. The incense dynasty and Mount Shu, mortal world. The ethereal plane, the land of bizarreness and fear. And now, the newly born demon world. As for the origin demon god? As you can imagine, the next origin demon gods should be inherited from generation to generation. After all, without the blood of eternal life, only the capable can inherit it. Except for the first generation, it's passed down from generation to generation. When the previous generation dies of old age, they'll be the next master of the demon world. Su Ji kept thinking about it. He had agreed to take Medusa away at this time because he had considered many conditions. As he tidied up, he stood at the other end of the portal, on the other side of the orchard, waiting for Medusa to enter. Whoosh! Through the bright door, a petite woman slowly walked in. On the other side, the internet was in an uproar. In Spore Evolution, the sorcerer community, which was originally a sub-forum, was a big fire. However, because it led to the 6 realms of reincarnation, it was a paradise that was open to the public. Although it was a sandbox for Spore Evolution, which was still a high-level and orthodox one, there were still too few people, so the popularity was quickly covered. However, at this moment, a piece of news broke the balance. The death of the Deo Lord, Medusa running away from home. What is the purpose of the god of creation's descent? Meng Mei directly spoke. In the latitude courtyard where she posted on the internet, calling for the spores to evolve. My brothers who are still transfiguring creatures on the sandbox, pay attention. Keep an eye on Medusa, she's probably going to be there next. As an internal member, a sudden game event may occur soon. Please be mentally prepared. What was he doing? Everyone was baffled. Medusa, why did you suddenly come to our sandbox? That was too bizarre. Wasn't Medusa sleeping in the demonic realm? How could she suddenly come to the courtyard where the species originated and to the god of creation? What exactly happened? Men Mei also paused for a moment. With a few simple words, she explained the course of the world, and everyone was shocked. A Deo Lord had died? A war for the inheritance happened? The system terminator, a brother player, had led the Valkyrie to control the Deo Lord's body and resist? Then, the era of the world changed, and the god of creation descended? Although there was a lot of information, it was still a normal situation and logical. However, what happened next made everyone lose their calm. They were so scared that they had goosebumps. Medusa had caught up. A screenshot was released, and in this short period of time, a crazy amount of information rushed into the minds of every player. A ruthless man of the century. Most people's legs would have gone soft, but Medusa is still so strong. He has the demeanor of US players. If we go against him, we'll become immortals. If we go along with him, we'll become mortals. Back then, we also wanted to sit on the chair of the god of creation. He could sit on it, but we couldn't. I control my fate, not the heavens. SHH. Lower your voice. Don't let the god of creation overhear us. A group of oddly shaped trees on the hillside were whispering to each other. They still didn't forget about the counterattack plan and continued to read the forum outside. Someone asked. This is not Medusa's first challenge. Has she done this before? The god of creation once gave me a flower. Menmei, you have to be strong. I've calculated it with my fingers. You were green from the moment you were born, and you were destined to have a rough fate. There was a calamity in your life, and you would have such an ending. I have a treasure here. As long as you wear it, it can help you resolve this tribulation. Forgive her JGG. He deserves it. Who asked her not to chase after him, picking nose? I can't help it. This is Shi Mei. She's usually full of flowery words and obscenities, but at the critical moment, she's a coward. You're as timid as a mouse. The cute girl's face darkened on the spot. These guys only knew how to be keyboard warriors. In that kind of situation, they definitely wouldn't dare to go up. People with a normal brain wouldn't rush up, okay. She widened her eyes and said, how can you guys slander my innocence like this? I'm being reserved. I am the one who loves him, but what about Medusa? She's only pursuing the truth, and she's only leeching off his body. She's a slut. Everyone laughed like crazy. What's the use of you being so full of yourself now? At the critical moment, he was instantly scared. Among all the players, the most cowardly one was the cute girl, the kind who didn't even dare to kill a chicken. She made a living by being wretched, farming crazily, researching intellectual property, and kidnapping big shots to get her money. The appearance of the alchemy emperor added fuel to the fire. If you keep wearing pin-RU's clothes like this, you won't be in such a bad state. As long as one was brave, the god of creation would give birth. Chin resting. The cute girl was also instantly dumbfounded. She quickly said, cough, cough, cough. By the way, you're still evolving a sandbox. What species are you evolving into? You've been in there for 4 to 5 days. When Medusa comes in, she definitely won't recognize you. Bring a group of players with you and help me. This is your territory, make trouble for her. You're ruining her good thing. The alchemy monarch was speechless. He was silent for a moment. He didn't think that Menmei would be so perverted to think of such a move. He was simply too sinister. The alchemy monarch coughed. I don't know much about your affairs and grudges. After all, I have 7 wives. I won't get involved in this. I'll just continue to act as a creature on the side. It's none of my business. After all, Medusa is an old acquaintance. Although she doesn't know me, I don't want to get involved with her. The cute girl was instantly furious and immediately called out to the players in the evolution sandbox. Tell me, whose side are you guys on? He would definitely help his own people. Whoever helps me mess with her, I will reward them with a large amount of sand coins. 10,000 sand coins per person. At the same time, if you successfully evolve into a species in the future, come to my side and work for me. This empress is about to celebrate my 5,000-year birthday, there's nothing wrong with raising a few pretty boys to rise up. What 5,000-year birthday? When everyone heard this, they were all wondering why Menmei was so flirtatious. Just how excited was this fellow? Didn't he always say that age was a girl's secret? However, in an instant, many players could not remain calm. The benefits were huge, and more than half of the players immediately signed up. A group of small ants on the ground revealed an excited look. Brothers, let's activate our latest plan and show Medusa our power. She's the one who has seen the cruelty of society. Offending the cute mascot is equivalent to offending all of us players. Humph, let her know the consequences of offending us, the 4th calamity. Someone sneered, as if a group of eunuchs were conversing with someone in a dark corner, trying to make a fortune. That's right, how can she be considered a ruthless person? It's time to show her our might, we're the real ancestors. Su Ji waited for a while before Medusa walked in. The land that was open to her was very small. It was just a small path from the entrance of the courtyard and the 30-square-meter evolution sandbox in the middle. The moment Medusa walked into this space and time, she felt that her speed had changed, as if she had stepped into another strange vortex of time. Voila! The time in the surrounding world suddenly changed. It was as if he was standing in the void, overlooking the rise and fall of the entire world. He was standing on the highest dimension, surpassing all things in the world. This is... She widened her eyes. From the moment she stepped into the orchard, she had entered the normal flow of time on Earth. It was no longer 100 years a day, but a day after a day. This was the normal speed. She walked slowly and carefully in the ancient land of the origin god with the reverence of a pilgrim. Strange and ancient mottled walls surrounded them. Behind him was an ancient door, as if he had entered an ordinary farmer's courtyard. Such a huge courtyard is the living quarters of 100,000 feet giant. She looked around. Is this the origin? She had many ideas. Perhaps it was a vast white space. Perhaps it was a holy golden palace. Perhaps it was a land formed by countless mirrors. He did not expect it to be so ordinary. The Great Dao is the simplest? A farmyard. She turned around and found a rusty hole lying behind the door. She sighed, the hoe of creation? It's tens of thousands of feet in size. Is it a god relic that can cultivate all living things and create the world? This is simply unbelievable. She walked forward step by step, looking at the two sides. She followed the narrow path at the entrance of the courtyard and slowly walked forward. Finally, she came to a sand tray. This is... She saw a scene that she would never forget. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. The green mountains and rivers made it look like a small paradise. The creatures that lived on this land were extremely unimaginable. They were changing their forms almost every second. The fish walked out of the sea, shed their scales, and gradually grew on their fur, turning into beasts. The two front hooves of the two beasts were gradually covered with feathers. Finally, they turned into two wings and flew into the sky, turning into an eagle. Everything was changing. The world was transforming into the image of the sea changing into fields. Life revealed its most fundamental nature here, and it was flying at a rapid speed almost every second. This is a wonder of life. Medusa's entire body trembled, and her expression froze in an instant. A look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. A kind of creature, a kind of plant, has actually begun to transform into different forms and evolved into all things. It was beautiful. She was almost intoxicated by this beautiful scene. Almost every kind of evolution contained the profound mysteries of the laws of life and had an infinite future. Observing here for every second would give him a new understanding of the essence of life. Every second was a huge fortuitous encounter, and hundreds of thousands of life forms were evolving. This is the origin. The origin of life contains the endless truth. She didn't dare to look at it for too long. Her eyes reluctantly jumped over the land and finally landed on a courtyard at the entrance of the land of origin. In front of the courtyard, there was an ancient wooden chair, and on it sat a hazy giant surrounded by divine light. The truth. She slowly knelt down, extremely pious. Su Ji's body was shrouded in light and shadow, and he did not say a word. He only lowered his head to look at the petite girl who was 1.5 meters tall. The view in front of him had only shifted from the orchard at the back of the yard to the front of the yard. The front and back of the yard were less than a few dozen meters. But they were already in two different worlds. You may rise. Su Ji's voice was slow and light as he looked at the spores that had grown from nothing in the evolutionary sandbox in front of him. It was a magnificent scene and he said, "This is the origin of life that you want to see." The origin of life. Medusa stood up and slowly turned her head in respect. She looked at the sand plate again and observed it carefully. All of a sudden, the strange creatures that were evolving on the ground started chirping loudly. The leaders of each race led their races into formation, as if they were dispatching soldiers and generals, quickly forming a strange pattern on the ground. The densely packed ants formed a pattern, which was a common scene on the street. Two puppies were connected together and doing strange movements. At the same time, they were also making strange ah-ah-ah sounds, full of the smell of the countryside. Su Ji could not react on the spot. The origin of life. So that's how it is. Medusa was also obviously stunned for a moment. She looked at the puppies' exercise, shocked and full of admiration. Is this the essence of the truth? The essence of truth? No, the essence of life is death and rebirth. As soon as Su Ji's voice fell, the military formation pattern on the ground rapidly aged and died, turning into a pile of bones. Chapter 632. Truth and Warmth. Originally, these little ants running on the ground were arranged in an orderly formation, with dense and enchanting pictures of dogs. They wanted to let the other party see the cruelty of society. However, in an instant, they rapidly withered and died in front of the two giants, walking towards the end of their lives. Then, a grey-white scene appeared. You have died. Do you wish to restart? The moment he clicked on it, they had already turned back into spores and were once again born in the cold winter sea. What the heck? Instant death? No, in this situation, it's an instant causalian. I've been evolving for so long. I was so close to success, and now I'm dead? The water is too cold. It's getting cold. The water was too cold. Being resurrected in the water in the middle of winter was not a warm ocean environment. As a single-celled creature, it was basically a cold environment. Before this, they had been hiding in the wooden house and boiling water in a wooden bucket. In the warm water inside, they began to transform into spores again. How could they bear this moment? And further away, in a small underground wooden house, the alchemy emperor and a group of players were secretly watching everything through the window. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of jokers! You want to watch such a dirty and perverted dog film? As expected, we were right not to seek death like them. I'm laughing so hard that I'm peeing. This is too tragic. That's ice water. It's like a 3-month pregnant baby swimming in the river in winter when it's snowing heavily. Just thinking about it makes me shiver in the cold. It's not wrong to follow the big boss. Everyone laughed so hard that they were having stitches. Most of the people went to seek death. At first, they were also eager to try and felt that it was very exciting, but they still stopped. Reality proved that they were still very intelligent. At this time, the alchemy emperor, who was also Li Shengzhong, looked at the familiar origin demon god. The vast figure and everything that was once familiar had actually come to the origin of the world of all things. He only felt that it was bizarre. He was like an adult who had returned to the amniotic fluid that had nurtured his embryo and seen the origin of his life. This was a great opportunity. However, the price he had to pay was hard to imagine. But no matter what, we meet again. He lowered his head and looked at the secret room filled with potions. At this time, he was using the time flow to evolve the creatures here. He was like a crazy alchemist from the origin of life, using the extraordinary power of various potions to carry out life refinement, and with the help of extraordinary potions, he evolved life in the liquid in the alchemy altar. Don't worry, everyone. Let's hide and see what will happen. Li Shengzhong had a serious look on his face. It's very likely that some mechanism will be triggered. This is the safest measure. We just have to watch quietly. He looked at Medusa and did not have much thought to interact with her. Instead, his vision gradually blurred, and he thought of another person who had accompanied Medusa all year round. It seems like I'm still a little late, Ermin. He stirred the vat with his wooden stick. Inside was a new cell, and it was floating up and down in a sticky blue colloid liquid. A species was still slowly taking shape. When Su Ji saw this, he narrowed his eyes meaningfully. Previously, he had been worried that they were too cooped up. They knew that evolving in a warm environment and an icy and snowy environment was too difficult and cruel, so they were not willing to evolve in such an environment. Before his eyes, he would definitely have to die hundreds of times in the ice water before he could develop the corresponding ice and snow creature's evolution chain. At this moment, Medusa's face was still filled with shock. Ever since she came to this mysterious land, she had never been able to calm down. She lowered her head and looked at the ants dying of old age and withering with time. She couldn't help but think. Is this the truth of the world? From their evolution to the reproduction of the two animals just now, to the death of old age and the rebirth of new life. This series of events seemed to have allowed me to see a complete life. It's the essence of life. She widened her eyes. She knew that even the communication between animals had a deeper meaning. The great god of creation, at this moment, Medusa could not help but look at the blurry giant of light in front of her. It was as weak as a helpless child, and she almost wanted to go forward and hug this figure and occupy the entire world. She knew that it was not a living creature, but a natural imagination similar to wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, symbolizing the truth itself. It was the ultimate pursuit of all living beings in the world. There was no substantial concept of truth, and all living beings wanted to possess it and occupy it. It was the most precious treasure in the world. It was precisely because of the existence of truth that this place was as beautiful as a dream world. She almost couldn't help but tremble all over. She kept approaching him nervously, her eyes urgent and excited. How can I get close to you? Su Ji chuckled. You're already here, very close. You only have 3 days to feel your body. Medusa was stunned. When she came back to her senses, the mysterious light had already returned to the house in the land of origin. The door closed with a bang, leaving her standing alone in the land of origin. Hwalala! The cold wind blew, sweeping up the fine fallen leaves in the sky and turning them into a small tornado that hit her knees. Medusa raised her head alone and looked at the clear blue sky. She lowered her head like a vast god and demon, looking at the small mountains, rivers, and trees under her feet. She suddenly realized that her life seemed to have been compressed once again. Her time seemed to be sitting in a speeding carriage, speeding madly on the track of time. She was too fast. She was almost unbelievably fast. Sitting in the carriage named time, it was as if at this moment the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, the stars, the universe, life, dimensions, matter, space-time, ethics, karma, all of them were left behind. I'm evolving. She clenched her fists and felt that every part of her body was undergoing a wonderful change. It was changing shape almost every second. Just like all the living beings on this land, she suddenly had a feeling that she would soon be like what she had seen before. He would turn into a fish and walk out of the sea, shedding his scales and turning into a beast. He would transform into a beast, covered in feathers, flying into the sky, and turning into an eagle. She was accelerating, and the flow of time was approaching the land of origin. I'm approaching the truth. The time in the surrounding world suddenly changed. It was as if she was standing in the highest void, in the highest dimension. Time changed inexplicably, and she was moving at an extremely fast speed that surpassed all things in the world. The beautiful giant snake-haired girl knelt on the ground and looked at the surrounding scenery. She suddenly felt that she had come into contact with everything she had been pursuing. She could almost see the end of the world through a thin veil. She looked at the tightly shut door and sobbed. A wave of faint praise spread through the air. What a wonderful origin! The land of origin, the origin of all things in the universe. The lowly living beings of another world, step toward the door of truth. Spore Evolution Forum. You bootlicker! Looking at the screenshot of Medusa's huge figure, the cute girl gritted her teeth again. What's with the singing? A face full of sincerity? He felt very angry at first glance. He made it sound like it was very precious. In the past, I would just squint my eyes and roll around casually. Meanwhile, the other players were loudly acting pitiful, shouting for Menmei to compensate them. That's why, in order to stop Medusa from being a bootlicker, we played this dog film to tell her that this is what happens to bootlickers. Hurry up and pay me my salary. 10,000 sand coins. I feel like I've made a huge loss this time. Seeing this, Menmei felt that something was wrong. He felt a little uneasy. These guys were so wretched. Could it be that they were not helping either side, but secretly messing with him and Medusa at the same time? However, she was too lazy to think about it. After all, he still had to rely on them to get things done, so he still had to act like brothers. What if he didn't pay them, and they turned around and did something to him? She gritted her teeth and swallowed it down. She paid them their wages directly and could only tell them, "Give me your game account number. I'll make sand coins. Keep an eye on it and do things quickly, don't do it again." "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for the reward, big boss. Don't worry, I'll give you the money," Menmei typed while sitting in front of the computer. She silently picked up her little notebook and wrote down the IDs of these fence-sitters one by one. On the other side, there was also an uproar. It was because the alchemy monarch had spoken. Excluding Cutie Pie and the racer of Mount Harina, the system terminator was serious but had a problem with its values. Balloonfish was Du Shui's personal bootlicker. The only serious one was Alchemy Emperor. This person was still very reliable. At this moment, he spoke. Cough, 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 regarding the dispute on Menmei's side, I still have to share my opinion. As everyone knew, Medusa was in pursuit of the truth. She was really craving the body of the god of creation, not like this person. Why did he say that? We must first understand the definition of truth and the concept of the god of creation. The truth that Medusa was after, the god of creation, was the incarnation of truth. He was a high-dimensional existence like the pillar god of the ancient lava land. As the fate of the lava universe, he was the only supreme being in the timeline. In a world, if all living beings, plants, nature, and countless experts could form a pillar god, what about the myriad heavens and worlds? What about the 129,600 worlds? What about the billions of living beings in the vast universe? What about level 9, level 10, and all the other unknown powerhouses? The god of creation should be the incarnation of the ultimate truth that was formed by the interweaving of life, the universe, time and space, nature, and various concepts. So, if Medusa wants to possess the truth, it's to strip her body. Cutie, you like people, so there's no conflict between the two of you. Menmei? Her face darkened. What kind of analysis was this? Are you a science student? However, it seemed to be true. However, the other onlooking netizens also instantly understood that the big boss was indeed a big boss. The Alchemy Emperor could be described in 2 words. He was reliable. He was going to be the peacemaker and counsel the cute girl. At the same time, as the players' eras increased and became stronger, they even broke through to become gods and had a clearer understanding of the concept of the existence of the god of creation. Let's skip this topic first. I'll explain what's happening now, as well as the situation and the impact on the future of US players. Now, Medusa has been introduced into the land of origin and has been baptized there. Just like us, she has become the first species and has been through the rapid evolution of life. All the players were shocked. As expected, the big boss was direct and explained the main point. Medusa was about to evolve? The Thulhu evil god was going to evolve again? Just thinking about it was unbelievable. How terrifying would that be? You have to know that we were the ones who evolved Thulhu back then. At that time, our level was very low, and there were many loopholes and flaws. Now, with Medusa's vision, I'm afraid. At the same time, there was no doubt that although this was a great opportunity, it was not a terrifying opportunity that ordinary creatures could bear. Most creatures would die of old age in a short time at such a speed, but Medusa had the blood of immortality, which was why she could do it. So, according to my current rough estimation, there are some conditions to achieve the miraculous encounter of opening the door of truth. Everyone held their breath. The alchemy monarch continued. First, you must pay a sufficient equivalent exchange. Second, you must have the bloodline of the god of creation. Third, you must accumulate enough merit as a passage fee. This also gave us a new path. In the future, if we want to obtain this fortuitous encounter and backtrack the origin of evolution, we can work towards this direction. After all, after becoming a god, we can evolve again. The higher the realm of the overlords, the more terrifying the adjustments they can make to their bodies and species. They can readjust all their flaws. Everyone was silent. This sentence was clearly directed at a certain group of people. He had to accumulate merit points and think of a way to obtain the blood of eternal life. At the same time, he had to be prepared to pay a sufficient price to exchange for it. It was very harsh, but the return and the return were equal. He had gained a lot. Maybe he could really take this path in the future, praying to the laws of the universe, the truth of all things, the supreme great Deo, and the God of creation. He would pay an equivalent exchange and open the door of the origin of truth. It's like a ritual to summon an evil god from the dark and obtain power? Bah! But it's quite similar. It seems that the price of going home after we leave is quite high, so I've decided not to leave the house and stay at home. I'm a person who loves my family. Get lost, you won't be able to get out, right? Everyone went crazy. It seemed that his worldview had been completely perfected a little more, and a truly vast universe had truly opened up at this moment when he came into contact with level 8 gods and above. Now that he thought about it, a level 8 god was just a powerhouse in a small world. To the entire vast universe, he was the one who had truly walked out of the threshold and was a truly weak little brother. Screenshots. A young lady with snake-like hair was sleeping beside the divine chair of creation as she hugged her legs with her slender and soft white arms while the cold wind blew on her in the snow. She looked very pretty, very cute, and very cute. However, everyone knew that this big boss was a battle maniac. This was probably called the contrast Mo. Li Shengzhong continued. At present, Medusa has fallen into a deep sleep after coming in for a short while. According to our intelligence, she should have been more than 40 years away from her deep sleep, and only a short while has passed. It could already be predicted that Medusa was now 7,000 to 8,000 years old. After this wave, her lifespan would at least be hundreds of thousands of years. As for hundreds of thousands of years, he could be considered the oldest in the history of biological evolution. Of course, from an objective point of view, the current number of lives is no longer important for eternal life. At this time, someone asked, since Medusa is asleep, why don't you take the opportunity to climb up? Wouldn't you be at the mercy of others? He grabbed her, posed her, and explored her body. Cough, cough, cough. This is what I'm going to do next. Speaking of Medusa's influence on us right now, although Medusa is asleep, he has still opened up his indescribable state. Although it has been opened to the minimum, it is still not something we can bear. Currently, the entire sandbox is affected by an unknown force, and everyone is trembling. Screenshots. Screenshots. Even though it was extremely weak, the entire evolution sandpit was still like a world-ending disaster. Many plants and animals in the green mountains and rivers withered and died from the shock. Everyone was shocked. Was there still any trust between people? Why don't you believe us? It's foreseeable. In the words of our online game, this time, it's an unexpected plot event. The sandbox environment has changed, and a new game scene has been unlocked. Medusa's pressure has enveloped the entire land, and this pressure will affect the evolution of new extraordinary species during this period of time. This is a miracle. This big shot analyzed in an orderly manner, and everyone instantly reacted. Medusa had descended, and her might was very terrifying. However, it was very likely that a true extraordinary species would appear if she evolved under this kind of might. It was a plot event where danger and opportunity coexisted. If he made good use of it and evolved into a transcendent species, there might be a chance. The new game setting has been unlocked. It will last for 3 days. Brothers, charge! In any case, he just happened to die and turned back into a spore, evolving into a species. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. The group of people were instantly excited. And NBSP, crack! Suji left Medusa in the yard in the cold winter and closed the door. The wind was howling outside, and it was a few degrees colder. Then, he hung his black down jacket on the shelf beside the door. A white porcelain young housekeeper was already standing in the kitchen, cooking hot dishes that were full of fragrance. Even though he no longer needed these things, he was still used to living a ritualistic life. Suji was as calm as if he was the master of the house. He went into the kitchen and handed the phoenix egg to her directly. Boil it in a big pot and put in some spirit tea. Yes. The young girl answered crisply and took the egg. Suji turned around and took 2 steps away from the kitchen door. He thought about it again. He didn't feel at ease. He turned around and said, "By the way, I want the kind of warm maple tea that has just been picked in the food industry. As for the rest, add more mystical materials according to your craftsmanship and don't be thrifty. You should know that it's not like it's winter. It's better to go home and drink a cup of warm tea. It's so warm." Phoenix's consciousness was blurry. She suddenly remembered the figure she saw before she died. It was the figure of the god of creation. She was filled with happiness and surprise. As expected, my mission in this life has been completed. God has come to extradite me. I believe that all living beings in this world would be extremely envious and look forward to it, right? The phoenix felt as if it was immersed in a warm ocean, as if it had returned to the scorching red environment it was born in. She recalled the first scene. In the most ancient period of destruction of the Babylon kingdom, the god of creation had descended. He had a conversation with Medusa, held Medusa in his arms, and finally took himself away. He was very envious at that time, and then he also enjoyed that warm embrace. Its crisp and pure voice was suddenly filled with happiness. Now, I am already in the warm arms of the god of creation, feeling the embrace of God. This time, Medusa cannot be like me. Chapter 633. Meeting the Phoenix again. Suji told the ceramic robot housekeeper to cook seriously. Then, he left the kitchen, which was filled with the smell of cooking, and went to the sofa in the living room to sit down and wait for the meal. Quietly looking forward to the process of eating was also a kind of enjoyment. The two of them are about to die. They don't have any Deo protectors and are in danger. I've finally brought them here and settled them down temporarily. Only then can we be considered safe. Suji glanced silently at the boiling hot water in the big pot in the kitchen, then shifted his gaze. It passed through the door and looked at the snake-haired girl who was leaning against the chair with her legs curled up in the snow. The arrangement for the phoenix was naturally prepared from the very beginning. The cycle of her recultivation this time would not be short, because she would be starting from zero. Although phoenixes were born as 6th-grade life forms, they still needed to plan for the long term. However, there were actually benefits to this. Recultivating her realm, all the flaws and weaknesses in her previous cultivation could be fixed step by step, achieving perfection. Medusa, on the other hand, had been brought in at the last minute. I do have a bold idea. He looked at the door and seemed to see the snake-haired banshee who was sleeping and waking up at a high speed. Her Thulhu evil god's body can't keep up with the times anymore. The various organs and tissues are also relatively defective. After all, these species were evolved from the first batch of players who evolved in the beginning. In other words, he could no longer keep up with the times. Although the overall structure was still full of potential, there were flaws all over the body. It was like a high-end car with all kinds of small flaws in the gears and chains inside. It couldn't be helped, this was left behind when it was forged. At that time, his ideas had caught up, but his knowledge level had not. The biggest difference between Thulhu and other creatures was that it was an amalgamation of countless creatures, and it had extremely high requirements for the basic combination of life. Normally speaking, even if the Phoenix, Mother Earth, Green Vine, or even Emperor Chi were to enter, ignoring the fact that they could not achieve eternal life, and return to the flow of time of creation, there would not be a huge qualitative change and terrifying improvement after more than 100,000 years. And Medusa has won. Su Ji's eyes sparkled as he sat on the sofa with a serious look on his face. Her body structure just so happens to have this characteristic. Her entire body is made up of hundreds of biological parts. Right now, she's personally reconstructing, evolving, and transforming her entire body. Using hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, she's adjusting her own body. I'm looking forward to the new version of Thulhu that she created by herself. No one knows better than her how to evolve and change this body. She is the only cultivator in this system, the one and only. No one else can move forward with her. Looking at the scene outside, Su Ji was still very calm. After all, Thulhu, the most powerful evil god in the later stage in history, had an infinitely strong individual realm and was also a battle maniac. He was destined to be his #1 fighter. At this moment, letting the players evolve into creatures in this indescribable and oppressive environment seemed to be killing two birds with one stone. He had to admit that his improvisational strategy was perfect. Let her stay in there for 3 days, which is 300 years. As for how to deal with her after 300 years, we'll have to see. It will depend on the level of her evolution in these 3 days. It doesn't seem good to throw away the combat power of a high-level god. Furthermore, 3 days was more than enough for many things to happen. All the sandpits and even the small universe worlds would undergo many drastic changes. As for the phoenix, Su Ji was just about to say something. The ceramic girl from the kitchen brought hot dishes and a plate of phoenix eggs over. She placed them on the table carefully, emitting an alluring smell. Phoenix spirit tea. Su Ji suddenly felt a little emotional and nostalgic. After all, he had packed a big pot and filled the refrigerator, but he had finished it in the end. Su Ji was not in a hurry either. He finished his meal seriously and then slowly began to taste the tea. It was extremely delicious and had an endless aftertaste. It was indeed worthy of being the most precious natural treasure in the world. It was an existence that could split heaven and earth and burn the sun and moon. Finally, Su Ji looked at the ceramic girl who was clearing the food. You did well. Many spiritual materials, spiritual liquid, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been brewed, and the medicinal properties have been fused. As expected of the magic core implanted in the kitchen robot, she began to analyze the delicious characteristics of the food and finally said, however, it's about to hatch. After all, the incubation period of this existence seems to be very short. I'm fine. Su Ji had asked her to wash the dishes and do the housework. He had also made arrangements for Phoenix, and he had even made arrangements for her a long time ago. From the looks of it, she has indeed improved a lot. Back then, it took an entire night for her to hatch. It was enough to cook an entire pot of her. Now, she is about to wake up. There is no chance at all. However, it is only natural, a gentleness flashed in Su Ji's eyes. I need to prepare. Su Ji stared at the phoenix egg and felt that he was quite busy. He had dealt with Medusa outside the house, and now, he had to deal with the phoenix inside the house. She had followed his orders to split the world apart. She had a gentle and quiet personality and had been cultivating in peace, not causing any trouble for him. She was simply the most worry-free person Su Ji had ever felt. Look at Carolyn. Did she? Medusa? Which one of them doesn't mess with you every 2 or 3 days? All of them were ruthless, sinister, cunning, and crazily calculative. They were not free at all. Medusa has been baptized by the evolution of the land of origin and has had a great fortuitous encounter. The phoenix created a world for me. Now that she's back, how can she not have any fortuitous encounters? They should also receive the baptism of evolution from the land of origin. After all, they were both immortal, and the side effects of longevity were not a problem. Su Ji frowned. However, unlike Medusa's special fusion structure, the 4 genes of the phoenix have already been fixed. They will not benefit greatly from the evolution, but they will more or less have the effect of being perfected, and the fortuitous encounters will still be great. In addition, we should add some external forces and various natural treasures to allow her to achieve perfection during the baptism. Medusa was undergoing her baptism outside. She was wild, so Su Ji did not want to pay attention to her. However, Su Ji was still very serious about the baptism of the phoenix's evolution. He stared at the phoenix egg that was almost broken and closed his eyes slightly. Ermin is right. A man cannot compete with others. You've never been like the others, fighting for fortuitous encounters and opportunities everywhere and doing as you please. Now, I'll fight for you too. In the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, King Yama opened his ice phoenix eyes and summoned the black and white impermanences, open the treasury of the netherworld and bring all the rare treasures of the 6th Dao world and the food world here. Yes. The black and white impermanences bowed slowly. Not long after, the treasures in the netherworld, the entire 6 paths reincarnation, all kinds of rare and unique treasures, shimmering with 5-colored divine light, piled up like a mountain, were placed in front of him. In the small universe world. Carolyn, what have you been up to recently? Su Ji opened his eyes and walked through the space above the planets with a slight frown. Recently, Caroline had been missing. After returning from Shangguan Man's place, she seemed to be curled up in her room, studying something strange. I think so. From the time Shangguan Man checked those newspapers and analyzed the system of other worlds, she learned a lot. With her personality, she's not afraid of being infected by those strange books. She probably turned her head away when she saw the names. Su Ji did not think too much about it and stopped the first divine official to collect all the heavenly materials, treasures, and all kinds of mystical items on the planet. The 6 realms. In order to fight for the power of the demon realm and the devil realm, a terrifying war still broke out. However, the martial palace was a tough nut to crack. They controlled the bodies of Dao lords and had 4 gods in their sea of consciousness. Their combat power was exaggerated to the extreme, so the experts all turned to compete for the demon world. At this moment, in the demon world, the Church of Light, the saintess opened her eyes. Wearing a white priest's robe, she knelt in the cathedral and worshipped the statue of Hermes. There are disputes in the demonic world, and Goddess Ermin of the underworld is dealing with the dispute. Should we also fight? The Church of Light doesn't need to have too much connection with the demon god's inheritance. It's enough to preach and gather faith. Hermes sent down a divine decree and opened the treasure vault of the Church of Light. After thousands of years, the Church of Light had accumulated a lot of wealth. Su Ji opened his eyes again. He was dragging the entire phoenix egg with one hand. At this moment, the phoenix egg was also slightly hatching. Voila! 5 colored rays of light flickered, and threads of particles floated in the air. A holy and vast aura from the distant past pounced over. Finally, a baby phoenix covered in golden flames slowly broke out of the eggshell. She let out crisp, surprised cry and curled up in Su Ji's palm. Great Creator! Chapter 634. The True 9th Rank and Rebirth. The little hatchling lay in Su Ji's hand with a face full of longing. Its face was filled with happiness, and it felt as if it had returned to the warm embrace it had when it was first born. So difficult. A tier 9 is really too difficult. The phoenix could not help but lie on Su Ji's palm and excitedly said what she had never said to anyone before, I've already seen that realm. It's just that it's too difficult. There might not even be 1 in 10,000, 100,000, no, even 1 million gods who can reach that terrifying realm. Before the phoenix died, she had already gained a lot and made a breakthrough. Su Ji sighed with emotion and did not say anything. He just listened quietly and gently stroked its cute little head. Will you? She whimpered in satisfaction like a little puppy and continued to rub against Su Ji's palm with a soft and affectionate look. The 9th level is already terrifying. Is there any realm above the 9th level? 10th level? I can't even imagine it anymore. Can I really pursue the truth to the end? Su Ji continued to stroke the bird's back gently. The phoenix had a look of longing on her face. She leaned into Su Ji's arms and looked up. 8th grade? She said, full of desire. 9th rank? 10th level? What is the end? When will I be able to truly walk to the end and be with you? You can do it, Su Ji laughed. The phoenix did not say anything. Her face was filled with longing as she lay on Su Ji's hand. Su Ji was not in a hurry to say anything. Phoenix and Medusa did not like him. Instead, he liked the Dao and pursued the truth. As the god of creation who was the embodiment of truth and the great Dao, he was the ultimate goal pursued by countless experts. Menmei, on the other hand, was more special. It was not an ordinary path at all. She didn't covet the great Dao or the truth, but she really only craved him. However, if he were to say who he thought most highly of and admired the most in the entire sandbox, it would undoubtedly be Phoenix. The Phoenix had been pursuing the Deo all her life. She had been pursuing the Deo with all her heart. He didn't have to worry about anything and never caused trouble for himself. His realm was also very fast, and he kept going into seclusion to deduce his realm. He was simply the most ideal bug race hero. In fact, on the path of the 9th step, she was the one who had walked the deepest. What was the 9th rank? Su Ji had already gotten the answer from the Phoenix, because the Phoenix was now fumbling on the path of the 9th rank, which allowed Su Ji to completely understand the mystery of this realm. The core characteristic of a Tier 9 was the fusion of the soul and the body. His mind and soul were perfectly controlled and integrated. His soul and body were no longer separated from his 100 trillion cells. The undying nature of this realm was terrifying. Even a single cell could be reborn with a drop of blood, restoring the soul and body. It was just that kind of across the galaxy. An existence whose lifespan is calculated in tens of thousands of years. No matter how many level 8 gods there are, they are still like a nest of ants. An eternal and ancient existence. In order to kill such an undying existence, other than being completely annihilated, the only way was to use a special soul attack to wipe out the soul in every cell. The breakthrough to rank 9 could really be described as a path. It would allow one to completely control all the cells in one's body. It was like a general's soul splitting to completely control the 100 trillion cell soldiers in his body. Don't think it's easy. 100 trillion, what kind of concept was that? This number was too huge. To ordinary people, it was just a string of numbers. It felt like 100 million. Let's make a comparison. There were only 7 billion people on Earth. For example, you want to completely control the movements of every human in the 7 billion people and treat them as puppets, letting them eat, drink, and defecate. What, you say this is difficult? And it was only 7 billion on Earth. What about 100 trillion? There was a total of about 15,000 parallel universes Earth. Well, the difficulty of controlling cells naturally couldn't be compared to the difficulty of mental control humans and other foreign life forms. One's own cells wouldn't resist, so it was naturally very easy to control. However, such a huge number had already proven the terrifying difficulty. 15,000 Earth's human population was an unimaginably fine and huge amount of soul control. This was a spiritual realm of soul formation and soul forging. Therefore, the further one advanced, the more impossible it was to fight above one's level. It was just like how no matter how strong Medusa was at the Heavenly Emperor realm, she could only fight against a level 8 god because her Huagang clone had broken through to level 8. At this time, she was already a different kind of powerful level 8 god. Now, he roughly understood that level 8 and 9 were two different species. This was a true universe level 9 life form. The path of the 9th step was different for every species. The path of a normal superhuman was the length of 100 trillion cells. The path of a phoenix was the length of 130 trillion cells. Before she died, she had already completed 30% of this path. As a general who controlled more than 40 trillion cells, it was enough to prove her level of genius. However, she's still dead now. Su Ji frowned. While he was impressed by Phoenix's hard work, he kept thinking. From another point of view, this is enough to prove the terrifying difficulty of the 9th rank. If we don't consider the fact that the Phoenix can be reborn, right now it's equivalent to an extremely talented god who didn't care about external things and focused on cultivation only completed 30% of the transformation to rank 9 after 8,000 years of life. Then, he died of old age. This was an almost impossible goal for an 8th grade god. The higher the realm, the more terrifying it would be. Even Su Ji could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Was this really a realm that a level 8 god could break through? I'm afraid that I can't break through it with normal methods. This was too terrifying, and the difficulty was so high that it was inconceivable. Even someone as strong as a phoenix can only complete 30% of the journey if she focuses on the Deo. An ordinary god would basically be dead after walking 10% to 20% of the journey. Su Ji frowned. It was only at this moment that he was completely aware of the development of the situation. Perhaps the 9th Order Zerg Empresses of the previous generation in the universe, as well as other civilizations, did not break through by force using such a hardcore method. Instead, there are some special shortcuts and methods. Rank 9. Su Ji closed his eyes. After a while, he still couldn't figure it out and could only shake his head. After all, Caroline, Phoenix, and even Ditchi had simultaneously deduced this path. This meant that they had no other choice other than this path. If they couldn't find a new path, how could he be stronger than them in terms of knowledge and talent? That was not the case. If a level 8 god is considered normal, then a level 9 god is a bit dreamy and beyond the latitude and nature realm for my path of deducing the sandbox. No wonder I can use laws and phenomena beyond the natural laws. In any case, a phoenix's lifespan is unlimited, and there's still her next life. If she keeps walking down this path, she'll definitely break through. When she controls all the cells in her body, she'll be a weak 9th rank, and in theory, she's not a true 9th rank. This was because it was only a double qualitative transformation of his body and spirit. He had to do it behind closed doors and did not absorb any external energy. When it absorbs a huge amount of energy like a sponge, it will become a complete 9th step body. Every realm was a qualitative change in energy, and a huge amount of energy was a necessary condition for breaking through. For example, many rank 7 heavenly emperors, Ermin, Dao Changsheng, and Ditchi, were already on the verge of breaking through to rank 8, but they were stuck because they didn't have enough energy to absorb, so they had to slaughter all living beings to collect energy. The amount of energy needed to break through to the 9th step was naturally much greater, but there was also a problem in this aspect. However, rank 9 is not like killing people and snatching enough energy. It's as easy as breaking through. You have to become a weak type 9 and completely transform into that kind of life form before collecting them. Su Ji's expression was calm as he gently stroked the young bird in his hand. The phoenix enjoyed the caress of the god of creation in peace. She suddenly wished that she could stay there for the rest of her life. However, after a while, everything in the world has its own balance. Su Ji suddenly said, "Phoenix, you have been ordered to descend upon the primordial world and create the world. The destiny of this life has been completed. The great Dao of heaven and earth will naturally bestow its grace." Phoenix's clear eyes widened with anticipation. "Oh, the great god of truth." Su Ji stretched out his hand and pointed. "Time has the power to change everything. Go." Whoosh! Phoenix could only feel her time accelerating as she rapidly approached adulthood. She sat on a train called time, and everything around her turned into an illusion as she flew away. Me. She opened her eyes wide and felt her body changing. She suddenly felt so happy. She knew it was a great opportunity from the mighty force of the world. You have to fight for everything on your own. Su Ji laughed and looked at the phoenix, who was flying forward quickly. She was only at the 6th step of life, and she was rapidly approaching adulthood without even cultivating. Her lifespan was only a few hundred years, but there were visible changes in her body. She was rapidly aging and was about to transform into an egg again. Voila! A phoenix egg with a hazy flame started to flow again, and it lay quietly in his palm. Su Ji no longer hesitated. He stood up and went to an oven near the refrigerator next to him. The oven was white and transparent, with the delicate feel of porcelain. A lot of the furniture in the entire room had been modified by Su Ji to be made of this kind of high-density material that belonged to the entire clan. After all, ordinary things were as fragile as a piece of paper. As for the oven for the entire clan's cells, he had already prepared it before he brought Phoenix here. Buzz! Su Ji picked up a huge, white, smooth, square porcelain pot and put in the heavenly and earthly treasures of various major worlds, as well as a large amount of water. The rich energy on the colorful glow began to turn into a clear spirit liquid. This square porcelain pot filled with spirit liquid was just right for the square oven. Voila! The oven started heating up. The man does not fight, so no one in the world can compete with him. You don't want to fight, and you're indifferent. In that case, I'll fight for a huge opportunity for you. Su Ji looked at the phoenix eggs floating in the various spiritual liquids of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the oven, and his expression became heavy. In fact, my idea of letting Medusa return to the land of origin and reshape her body came from my initial plan for you. My original intention was that you were born in the oven, and now that you have returned, you should have gotten a good opportunity again in the hundreds of thousands of evolutions. Although it is a single life form and has basically been fixed, the benefits will definitely not be as great as Medusa's, there should still be good results. I've spent so much effort to woo you, don't let me down. Su Ji stared at the oven for a while, and his heart ached a little as he looked at the spirit liquid inside. In just an hour, the phoenix continued to grow, age, and turn into an egg again. It broke out of the shell like a cute little bird, breaking out of the eggshell for the first time and looking at the whole new world. She was also extremely excited. He felt as if he was wandering in the warm ocean. This was a great opportunity. He was adjusting the structure of his body. This would be a long journey of life that would last hundreds of thousands of years. In this space, Phoenix felt a familiar feeling again. It was the exact same scene, as if she had recalled the very first moment. This is the real mother's embrace. A squarish space. It's alive. These white walls are cells. A living thing. I'm in the body of a living thing. She was full of surprise. The hatchling broke through the eggshell and looked at the white square world. She felt that this was an even larger eggshell and thought it was incredible. This was an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. The world was too vast, full of the unknown and mysteries. Even though she had stepped onto the path of the ninth step, she still did not know many mysterious things. Wait, no, this is a solid shell made of white cells. She was completely at a loss, and a terrifying thought quickly exploded in her mind. This is an eggshell. A square-shaped egg? It's constantly heating up. Is there an unknown ancient existence outside hatching the eggs? Could it be that the god of creation is outside? Was I born in this way? I've returned to the origin of life. It sobbed, its crisp and pure voice suddenly filled with happiness, feeling that it was a great honor. Su Ji stared outside for a while, feeling very nervous. He had indeed come prepared. This oven had been created by observing Carolyn's technique of creating all things. Although he could not create a planet, he could create a living oven with a magic core in it. It could control the temperature and heat itself, just like a high-grade alchemy furnace. Although it was alive and had an AI, it couldn't have fed itself anything. He turned around and said to the ceramic girl, "Change the water and the dried heavenly and earthly treasures every hour. Don't be stingy. This process doesn't matter whether it's day or night. Remember to add a large amount of warm maple tea. After all, no matter how strong it is, it's still an egg hatching. It's the weakest moment of life. You need leaves to not feel strange." It lasted for 3 days. Master is merciful. The ceramic girl was extremely touched. This huge price was enough to prove the importance of this existence and the position in her heart. At the same time, he added leaves to create an environment for birds to hatch. It was so considerate. And when compared to the other existence outside, one could see the difference. In the courtyard in the middle of winter, the cold wind was blowing. This kind of attitude of not caring about anything was like the difference between ice and fire. "Don't worry, Master. I'll keep an eye on him regularly," the ceramic girl said. Su Ji nodded and turned to leave the living room, ready to return to his room. He suddenly took a few steps, worried. He turned around and said, "Remember to put the replaced spirit liquid in the refrigerator next to me. I have a use for it." Chapter 635. The Breakthrough Plan. Su Ji returned to his room and left the cooking to the butler. Voila! He sat in front of the desk in his room, facing the cold sunlight outside the window. He silently picked up a pen and organized his thoughts. Now, both of them have 3 days' time. Stop in my courtyard for 3 days. Su Ji muttered to himself about the number. At this time, these two people were just about to reach the end of their lives and didn't have Deo protectors. It was a good time to bring them in. While avoiding danger, they could also undergo a transformation. However, the death of the Phoenix this time has allowed me to completely understand the mysteries of the 9th rank. It's even more terrifying information. Level 9 is too terrifying, too magical, and simply inconceivable. Compared to a level 8 god, it's like the difference between a god and a mortal. As expected of another qualitative change, the difference is like heaven and earth. After all, although the energy of a rank 8 god is highly concentrated and has undergone a qualitative change, it still belongs to the category of energy bombardment. It's essentially the same attack pattern as a rank 7 heavenly emperor, while a rank 9 god already involves law attacks. The Phoenix told me that not even 1 out of a million gods can break through. It seems like it's not an exaggeration. Su Ji was a little surprised. Finally, he tapped the tip of his pen and made up his mind. I still have to start with Carolyn. It's definitely impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this with an ordinary cultivation system. However, the eternal life of the Grim Reaper system and the advantage of the magic core's computing power. It's only possible if you bring billions of living beings into the world of your brain. Previously, if the human-shaped pillar god had devoured the two pillar gods, the virus computing power would have expanded, and it could have reached such a height with the combined efforts of billions of supercomputers and magic core creatures. As a life form with fate, that was a unique characteristic of his life form. However, that was a shortcut. However, it wasn't the right way. The borrowed mental energy and divine sense were from the devil path. And to destroy this crippled Type 9, all we have to do is to kill all the computer life forms under him. Even a true blood reincarnation is not possible. That was why Suji had suppressed the pillar god at the time. The direction could not be led astray. With the precedent of crooked ways, it would be very difficult to correct the right path of cultivation. At that moment, Suji was in high spirits. He felt that his goal had been very correct. Very correct. The magic core system, coupled with the eternal life of the Grim Reaper, had expanded its advantages, so it was possible to step into grade 9 as soon as possible. After all, there were unique advantages in it. In the beginning, the development of the Isodarian civilization was also off the charts. It was as fast as the speed of their destruction. This made Carolyn too young. She was only 2,000 years old, so it was very likely that she could become a high-level god. Suji felt that since the strong people of today could only use this hardcore and primitive method to force a breakthrough and could not find a second way, he would use this method to break through. When he broke through, he would have his first Tier 9 SSR, the true overlord of the universe. Then, with a higher vision, he would let this Tier 9 god reverse engineer other ways to break through to Tier 9, allowing other gods to enter. Suji could not help but laugh. This is the best method. The vanguard of the rank 9 army, with Carolyn at the forefront, will be able to break through the threshold, and then perfect the breakthrough method. The remaining reserve rank 9 vanguard is Phoenix. She can make use of her eternal shamelessness and recultivate a few more lives to reach rank 9. However, due to the cultivation system and biological characteristics, her breakthrough is still too slow. Medusa can also use this method to reach rank 9, but when she does, Suji's expression became strange. He was getting old. The strongest late stage was still the strongest late stage after all. It would be fine as long as he slowly developed. 3 days would be 300 years. Suji was not in a hurry to settle them down. Which world would be the most suitable for the two of them to be sent out of seclusion in the future? And during this period of time, Li Shengzhong is also going to cause trouble. It seems that he wants to use the pressure brought by Medusa's arrival in the 3 days to completely evolve his own species. He must be here for Ermin's death. I've been working hard for almost a week, and I'm quite interested in his species. As he thought about this, he felt that it was not easy to be the only serious player. He couldn't help but look back at the previous scene. As the god of creation had just descended, the sandpit of the world had already been transformed into the 6 realms. With the death of the Deo Lord and Medusa's departure, there had been disputes everywhere. They were fighting for the next master of the Devil World, and it was a big fight. The Netherworld. Ermin opened her eyes slightly and smiled. Green Vine, the Mother Earth, is too mysterious. She told me that Medusa is doing well now and that there is no need to worry. When the Devil World changed hands, she turned a blind eye. Because she was going to sleep soon, she didn't want to care too much. What she was most worried about was Medusa suddenly disappearing. With the departure of the god of creation, her dream had finally been fulfilled, but how was she now? After all, they had been together for 6,000 to 7,000 years, from the initial arch-enemy to the last 2 magi of the old era, the gravekeepers of 2 eras. It was impossible to not have feelings for each other. At the same time, Green Vine Mother Earth told me a strange news. She looked through the ancient tomb of Tartarus and murmured, after more than 6,000 years, my teacher will return in the next 300 years. This was almost impossible for her. Because the dead cannot be brought back to life, and she was the one who buried him. But she hesitated, holding a glimmer of hope and expectation that she could see that figure one last time before she fell asleep. Grantham, the legendary name, was still unforgettable to her. Suji's eyelids twitched wildly. Cutie Pie is so sneaky. She used Medusa and the Alchemy Emperor's information to pull Ermin to her side. She wants to get involved in the demonic world again and let her other disciple, Hu Hai Han, snatch the position of the origin demon god. She's pulling her disciples to the top everywhere, while she hides behind a woman to live off her. Time and time again, he couldn't do this himself, so he helped his disciple to the top and became familiar with it. Su Ji's face darkened. Are you brother Fu Mo? Now, Menmei is no longer interested in the demon world. After all, the demon world is also the ultimate player system, so they are more or less on our side. Snatching the demon world will maximize our benefits. What if Hu Hai Han really became the origin demonic god? She was no longer a snake-haired demoness. The shape was nine-tailed demon fox. Su Ji recalled the time when he was still an all-knowing scholar. The cute little fox sat in the carriage and traveled the world with Medusa, who looked on coldly from the side. The group of people had even been noisy. It was as if a lifetime had passed. Even Hu Hai Han had been promoted. It was truly a case of a new generation replacing the old with new talents. Although the demon realm is still being watched, it should be able to hold on. Su Ji took a look and did not have any intention of interfering at that moment. In comparison, he paid more attention to the 9th rank test subject, Caroline, and the level 9 experimental field of the small universe era. This was the real big world, the size of a Huaxia territory. He stood up and said, "Half a day has passed while I was dealing with the emergency here. The small universe has also undergone a 50 to 60 years of transformation. A new era might have been born." Su Ji's gaze fell on the stone star, and he suddenly felt that something was not right. They had finally come up with the decomposition and synthesis technology. But what is this? He saw a giant snake made of mosaic, which looked like the gluttonous snake in pixel games. Chapter 636. A brilliant era is setting sail. Su Ji's gaze swept over. This pixel gluttonous snake had actually been personally created by them using their own splitting and convergence technology. Biological alchemy. The method to operate the mind was very simple. Using mind power to split the cells was like using mind power to break down a piece of bright red pork, turn it into meat particles, and then shape it. Then, using a regeneration spell, the flesh and blood would grow, and they would be glued together again. To make an analogy, it was like the industrial process of artificial steak in a modern assembly line. In fact, the basic level requirement is not high. Level 4 or 5 can be broken down with spiritual power. After all, their cell particles are too big and can be seen with the eyes. It's just like breaking small stones. However, the workload is heavy, and their level is too low. I can only break them down one by one and then put them back together. When Su Ji saw the mosaic snake, even he had to say, hardcore. Just how much work was this? One pill after another. How long would it take to disassemble this? As expected, these players all had liver cirrhosis. Even now, he was still dancing with joy, thinking that he had successfully created life. At this moment, a group of strange creatures were on the ground. They were wearing white coats and holding notebooks, looking up at the snake. As expected, the simple decomposition and synthesis of cubes cannot create souls. This snake has its own consciousness. It was an experiment, by Ziajun. After breaking through to the 6th rank, it successfully adapted to the environment and turned itself into a low-pixel creature. It then fused with other cubes and underwent a transformation. Let's put the seeds one by one on his mosaic. Human body refinement. Even if we don't see the truth, we've finally opened the door to the truth. Hearing these words, Bai Ziajun's face darkened. He had the highest realm and had broken through to the 6th rank. He had also adapted to the environment and evolved into a mosaic creature. Naturally, they wanted to use him as an example and make him into a suppression-level strategic weapon. Bai Ziajun quickly said to the surrounding players, rank 6. After I get more familiar with the decomposition and synthesis techniques, I'm afraid the speed will become very fast. I'll really become a gluttonous snake, able to eat cubes one by one, constantly getting bigger and thicker. I'm only 18 meters tall now. I'm afraid your husband won't be able to handle it. A player pushed his black-rimmed pixel glasses and looked like a scholar. Sample number 007, I personally suggest you exercise restraint. Bai Ziajun? What restraint? Do you know how to speak? Can't we have a pleasant conversation? However, everyone was still excited and continued to discuss. Our biological characteristics are evolution and adaptation to the environment. Not only can we evolve into a species that can adapt to radiation, but we can also become mosaic creatures. We can integrate into this planet and then transform ourselves. We personally think that being able to become a mosaic creature is related to the assimilation characteristics of this race. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to evolve. My suggestion is that since we've become pixelated animals, we can take the path of the demon race and enter the space of the sea of consciousness as primordial spirits. In a space with high concentration of energy, we can transform and evolve. Good idea. But how do we do it in the sea of consciousness? Rubik's Cube. Although I don't have the Rubik's Cube gene, I personally think that the structure of the underground gem country is very similar to a Rubik's Cube. Taking the octahedron of gems from them might be the raw material for building an internal space. The Rubik's Cube and the dimensional storage, we still have information on wizards. Then I'll have to contact my brothers over there. Under Su Zhi's curious gaze. They had successfully obtained the octahedron crystal from the country of gemstones, and after half a month of hard work, they had actually created a spatial storage prop. And at this time, the universe war broke out. Star Wars. This is too horrifying. Is this a universe-level hell mode world? On this planet at night, countless Azura Deo warriors looked up at the starry sky. They felt as if huge fireworks were blooming, and they completely realized how small they were. Universe Year 231. Shi Xing and Cyber Tan had already left the universe and knew each other's planets. At the same time, they had established a map of the universe and used the universe's astronomical equipment to observe most of the environment in the entire starry sky. The two planets understood each other's existence at the same time. At the same time, they discovered that in the center of the universe, there was a huge and boundless main planet. This center of the universe was the main planet of the past. Carolyn had separated several hundred mu of planets from this planet. At this time, this center of the universe was extremely vast, as large as the territory of a country in China. There were countless precious resources. Kill. Destroy. 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 A war broke out between the two transcendent planets. Over the years, many heavenly emperors had been nurtured in large numbers, wanting to fight for the center of the universe. The two races, battleships, martialists, and mechanical armors in space were torn into pieces of wreckage, floating in the cold universe and turning into space garbage. Su Zhi stood quietly in space and watched the battle unfold. Carolyn left behind that huge main planet with no living beings on it. It was for the various floating civilizations to fight and kill each other. Occupy this vast, unknown central land. Any planet would revolve around this central planet. Universe Year 232. After a bitter battle that lasted for more than half a year, both sides suffered too many losses. When they realized that they couldn't directly destroy the other party, they silently gave up. Both sides changed their strategy and descended on the main planet, transplanting the animals and environment of their own planet, transforming the ecosystem, and building their own country. They only had one goal. Occupy, mine, excavate. As this main planet was simply too large, even their own mother planet was like a small ant. This caused the two sides to not meet on this planet and develop on their own. The following year. Universe Year 233. As the war was approaching peace, this year, the era of great colonization began. The minor skirmishes between the two transcendent planets continued, but they still tacitly stopped the large-scale all-out war. Instead, they began to attack the weaker indigenous planets. Help! An alien monster! The extremely weak planet Blue, Pixel planets, and countless other planets were also conquered by them. Some of them were even sold as slaves as natives. Planet Blue. Woo. A group of Rum natives were wailing. They were extremely weak, without any talent or potential. They didn't have the power to resist at all. This planet is now our property. One of the mechanical Tinder warriors from Cyber Tan, the king of Cyber Tan, stared at him coldly. What an interesting life form. Self-camouflage? It's a creature with strong reproductive abilities. Every 10 months of pregnancy, they can give birth to one child. The women of this race can give birth to one child a year, and they can give birth to at least 7 or 8 children in their lifetime. The number had increased by multiple times. If I'm not wrong, this race's life forms are very weak. Their characteristics are only basic intelligence and super reproductive ability, but they will be a huge source of labor for the entire universe. They can even be raised and harvested like straw. Even if they are raised and slaughtered, they will be a good source of life energy and have hope of becoming gods. On this planet, we'll breed them in large numbers. Hundreds of millions, billions, and even tens of billions of them. We'll transport them to various places as slaves to build the planet. We'll even kill them and harvest the energy needed to break through. We can also sell them to Shi Xing's group, but only male labor. We won't give them the opportunity to reproduce. I believe that they also like such cheap lives. At the same time, we can exchange them for some of the planet's slaves under their control. Cyber Tan was a highly civilized and technologically advanced race. In reality, there were only a few thousand of them on the entire planet, and they were so familiar with each other that they could recognize each other's names. One race was only equivalent to the number of students in a middle school. This is the cruelty of the Great Universe era. The king of Cybertron lowered his head and calmly extended his mechanical arm to stroke the head of the tribe's great elder, as if he was a high and mighty human looking down at a pig in a pen. As long as you're obedient, we'll give you enough human rights. Pixel Star. Ka ka ka. Wooloo. A group of primitive tribes roared at the sky again and threw their spears. They're a group of special creatures with brute force. They're very strange, but they're relatively few in number. Their reproduction characteristics are very slow. Flisses sat in the cold spaceship, looking down at the Pixel planet. The natives of this planet will make decent universe soldiers. The Pixel tribe, which had once defeated the players, could not withstand the terrifying civilization of Stone Star in the end. They were suppressed, ruled, and wailed in despair. Wooloo! They fell to the ground. The white dwarves of the past had become evil dragons. However, behind Planet Blue, Salu, who was hiding, was not exposed. On the Pixel planets, the group of players was also hiding very well. The two extraordinary planets did not discover the abnormalities of these two planets, which hid terrifying unstable factors. On the central planet of the huge territory. With the continuous arrival of slaves from the planet, in a short year, two great slave dynasties instantly rose to the ground. Tall, sci-fi buildings. In the dark city of steel. On one side, there were many strong martial artists and all kinds of cyborgs. On the other side, there was a civilization of pure mechanical armors. The epic of the magnificent planet. It's too big, too big. Su Ji gasped in admiration as he looked at the mythical epic of the starry sky. The war had begun quickly without any hesitation. There was only cold indifference and ruthlessness in the negotiations. This is a collision between civilizations. Although it's not the true dark forest law of the universe, and it's not so cruel to destroy on sight, the strong civilizations have always enslaved the weak civilizations and restricted their development. Jungle ecosystem, blood, darkness, and cruelty, this little universe, perhaps, has already simulated part of the real universe's planet structure. Even the kind Zack had become a cruel and cold emperor of the universe. He gradually realized that the hero of his race must be the tyrant of other races. They had to enslave and exploit the other races to expand their strength and defeat their enemies. If he didn't want to be ruled by Cyber Tan and become a slave again, he could only become the new slave owner. And Su Ji could see it clearly. Salu of Planet Blue had finally made his move. Under the resplendent and bustling starry sky, there was a red plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. The grass-like plants were lush and diverse, swaying on the ground, full of the unique and exotic atmosphere of the planet. Ka! In the grass, a stone statue with its legs curled up and its head tilted to the right slowly opened its eyes and stood up. I was almost beaten to death at that time, and it would take me another 100 years to recover. It's too slow. With a difference of 100 years, I would be completely behind, and I would almost certainly lose. However, I already have a new way to recover from my injuries. His body was green, and there were black spots on his skin. He was a slender creature with deep eyes and a pair of beetle wings on his back. He had an indescribable, mysterious and quiet aura. Do you know why I came to this planet? It's not just because he looks like a god. Salu smiled and looked up at the stone star in the distance. There was a hint of desire in his eyes. It's mainly because of the people of Planet Lamb. Your reproductive ability is too strong. It's also because of this that I came to this planet. I know that they will definitely be colonized in the future. I also know that with such a huge reproduction number, billions of people on planet Lam will be ruled by darkness, and there will be enough resentment, despair, fear, confusion, and resentment. Zack, Flissa. The black clouds in the atmosphere rolled violently, and a beam of black light shone down. Back then, you all thought that it was a Dragon Ball. Now, I'll use the Dragon Ball to defeat you. Boom. Sal raised his hands and raised them up. I've seized everyone's bloodline on Stone Star. Naturally, I won't leave your techniques behind. I also have the technology to make Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls buried deep in the earth that have sucked your despair over the years have already taken shape. Come out. Divine Dragon. Hwalalala. Countless broken souls and twisted darkness on the ground turned into threads that surged into the sky. Like an explosion, they gathered into a black dragon that roared furiously. Not bad. This wish power that's accumulating darkness. A cold voice came. Roar. A twisted black dragon appeared in the air, roaring madly as if it was going to gather all the dark power on the dragon pearl. The black dragon's brutal, blood-red eyes sparkled. Mortal, tell me your wish. Pixel Star. In the depths of the forest, a group of strangely shaped pixel animals were hiding in the dark and shivering. The era of the great universe has begun. Every planet will have all kinds of terrifying opportunities. We're almost done. If we continue hiding, we don't have much time left. We have to cultivate. I can only use another method to continue hiding. Those native husbands can't afford to feed us anymore. They can't satisfy our appetites anymore. We can only let other people feed us. Hwala! Get on the cosmic slingshot! They roared with passion as they entered a small space within a Rubik's Cube and sat on a huge slingshot. To the central planet. Screenshots. Boom! They turned into tiny meteors and shot into the vast universe, rushing toward the central planet. Whoosh! Mom, look, it's a shooting star. On the central planet, in the western kingdom of Cybertron, in an ordinary family, a child from planet Lam was standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor, pointing at the sky. There were very few people on Cybertan, but their civilization and intelligence were highly developed. They still did not give the slaves too much pressure. They gave them human rights, living in the city, enjoying food, and even some computer equipment and technological entertainment. They were allowed to kill the boring work of working 10 hours a day. They even felt that it was a gift from a higher civilization. Hwala! The shooting star fell into the garden. Wah! A shooting star! The rum kid quickly ran down the stairs and rushed to the garden. He found a square mechanical toy in a hole in the ruins. There were a few buttons on it. The child pointed lightly, an array of light shot out from inside. It was a little khaki-colored digital Tyrannosaurus made up of blocks. It was an animated creature that came out of the games that he usually played, and it was not the same style as the real world. Chosen child, are you the companion of my ancient beast? Ah! The child trembled and was so shocked that he could not speak. Chapter 637. The birth of a new cultivation system. Why was it a man? I want cute little girls. I want to cultivate it. The ancient beast was also silent. The little boy, however, did not know any of this. Looking at the meteors falling and the mysterious and strange creature from an unknown universe, the awe-inspiring digital cocky little T-Rex, he was overjoyed. I'm Apophis. The primordial beast held it in for a while. After sorting out its emotions, it said, yes, train me. I will grant you great power to save everything, to own everything, and to grow together. A child chosen by the digital world. Apophis was instantly excited. This young man from a slave family, who was only 7 or 8 years old, had his eyes wide open in an adorable manner. Can you make me stronger? We, the people of the blue planet, are the weakest. We don't have any innate talents. Just because you're not born with talent doesn't mean that you can't become strong. You're the chosen child, and you have infinite possibilities and a future. The primordial beast replied, I can lend you my power. I am your talent. He knew that if he wanted her to support him, he couldn't just rely on his cute appearance. He also had to let the other party see the benefits and value of cultivating himself. He had to let the other party understand that he wasn't working for free, that this world was real, and that no one was a fool. Lend me your strength. Apophis was confused. The primordial beast was silent for a while. As if it had made up its mind, it said, "Yes, I'm a young digital Tyrannosaurus. Not only can the primordial beast be summoned by you to command the battle, but it can also be your combat partner. It can possess your body and fuse with you, allowing you to transform into a divine dragon. It can lend you the power of a divine dragon and fight alongside you." Ah! Apophis was confused. The khaki-colored digitalized small Tyrannosaurus gritted its teeth and made up its mind. It approached the little boy and suddenly disintegrated into colorful light particles that merged into his body. The cells of both parties merged into the gap. It seemed like large rocks and sand were gathered together. It was the special skill of the creatures on the Pixel planet that the natives of the Pixel tribe had used before. Whoosh! A comfortable feeling that made his soul tremble and go numb filled his entire body. In Apophi's eyes, he found that the entire world was unusually clear and bright, its outline, details, sounds, and movements. The entire garden slowed down. He lowered his head and found that he was wearing a special pixel dragon-shaped armor and holding a heavy dragon-toothed digital longsword. His body had been raised to an incredible level, and every step he took was extremely deep, leaving deep footprints on the ground. His pupils had also turned golden, and golden divine flames circulated around them. The aura of the innate chi around his body surged, and the white radiance radiating from him circulated. He seemed to have turned into a golden lightning bolt. Whoosh! He gently waved his sword. It was as if he had practiced this vigorous sword-swinging action countless times. He could swing his sword several times in almost 1 second, leaving after images. I actually... He gasped for breath as if he was stunned. Suddenly, he ran to the ice pond in the garden as fast as the wind. As the moonlight shone on the ground, he could see his own shadow. He was wearing an exquisite golden armor, a golden holy garment like a saint warrior, and a digital longsword in his hand. I have the power of the digital Tyrannosaurus. The message that came from the other voice in his mind made him look at his own figure, and an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. I'm already Divine Dragon Warrior. At that moment, Su Ji felt a little uncomfortable. However, he was still somewhat used to it. He had a big heart and continued to read, his gaze sweeping to other places. As expected, in this mysterious meteor shower, many children on this planet at the center of the universe picked up all kinds of digital treasure summoning devices and small mechanical cube machines. Jabu Beast. The Bada Beast. When he saw those guys, the children were elated. They were captured by the cute and powerful digital babies and secretly brought home. Good fellow, he's living off a woman. Su Ji was smart. Although this move of theirs was extremely well planned and their movements were extremely secretive, they could no longer hide from Su Ji. This was his first thought. After all, he was a monster cultivator who hid in a small space and needed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to be extremely dense. He naturally had to rely on others to provide him with all kinds of energy and resources to cultivate and strengthen the energy in this small space. Thus, the best solution was in front of him. Let other people support him. These people, after being captured by the barbarian tribes, they all started to look like they were seeking death. Now, do they all like the life of being kept? Su Ji felt like he was about to be rendered speechless. However, it really did seem like it. He could indeed use the model of Digimon. After all, Digimon also lived in a small space. Pixel creatures like them, as Azuradeo, also had an evolution mechanism. They would evolve once at every level, and they could indeed evolve into the ultimate digital form, such as Steel Garuru, Holy Angel Beast, Mechanical T-Rex. At the same time, Digimon also needed someone to support it to become stronger. Perfectly in line with the digital baby root. It's as if it's fate. Also, what the hell is the combat fusion form? But if you think about it, it's really possible. But isn't this the natural reproduction talent of the native tribes? Are you sure you won't have children because of this? Su Ji's face began to darken. He only felt that there were too many things to complain about, and he simply had no place to complain. Was he going to turn this planet into a world of digital treasures? But then, Su Ji saw another scene. As the leader of this group of players, Bai Xiajun had also descended, but was picked up by a child. A huge pixel snake rose into the air, sacred and vast. In the huge luxurious doll-like cute room, it looked down at the dumbfounded high green star little girl with its sacred dragon eyes wide open. Chosen child, are you my companion in the space rift? Ah! Who are you? An unknown alien life form. The cute little girl was stunned. She quickly rummaged through the house and put on a combat power monitor on her right eye. I'm rich. Bai Xiaojun was also overjoyed. On this central planet, the probability of encountering high green planet people was extremely low. In terms of numbers, 90% of the people on planet Lam had to be slaves to build on this desolate and dangerous planet. To be able to encounter a rare noble class, this time, the goddess of luck had finally descended on him. It's a pity that she's a super cute girl. Bai Xiaojun's expression suddenly changed. It would be even better if it was a cute boy. He suddenly felt that he was in a bad situation. Because his girlfriend was about to kill him. She loved herself very much, and she was very big-bellied. She did not care how many boyfriends she had, nor did she care how many children she was a mother of. She had always expressed her magnanimity and treated them as her own, but she, on the other hand, cared about how many girlfriends she had. A jar of vinegar would knock over. If only it was a boy. He looked at the cute little girl in front of him and revealed a deeply conflicted expression. He felt that there was something wrong with her beauty, but he didn't want to give up on this fortuitous encounter. I'm finished. Chapter 638. There are still immortals living in seclusion on Earth? Ah! Space-splitting throne. Su Ji could not be bothered and gave up on treating them. However, he still had high hopes for this pixel creature. Although these guys were full of nonsense, it had to be said that in order to survive, this group of players had worked hard and had made a lot of progress. He didn't expect that the reproduction ability of native pixel graphics could have such an effect. It was indeed a big imagination. Su Ji's expression was thoughtful. In fact, the players can still use this system after they die. In the future, there might really be a summoner's digital system that lived on the planet. It seems to have good potential and is in line with the decomposition and synthesis of pixel civilizations. At the same time, it has a fusion form. This completely makes up for the flaws in combat. Wait, decomposition and synthesis. Could it be that there's also the monster refining and monster fusion school in the future? Su Ji's expression suddenly became complicated. He suddenly realized that his potential was not limited to this. He instantly reacted. With the character of these players, this wasn't just a possibility, but a definite thing. Sure enough, Su Ji quickly went online to take a look and found that the internet was in a mess at this time. There was indeed a desire to continue the pet trend to the end. It was called Brothers, I don't want to work hard anymore. I've already found my next sugar daddy. Within a few minutes, the number of views increased rapidly, and it became one of the most popular posts. At that moment, he looked at the title of Bai Xiaojun's post. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and up to their heads. Good fellow, you've finally revealed your true colors? Accompanying rich people everywhere, cheating marriage everywhere, the world is full of my sons? A pair of jade arms could be used as a pillow for 1,000 people, and a single red lip could be tasted by 10,000 people. The will of the great Joy Emperor, the cute and creepy villain, has been inherited by you. He opened the post. Preface, riding human pet in the spring breeze, seeing all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Hello everyone, I'm player Bai Xiaojun from the new universe world, that's right. Today, I'm bringing an exclusive evaluation of the true face of this universe. I finally revealed my true self. I don't want to work hard. Screenshots. Screenshots. One by one, the images of digital treasure were displayed, but Bai Xiaojun secretly skipped over her own. At the same time, he also talked about various matters. At this time, after leaving the poor pixel planet, they finally came into contact with the world view of the universe. Everyone was shocked. The scariness of the full spirit, and at the same time, she's seeing. This was especially true for the researchers from the various major research institutes. They were completely shocked. The translated language of planet Cyber Tan was different. In the eyes of the players on Earth, it was not called Cyber Tan. Furthermore, since it was developed by Carolyn, there would naturally be no such thing as an Optimus Prime leader. In addition, the people of planet Cyber Tan would not reveal their true Tinder to the public. Therefore, they could not find any similarities and thought that it was just an ordinary machinery civilization. However, Su Ji's sudden interest in Stone Star was different. It was too obvious. Dragon Ball, Flissa? Salu? Investigate. In a certain island country, the expression of the person in charge changed drastically. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Akira Toriyama? It was probably related to aliens. However, the people in the research institute and the big shots had an even more terrifying thought. With the lesson learned from the past, my world, and the present. Although the pixel planet was just a coincidence, they didn't know about it. They all thought that the two fit perfectly and that it wasn't a coincidence. How could an extraterrestrial civilization project all sorts of things on Earth? Perhaps, if one were to count the entire history of Earth, there were not only ascendants from thousands of years ago, but also people like Kasidagarba. There were even more recent ascendants, such as the recent ascendants of the Qing and Ming dynasties. In the modern era, there were many mysterious Taoists and experts in mysticism who left the universe. Although they were only a few decades or 100 years earlier in reality, or only in the 40s or 50s of the last century, they were thousands or tens of thousands of years earlier than him in another world. Now, he had returned to Earth and was still hiding in the crowd, living on Earth? An immortal living in seclusion on Earth? In the research institute, a white-haired old man had a heavy expression on his face. He stood tall and straight. He was silent, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This isn't just a probability, it's almost a probability. He looked at the other researchers and said in low voice under their horrified eyes, this explains it. It's because these ancient people passed on the achievements of this alien civilization to those people through divine thoughts. Only then would it be published and widely known. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man slammed the table. Contact, find a way to contact the immortal hidden in the mortal world. This is our ancestor. It's likely that he's in seclusion in some rural courtyards or mountain villages. Go and find him. On the other side. At that moment, the internet was still in an uproar. No one knew what the major research institutes were doing behind their backs. After explaining the whole situation, Bai Xiaojun talked about her own affairs and the current situation. Brothers, according to our analysis and deduction, this is indeed the most suitable path for US players. What are Yao cultivators? In the words of the primordial world, it was the primordial spirit. Living in the space of the sea of consciousness, which is a space with high concentration of spiritual qi, breathing in and out the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, you can become stronger while lying down. After reaching a certain level, breathing in and out spiritual energy is already an instinct for big demons. We can go offline, and there will be people outside to feed us. We can replenish the space with dense spiritual energy and quietly become stronger. This is called a game script, the hack leveling flow. This way, we won't be forced to go offline during the game time and encounter any mishaps because the other party can control our bodies to merge together. Otherwise, it'll be like before, where we can only be online for 8 hours a day and let other players guard our corpses. Su Ji froze when he saw this. There was still such a move? He had thought that these silly online games were stupid and liked to play around. Who knew that the cool was just a superficial appearance, it was a trait that they were born with. But were they really stupid? The target behind them was very clear, more cunning than anyone else. This route was indeed overbearing. There was no need to fight, no need to take risks, and there were people who worked hard to find resources to support him. As long as he lay in the small space, endless resources would be sent in. The most important thing was that it didn't matter if he went offline every day. He could still go offline. To be honest, I'm also in tears. Have we finally become like Menmei, playing an offline pay-to-win game? Excited. Only the spore players on the other side can log in all day long. The players of our 6 realms of reincarnation have to go offline every day. We can finally put an end to the hidden danger. What a great sense of accomplishment. Knowledge has changed the world, my hair is finally not white, tears flowing down my face. Ha ha ha, at the same time, we have to remain neutral. Anyone could cultivate this summoning system and have a pet. We're going to learn from Menmei's dragon vein system and let flowers bloom all over the world. Balloonfish directly said. Honestly, how did Menmei live so long? It was because she was basically neutral and didn't help anyone. Everyone had to rely on this system to eat incense and replenish their energy. You guys have to do the same, spread your business all over the universe and become a part of their lives. It's not fashionable not to have a battle pet. The racer of Mount Harana also joined in the fun. This is modern thinking. Why were the Penguin Group and Ali Group so difficult to shake? It has become a part of their lives. When the battle pets become a part of them, you are responsible for lying down. Everyone instantly felt that things were not good. They had run too far. Someone pulled the topic back. This is all thanks to Menmei. As the founder of this system, she allowed us to learn the idea of upgrading by using the hack. Lei Jun's words are right. Even a pig can fly in the wind of the times. We're all following Menmei's correct path. The group of animals discussed excitedly. Meng Mei also nodded in the dark, thinking that these guys would come and lick her very comfortably. They were probably secretly training their licking skills to act cute and serve their master well. As for the other netizens, they were instantly having a headache. They were talking about cultivation, hot-blooded combat, leveling up and fighting monsters, but they were talking about the commercial mode? Do intellectual property like a cute girl? Can't you just work hard and become strong? Can you stop finding loopholes? They were all shamelessly despicable. Well, in fact, she was a little envious when she thought about it. He could imitate other people's Elven Menkbeo and Digimon. As long as he acted cute to his owner, he would be like a Pikachu, pick up. It would be even better if she was the master of the little sister. This was a big game of chess. You think you have a cute pet, but you're the human pet. At the same time, you would never imagine that behind the cute, soft, kawaii Pikachu, there was a bearded hunk who was picking his feet and secretly acting cute to you. This is too terrifying. Who can withstand this? I don't believe in love anymore. To be honest, this move was too explosive. The netizens who were not cute felt very disgusted. It was simply ruining their youth. They thought about the perverted hoodlum behind Pikachu, who was lying in their arms and rubbing himself. In short, there was a huge storm on the internet. These guys had been planning this for a long time. When a wave of review posts were published, it completely shocked everyone. It was like watching a wonderful movie. However, this was not the end. The group of netizens continued. At the same time, our summoning pixel creature system will also require the business of transmuting monsters in the future for decomposition and synthesis. In an instant, many netizens had already thought of that scene. A group of people set up stalls on the streets of the planet. I have a talented vampire here, who wants to mate with her. A fixed price of 3 million, guaranteed to produce a supreme grade variant. When I become rich, I can sell it for 100 million. I have a giant sea turtle with high growth rate. I'll send you a private message if you want. Of course, there were also people who began to destroy their dreams. They felt that these guys had always been theorizing, but they had no practical ability. Menmei's knowledge is patented. No one can take her market share. We'll talk about it when you've developed. Don't let your intellectual property be taken away, your technology stolen, and then you'll be raised like slimes, treated as merchandise. Funny. These players were well aware of this. Don't worry, we're very cautious now. We'll wait for our human pets to rise up. Su Ji was very surprised. He looked at the entire forum, going through the comments and various replies from netizens. It was very lively. Some netizens even made a bold guess that the cats were indeed aliens, some kind of alien player. They had a cute and silly appearance, but they were actually burly men who were picking their feet. They were sneering at the humans with fish lips. If they acted cute, they would become my poop-shoveling officer. They were simply a group of gods. This is how things are going to develop? He lowered his head and looked at the entire huge central planet. A cold female voice was heard from the side. This system, the summoning pixel system of decomposition and synthesis, has a very low foundation. At rank 4 or rank 5, they can decompose large particles of cells and make them into a digital pixel snake. However, its practical use is very poor, and it took a long time to succeed. I'm afraid that only when one reaches rank 6 or rank 7 Heavenly Emperor can they quickly decompose and synthesize in actual combat, forming a special combat method. Su Ji turned his head to look. He discovered that Carolyn had appeared out of nowhere. Before this, he had no idea what she had been busy with. At this time, the white porcelain girl was still holding the umbrella and wearing the same clothes as the Holy Cherry Blossom Empress. However, this time, she had changed her hairstyle to a cute double ponytail, which was exquisite and full of girlish aura. Perhaps it was because of the change in her dressing, but Su Ji felt that the way Caroline looked at him was a little different. He had been very calm before. It was as if he respected and admired his elder brother and father who had brought him into the sect. Although he was still full of admiration and respect, there were also some more special feelings mixed in. However, after thinking about it for a while, Su Ji did not have too many doubts and felt that it was very normal. As for dressing up, it was the strangest thing to have the same style for thousands of years. Changing one's appearance regularly was also to maintain the freshness and quality of life. It's these Ajuradeos. They're not very serious. Don't be affected by them. Su Ji continued. Caroline walked over with a slightly red face. She avoided eye contact and said with a strange expression, "Indeed. These people deserve to be beaten and killed." Su Ji nodded. He felt that Caroline was very good at preventing problems before they happened. Caroline continued, "This current cultivation system is the path to break down and synthesize cells." Previously, these Ajuradeo warriors had also said it themselves. This system, this kind of pixel life form, is about to open the door to rank 9. Indeed. Now that Su Ji had gotten the information from Phoenix, he dared to talk about such things. They're basically simplified living beings. Their cell particles can be seen, and it's easier to study the path to rank 9 on them. At the same time, their cell structure is only a few 100,000. From this perspective, this creature's path to rank 9 is very short. The path to rank 9 was different for every race. Without a doubt, this type of cellular particle organism was the shortest path, and could explore the threshold of rank 9. That was why Su Ji had said that this land was a 9th-tier cosmos god-devil testing ground. Some people said that since the path was so long, it was better to cut off a part of himself first, cut off his hands and legs, and become a human stick. With 100 trillion cells left with only 30 trillion, wouldn't he be able to break through to the 9th grade with a human stick? An incomplete body, an incomplete self, was unable to break through to the 9th step. This was the most basic. Just like your soul, you have to cover all the cells in your body. When every part of your soul and body fuses with your body, you can transform. If your body is broken, your soul won't cover your entire body. Instead, your soul will cover your entire body, not your limbs. His soul was unable to fuse with every part of his body, so he naturally couldn't complete the qualitative change in his life level. If one were to say that there was a true shortcut to the 9th rank, then it would be the natural advantage of the race, the number of cells. For example, this special pixel life form with hundreds of thousands of cells. Caroline smiled and looked at the ancient god with admiration. She approached him silently and said, "However, everything in the world is balanced. The more complex the cells are, the longer the path to rank 9, and the stronger the rank 9 after the breakthrough." Su Ji nodded. This was a Dao vindication process. 100 trillion meter path was naturally many times stronger than a path that was only a few 100,000 meters. It could be seen from this that the gap between powerhouses among Tier 9 was also very wide. She then looked at the pixel life forms. This creature with only hundreds of thousands of cells is a miracle of the world. However, if it breaks through to rank 9, it will at most be the weakest defective rank 9. But the advantage is also obvious. Even the weakest at the 9th rank can easily crush me to death. Chapter 639. That was indeed the case. No matter how weak a Tier 9 was, they would still crush a Tier 8. The higher the realm, the more qualitative the change of the living body was, and it was almost insurmountable. From the looks of it, his impending dormancy had brought too much pressure to Caroline, causing her to constantly want to break through to the 9th rank to become his Dao protector. This short-term pressure was too great. "You've worked hard, you need to rest more," Su Ji said. "It's what I should do. Without you, I wouldn't have appeared. Everything I have now was given to me by the ancient gods," replied Caroline. Her expression seemed to have calmed down a little, no longer as abnormal as before. How could a god feel tired? It was just that his mind was not calm. To be honest, that book had really affected her worldview. As a serious and rigorous traditional scientist, she wanted to forget it on purpose, but the warm plot in it still deeply impacted her brain. This caused her to no longer be so indifferent when standing in front of the ancient gods. It was also because of the Izutsa people's stubbornness that they didn't take everything lightly. They even had a vague feeling of being possessed and had an inexplicable obsession. Some hidden thoughts that he had not noticed in the depths of his mind seemed to have been ignited and dug out. Once they took root in his brain, the more he tried to ignore them, the more he couldn't get rid of them. Those damned Azura Deo! The more she thought about their cheeky smiles, the angrier she got. Su Ji thought for a moment and got down to business. By the way, I saw other world civilizations from the Azura Deo. How did it feel? Not bad, especially the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Thinking of the gains from this side, Carolyn also revealed a smile and said seriously, in front of us, those digital treasure summoning devices that they are using are just some small spaces, right? This is the fruit of the sorcerer civilization's wisdom. This space technology is also worth learning to perfect our technology. These Azura Deos seem to have traveled through many worlds, and their knowledge is vast and rich. I still have to think of more ways to get some information out of them. Su Ji did not mind. Caroline sighed and said, however, in the ancient lava land, in the new era, there are also some newly advanced high-level gods. There are 3 or 4 of them who belong to the same realm as me. As a high-level god, he would be caught up by the later gods. But their path is not as long as yours. They are still not your match. Su Ji said with a smile. Caroline nodded and cheered with confidence. That's right. In her opinion, there was an invisible realm between a higher level 8 god and a level 9 god. It depended on who had walked the longest path and had a body with 30% fusion. Naturally, the one who had a 10% fusion would be defeated. This made the combat power of the high-level gods in the same realm very exaggerated. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the realm of the high-level gods was divided into 10 realms. After chatting with Su Ji in silence for a while, Caroline returned. She was going to continue creating planets and deduce the 9th order, so she went into seclusion. Right now, there were only 23 planets with fine clay soil, which was still a relatively small number. However, he estimated that digging 1 or 2 more from the central planet would be enough. Any more satellites would cause the main planet to be lacking in quality. After Caroline left, Su Ji silently looked at her back. Do you have something on your mind? He felt that. An unstable Deo heart. Su Ji frowned. He had also noticed the abnormality. Experts who were able to break through to become gods were all outstanding individuals of their generation. Generally, they would stick to their beliefs from the beginning to the end. To put it simply, they had a strong self-confidence temperament. Carolyn's high-spirited spirit was gone. Instead, she had a very cautious attitude towards him, as if she was hiding something. Over the long years, it was very likely that these experts' Deo hearts would become unstable. They would often console and deal with the problems themselves, because this was the job of the god of creation. He knew what the other party wanted, so he gave him what he wanted. It was just like how he had known that Medusa needed a battle to verify her lost heart back then, and he had given her a battle to see the flow of time around her and the passage of time. It was just like how he knew that Dichi needed a higher dream, so he gave him a dream, see the mystery of the world, demonstrate the Sanchinj sect, fine and all-rounded and 129600 in one era. Just like later on, when he found out that Carolyn had lost her will to live, he gave her a companion to guard the grave. He stayed by her side to prove that he was not the only one left in this era. Now, I don't really understand. Su Ji raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. He felt that even as a skilled chicken soup for the soul instructor, he could not see anything this time. Sub-brain, Su Ji could not help but ask, has there been anything unusual with Caroline recently? There's nothing abnormal. This god's realm is steadily increasing, and it's a delightful improvement. Perhaps he can really break through to become a level 9 life form. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg sub-brain. Through Shangguan Man's channel, she read all kinds of intellectual and civilized newspapers from Azura Deo warriors, as well as spiritual comfort books. For her, it was a violent and shocking fortuitous encounter. I've been supplemented with knowledge from the outside world, and I've been able to repair and perfect my internal cultivation base. I've also been able to face my true self. All 3 of these aspects have been greatly improved. He could understand the other 2, but what did it mean to face his true self? Su Ji thought about it. Could it be that his Dao heart was not unstable, but a sign of a breakthrough and enlightenment of his original heart? Su Ji frowned and confirmed again. No problem. There's no problem at all, the insecten nest mind replied. Su Ji pursed his lips. With this artificial retard's brain, it would only be focused on the data and simple analysis if it was in charge of monitoring. He doesn't know anything about the analysis of human emotions. He's just an iron block. He wanted to smash this guy and replace him with a high-intelligence AI. Looking at the ceramic girl butler he had at home, he felt that the artificial intelligence of the Ishtar household management robot was very good. It was very sensible and had emotional changes. However, it was just a thought. It was terrifying to think that the AI of the auxiliary computer controlled by the core authority had a high intelligence. Su Ji thought about it and could only blame it on his impending slumber. He said in a low voice, this time. What do I need to do to alleviate the instability of her Dao heart? In the end, Su Ji decided to observe in secret and let nature take its course. Seeing that there was no development for the time being, he decided to wait for a few years. He stretched lazily in the living room and took some time to come out for a walk. He went out to meet Medusa and even the group of players who had evolved. After all, it was left in the courtyard. The weather was cold and the ground was freezing. It would not be good if he did not go and take a look. Thinking of this, he silently picked up a cup of hot spiritual tea, pushed open the door, and walked out. He sat on a chair. The spiritual tea was steaming, and beside the chair was a curled-up snake-haired girl who had not yet woken up. The years are peaceful and everything is developing steadily and quietly. Su Ji stroked her black hair gently and turned his head to look at the entire sandbox. A group of players was currently in an extremely intense and boiling state, desperately trying to evolve a new species. The ice and snow species had a strange demonic aura. It seems that the species that they evolved have a new environment. Su Ji held the steaming hot spirit tea in his hands and took a light sip. He was full of leisure and comfort, and he felt his mouth full. The spirit tea had a strong fragrance, but there was a special refreshing sweetness to it. Chapter 640. The Alchemy Door, the one and only quality. Drinking hot tea in the courtyard in the middle of winter warmed his heart and stomach. Even Su Ji felt that he had welcomed a long-lost peace. After careful calculation, other than the Zerg's expedition planet, Daiki, which is still drifting, there are currently 3 major worlds, the new 6 worlds, the ancient lava land, and the small universe world. Su Ji said to himself, trying to figure it out. Now that he had 3 worlds under him, it wasn't too big or too small. There's not much essence, but the main thing is that it has endless potential. These 3 worlds have already deduced level 9. If a level 9 overlord appears, it can be said that it's a heaven-defying level. However, I've only developed for 3 months. A civilization less than 10,000 years old. At this rate, by the 4th month, he would probably reach level 9. If he did not, then, no matter how much Ermin, Emperor Qi, and the other old gods slept and extended their lifespans, it was impossible for them to survive the extra 3,000 years. At most, they could only survive for 9,000 years. It's another era of change, the intersection point of the eras. If I can't break through to level 9 in the 4th month, it will be the time for the older generation of elders to die. He took another sip of the hot tea, the fragrance lingering in his mouth. However, I completely understand the 9th rank now. Why was the 9th rank strong? It's because the 9th step being able to use laws is a law phenomenon. And why did the weird incense offerings, the fake neighbor, Xiao Wei, and the god of dreams have strange rules? What if the talent of the 6 paths of reincarnation was similar to Emperor Yun's kneeling upon sight and these weak natural laws of the 9th order appeared? It's because they're a special natural phenomenon that only appears when countless huge living beings worship and gather their thoughts. As for the 9th grade, it's also a natural law phenomenon formed by the convergence of hundreds of trillions of living beings. Both sides are essentially the same. He narrowed his eyes. However, a true rank 9 is a phenomenon that belongs to one's own laws, and one's own body is a phenomenon of laws. As for the other incense offerings, the ones that gather hundreds of millions of living beings are all unorthodox and weak nomological phenomena. In fact, in a world of extraordinary civilization, there are tens of billions of lives. This land itself can be compared to a giant life form made up of billions of life cells, similar to a rank 9 existence. For example, the three pillar gods. The gathering of hundreds of millions of creatures in every world is a different type of rank 9. The world. He only felt that the path in front of him was getting wider and wider. A bright road was placed in front of him. The obscurity from before had completely disappeared. Even the sound became more intense. Completely controlling one's trillions of cells, combining the soul and body, turning one into a world, that's a type 9 world. To be the world and not be affected by the natural laws of the outside world. In our Eastern words, it can be called, day emerge? Or perhaps, soul formation. Su Ji could only feel that he had connected everything. He could not help but grab the teacup and gulp it down in one go. He sighed and said, the Dao is natural, and living beings learn from all living things in the world. Using the world of billions of living beings to deduce the next level of his life, the Dao integration world. How terrifying is this, and how profound is the next level? Previously, he had seen many principles, but he did not understand them. He also did not understand some of the fundamental principles of the incense phenomenon. Why did false neighbors, the god of dreams, and now that they were at a higher level and saw the 9th rank, they realized that they were inextricably linked and had long pointed to the same place. The qualitative change of a living being's realm was simply terrifying. At this point, I can expect to reach level 9 without any obstacles. He was more or less in high spirits, as excited as the Marquis of 10,000 households. Control of the laws. To him, it was too alluring. As he thought about it, he sipped his tea and looked down at the strange creatures. Speaking of which, with Medusa's stimulation, it should be done soon, right? At this moment, Li Shengzhong was still very curious about the Alchemy Emperor. He was in a hurry to return to the Spore Evolution Sandbox because of Ermin. It was obvious that he wanted to transform into a human to meet her before she died. It was just an evolved creature. Was he trying to extend Ermin's life? That was a god. It was impossible, but the evolution of life had infinite possibilities. Su Ji, on the other hand, had a strong sense of anticipation for this new species created by the great Alchemy Emperor. It took him 10 years to sharpen his sword. If he could extend the aging life of a god and create a miracle, then it would be a huge surprise for Su Ji. The cold wind was biting cold, and the land was desolate. At the same time, a terrifying pressure suppressed the entire land, forming an ice demon land, sweeping up evil winds. A group of creatures was evolving on the ground. Wuva. Why are we still suffering here? Look at the people next door, they're all living off a woman in the arms of a young lady. I'm so angry. Aren't we, the spores, the real children? My ass. Others are bald, but are you bald? If you don't work hard, how can you live off a woman? I don't think they're working that hard. It's because of Bai Ziajun that they're able to make it big. Otherwise, with the knowledge of their younger brother, their average level of knowledge is far lower than ours. Countless people were heartbroken. There were many things that could not be achieved with hard work, but also with talent. We also have the Alchemy Emperor. Let him take us out of the novice village? I'm sorry, we can't take a bed with us. In fact, they could not be blamed. It was Su Ji himself who was becoming more and more strict. Ordinary transcendent beings were still everywhere for Su Ji at the moment. They were considered common goods. He no longer cared about beings at the level of slimes and evil eyes. After all, in the transcendent world, countless lives would turn into spirits and great demons. They would not be inferior to these transcendent creatures that were born with small talents. Unless they could break through their beliefs and create a new extraordinary species. However, it was extremely difficult. Things like Thulhu, the vines of the builder tree, the mother nest of the false insect race, the balloon fish. This kind of person could only be encountered and not sought. Soon. At this time, in the small house, the Alchemy Emperor, who was also Li Shengzhong, was staring at a large vat. The vat was emitting strange colorful lights. He had to admit that it would be difficult for him to redevelop his alchemy here. As alchemy materials were difficult to obtain, they could only be obtained from players who evolved from spores. But even though it was difficult, there were infinite possibilities. After all, the creatures here could evolve into countless species, which meant that any material he wanted could be found here. It was simply a heaven for alchemy. especially when it came to life alchemy. At this time, he had obtained the biological materials of countless players. In addition to the special creatures he had reproduced, he had some results in using them as alchemy materials. And NBSP, gulp. The multicolored viscous liquid in the tank was bubbling, looking strange and mysterious. Upon closer inspection, the liquid inside was slowly rotating, forming a flower-shaped vortex. He slowly turned the wooden stick and stirred the liquid. Suddenly, a ray of light soared into the sky. He opened his eyes abruptly. It's time. He committed suicide. A grey exit message appeared. Without hesitation, he chose to be reborn as a spore, and then swam in the colorful ocean in the big tank. The spores grew, transformed, and floated in it. A strange little beetle appeared. It looked like a horseshoe crab. It rolled around inside, evolved, and showed a colorful appearance. Gradually, the color faded and turned into a semi-transparent color. It looked like a bug carved out of glass, crystal clear, and the internal structure was clearly visible. Under the crystal clear shell was an intestine as thin as blood vessels, which was like a red willow catkin flying in the air, giving people a bloody and strange aesthetic. Soon, the beetle continued to evolve, completely forming a transparent glass bug. It curled up and actually turned into a complete glass ball. With the internal organs inside, it looked like the colorful glass ball that his group of friends used to play with when they were young. Big brother, did you succeed? The surrounding crowd cheered as they looked at the new species in the tank. One by one, the transparent glass beetles crawled out of the water tank, stretched their bodies, and crawled with the countless fine tentacles on their lower abdomens. They could also roll into perfect glass balls and roll around. It was simply crystal clear and adorable. A big tree next to him was stunned. Damn, the boss is indeed a perfect boss. He pursues beauty and is talented in design. He's just like the slime before, cute and useful to girls. Now, he's still so cute and exquisite. Even a dung beetle is so handsome. I personally think that slimes can be sold for 10 rose coins, but this can be sold for 30. Someone commented. It's so hard to put up such an exquisite piece of art. Is it the kind that can't be fought at all? The alchemy monarch can't be fought. Could it be a new energy device? The slimes from before were mechanical engines, and these little bugs and glass balls in front of us are the activation structures of the new energy source, mana. Everyone had their own speculations. The alchemy monarch smiled and looked around. This is indeed a new energy source. It's not wrong to say that it's similar to slime. It can be used as an energy source for some mechanical alchemy devices. He had already turned into the leader of the little beetles and looked around. But do you know what the energy source of this glass beetle is? Everyone shook their heads. He continued, what is the driving force of life? Everyone was stunned. Someone beside him had a cold expression and said seriously, could it be that this glass-like transparent beetle is the essence that drives us? The green worms. The surrounding area shook violently and was instantly stunned. Throughout the long history of mankind, disputes and disasters were the true driving force of life. He immediately looked at the alchemy emperor with admiration. He had a profound understanding and was very knowledgeable. He also felt that this big boss had not changed his original intention and was still following the slime path. He had gone one step further and actually evolved such a creature. It seemed to be an advanced version of slime's tentacles. It was worth more than 30 rose coins. The alchemy monarch was speechless. What's with this look of admiration? He was dumbfounded. A racer of Mount Harana. It seemed like there were still many terrifying people around. Nonsense. In the Magi's minds, the spirit was the power to change everything. In the Magus world, the soul is the driving force of life. The alchemy lord looked around and said seriously, did you learn the wizard alchemy door for nothing? The people around him instantly felt guilty. Mo looked at the guy who was talking nonsense with disdain. So, this is the essential energy that drives life. You mean this bug is a soul bug? At this moment, someone finally spoke, according to what you said, if we compare our bodies to robots, our bodies are all powered by this thing? That's right. The alchemy monarch said. He looked at the people around him and found that they were not fools. They were very smart and worthy of being taught. Everyone looked at the cute and adorable crystal clear beetle ball and suddenly felt a little stunned. If we were to be compared to a car. This is the energy that we use? This concept was too high-dimensional, too mystical and metaphysical. Was this a soul? Or the essence of life? Or something else? However, the alchemy monarch was too powerful. This situation was obviously one step further. Back then, the alchemy machinery school was known as the alchemy emperor. He studied his own mechanical alchemy body, Grantham, the Babylonian sky garden, and the Adolf giant. All sorts of alchemy miracles were powered by slime. And now, alchemy had taken a step further and studied the taboo alchemy domain. From slime energy, it had turned into this beetle energy. What is this? Some people became completely serious, their eyes filled with curiosity. It's hard to describe the concept of this beetle. It's a kind of substance. The alchemy monarch said, pointing at his cute and delicate little glass beetle. It's a kind of quality. Everyone was stunned. An alchemy door? They suddenly remembered something. Back then, Hermes, Mercury, the god of wisdom, descended upon the Mesopotamian plains. In the most primitive Babylonian tribe, he taught the people on the ground the truth of the three witches and the wizards. There were three concepts mentioned in the book: meditation, alchemy, and witchcraft. Meditation and sorcery were gradually developed by the three witches, and Medusa and Lilith were also constantly improving them. Only the last item, alchemy, had not made any progress. After that, the alchemy emperor opened the door to alchemy and opened the alchemy era. As the emperor of the ages, he overlooked the entire wizard dynasty. At that time, Hermes had described alchemy like this. The principles of alchemy are the mutual promotion, restraint, and mutual replacement of all things in the world. The mysteries of alchemy are all in the Trinity formula: one kind of quality will please another, one kind of quality will subdue another, and one kind of quality will dominate another. Countless people were silent at this moment. The great alchemy emperor, who had started the golden age of alchemy back then, had finally figured out the true meaning of alchemy and reached the end of his field. This beetle is that kind of substance. It's a special item that can exchange, trade, and please everything in the universe: quality. This beetle is an alchemy door. Their minds exploded. Yes, I am. The alchemy emperor Li Shengzhong took a deep breath and looked around at the god of creation who was sitting on the chair in the distance. Back then, as the ruling era of the alchemy emperor, I had been thinking about Mercury's alchemy door. I couldn't think about it, I couldn't meditate, and I couldn't understand the true meaning of it at all. And today, I gradually understood the meaning of this god of wisdom. This beetle is the quality of everything, the fundamental source of life that drives everything. It is the only alchemy door. In the distance, Su Ji was also a little dumbfounded. He looked at the alchemy monarch with a curious look on his face. I see. Do you finally understand what I mean? You opened the alchemy door. No wonder he was so diligent in evolving his species and sharpening his sword every 10 years. It turned out that he had made a new discovery. Voila! The surrounding players were also shocked. They couldn't understand what he said at all, but they felt that this creature was awesome. According to this creature was the essence of all things, an indescribable alchemy gate, and the current alchemy monarch had evolved the alchemy gate and become the body of the gate, turning into this little bug? Too fierce. Big brother, quickly tell me what's the use. Let us mortals take a look. The alchemy door is terrifying.